This young man grew up in an orphanage, but one day, when the sky literally collapsed, his teacher and all the other children at the orphanage, everyone who was like family to Shin Sangiun back then, were snatched away by monsters. The monsters rained down upon them, taking everything from Shin Sangiun. Yet, Shin Sangiun miraculously survived, thanks to the timely rescue of a swordsman. From that moment on, Shin Sangiun dedicated himself to becoming a true swordsman. But life isn't a fairy tale. No matter how many monsters he cut down, he didn't grow a bit stronger. He couldn't protect anyone either. He'd been a swordsman for 35 years, but the greatest achievement Shin Sangiun could boast was ranking in the top 100 in his hometown. This meant that in a world teeming with players, Shin Sangiun was nothing more than a nobody. Returning to the present, after all that effort, Shin Sangiun weary body had finally conquered the ancient dragon's tomb dungeon, receiving a skill book as a reward. Devour Artifact was the only skill Shin Sangiun had gained since his awakening. To understand his own skill, Shin Sangiun had tried cooking and eating artifacts. He had even tried frying them, but Shin Sangiun found no difference at all. So, Shin Sangiun ended his pointless experiments. It wasn't until 35 years later that Shin Sangiun realized what his skill was. It happened when synchronizing mana with an artifact of the appropriate grade. That's when the Devour Artifact skill would activate. But knowing this now was too late, as other players had already become powerful the moment they awakened. A 55-year-old uncle like Shin Sangiun naturally couldn't keep up. Returning to the main event, after the book failed to be absorbed, Shin Sangiun threw it away in frustration. Shouldn't there be an instruction manual or something? This can't just be a skill book. The model student of late success, Shin Sangiun Guardian Constellation, replied that there was very little information on innate skills and apologized for being unable to help. He said that there was still plenty of time, but he should try one more time and synchronize his mana again. Hearing that, Shin Sangiun agitatedly retorted, "Plenty of time? Yeah, right. Who said I have plenty of time? I'm almost 60 years old. You might not know this, since you're a constellation, but humans kick the bucket early." The model student of late success apologized if he had said anything wrong. Shin Sangiun calmed down at this point. He said, "No, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just that my life is full of regrets. I can't forget that person's back. I tried so hard to become like them, but now, I'm exhausted. I'm just too old. If only I were a bit younger." The model student of late success heard this and suddenly smiled. "Anyway, I was planning to retire. Take note, because I intend to break our contract. You should find another player." As Shin Sangiun was saying this, he noticed the model student of late success was casting a spell. The model student of late success maxed out the essence he had been in contact with, triggering a regression. And that was the last memory of Shin Sangiun at 55. The scene shifted to Shin Sangiun, a younger version of himself, sitting and wiping a dagger he hadn't touched in a long time. He felt a bit emotional. "My hypothesis is that I've truly regressed. I've grasped the situation, but it's been 4 days and I'm still confused. To be exact, I returned 35 years into the past. After that, I passed out. And when I woke up, I was in my apartment from 35 years ago. I'm no longer in a 55-year-old body, but in my 25-year-old body, with all the memories from before the regression. No matter how I think about it, the reason I regressed must be thanks to the constellation's magic. There's no other explanation. I'm still confused, but whatever. I should go out and get to work, right?" Shin Sangiun juggled the knife in his hand. "This is the Venomod dagger, a bronze tier item I had at this time. Its rank is low, but I know its hidden skill." He started channeling mana into the knife. Absorption rate determined. The absorption rate for a bronze tier artifact is 10%. The previous usage of the artifact is applied based on the evaluation from the past, leading to an absorption rate increase to 20%. Even though its absorption rate was low because I hadn't used it for a long time, the important thing here is its hidden skill. Mana synchronization with the Venomod dagger began, leading into the unconscious void. The unconscious void is the space one needs to overcome to consume an artifact. Every time he entered here, Shin Sangiun was worried about what he would have to eat. Luckily, this time, to absorb the Venomod dagger, he only had to eat BBQ chicken with olive oil, not some horrifying things like swamp centipedes that he had been forced to eat before. The absorption of the Venomod dagger had begun. You have received the stat. Speed +2. Received a hidden skill. Demon Step. The Venomod dagger, once completely absorbed, would disappear forever. Shin Sangiun, with a full belly, left the unconscious void. It's a shame it's destroyed, but I wasn't using it anyway. I've absorbed a useful skill just as planned. Now, let's go. The scene shifted to the gate of dungeon number 85. The The team of Jun Dakyung was preparing for the dungeon conquest. Then, the gatekeeper captain of dungeon number 85 hurried over, calling out, "Captain Jun Dakyung." Jun Dakyung turned to look at the gatekeeper captain. "What brings you here, captain?" The gatekeeper captain said with some hesitation. "One of my members was taken away. He's a new recruit who joined 4 days ago. His name is Shin Sangiun." "Oh, don't worry about Shin Sangiun. He's already been transferred to the player team." The gatekeeper captain was surprised. "What? He joined the player team, not the gatekeeper team?" Jun Dakyung asked with a stern face. "I'm the one who approved it. Is there a problem?" "Of course. He just awakened not long ago, and he hasn't even graduated from the player academy yet. You can't put a guy like him in your team. If you do that, the whole team will be unbalanced. How can I assign tasks?" Before the gatekeeper captain could finish his sentence, Jun Dakyung cut him off, word for word. "Gatekeeper, captain." Seeing this, the gatekeeper captain replied in fear, "Yes? Didn't I already take care of everything, like my team and the contribution distribution system?" The gatekeeper captain didn't dare to say another word, and quickly left. "Seriously, if you give those gatekeepers a chance to talk about balance, it's nonsense," Jun Dakyung said irritably to the blonde player. The blonde player couldn't help but ask, "But sir, why did you take him in? I didn't expect that either." "What? You're in on this too?" Jun Dakyung let out a loud laugh. "If someone has to be a sacrifice, it's going to be him, not us. He needs to cause a scene and get himself killed so those gatekeepers keep their mouths shut. That way, we maintain our standing. Besides, what could a level 1 idiot like him even do?" The blonde guy burst out laughing at that. Just then, Sangun appeared. "Hello. Starting today, I'll be working with you all as a player. My name is Shin Sangiun." The other players on the team, unaware of Jun Dakyung's scheme, glared at Sangyun with hostility. While Jun Dakyung and the blonde guy looked at him with sinister intent, Sangyun felt a bit uneasy and thought to himself, "Everyone is just showing it. I expected this. But are they not even going to bother hiding their true colors?" Jun Dakyung wiped the malicious look off his face, put on a friendly smile, and said, "Finally, our rookie has arrived. Shin Sangjun, right? It's great to meet you. I thought you might be late on your first day. I'm here to work as a player. Is that a great sword you've got there?" "That's right. I learned from a bunch of YouTube videos," Shin Sangyun replied. "A great sword is one of the hardest weapons to master, you know. I'll do my best to protect myself. Please believe in me." Jun Dakyung threw an arm around Shin Sangun's shoulder and laughed. "That's the spirit. That's it. A man needs spirit, just like me. Now, let's start clearing this dungeon. Let's fight." Hearing this, the team members lined up and headed into the dungeon. Jun Dakyung stood behind Shin Sangyun, staring daggers at him, thinking with contempt, "He learned from YouTube? What a joke. Does he think the dungeon is a game? He's gotten so arrogant just because he awakened and became a player. Looks like he's got a death wish, kid. With the raiding strategies I have, this dungeon will be like a wailing wall for a rookie. He'll learn his place soon enough, you idiot." Jun Dakyung was feeling smug, but quickly, that feeling turned into shock, mixed with fear, as he saw Sangyun take down 10 monsters all by himself in the blink of an eye. What the hell is this kid? What did I just see? Orcs are the kind of monsters that mostly appear in games, novels, and fictional movies. Because we're so familiar with them, we have this prejudice that they're weak. Of course, compared to other monsters like dragons, they really are just mindless, violent brutes. That's why arrogant rookie players often jump into a fight with an orc without thinking. An orc's stats are simple, but they stand 2.5 meters tall and weigh 180 kilograms. When it comes to raw physical strength, humans don't even stand a chance. That's why orcs are known as the Wailing Wall. Back to the protagonist. As soon as they entered the dungeon, the black-haired player started talking down to Shin Sangun. "Hey, Shin Sangjun, you don't get any special treatment just because you're new, so from now on, you're on your own." The luggage porter standing behind Sangyun spat on the ground in disgust, muttering, "Just awakened and already acting like a real player? What an arrogant little brat. No one ever treats the newbies right, huh?" Shin Sangyun thought to himself and replied with a forced smile, "I'll do my best. It's not about doing your best, it's about doing your job right. Doing your best is nonsense." The black-haired player snapped. Shin Sangyun stared at him for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "So, do I get to fight on the front lines if we encounter monsters? Are you out of your mind?" The black-haired player turned his head to scold him, but his expression suddenly shifted. He shouted immediately, "There's an orc!" Just as Shin Sangyun was about to draw his sword, the black-haired player rushed out. and blocked an attack from an orc behind Shin Sangiun. He then angrily roared, "Are you sick? If you move that slowly, how do you expect to use a heavy sword?" "You didn't need to help me," Shin Sangiun said. "Quit yapping and show me your skills," the man retorted. "All right, watch in front of you," Shin Sangiun warned. "You should be grateful, you brat." As the black-haired player cursed and turned to look at the orc, he realized the orc's weapon was only a few centimeters from his face. Just then, Dak-young rushed over in time and slammed his shield into the orc's face, sending it flying and saving the black-haired player's life. "Are you two here to play around?" Dak-young shouted as he saw the orc coming back for more. He ordered everyone to step back, then raised his shield with his left hand to block a blow, while simultaneously thrusting his sword deep into the orc's heart with his right hand. "Nice, Captain!" He pierced its heart. "Is it dead?" Just as the whole team was celebrating, the orc let out a roar and swung its weapon down hard right where Jun Dak-young was standing. Shin Sangyun watched Jun Dak-young being backed into a corner and internally evaluated him. Jun Dak-young is probably the highest level person here, but he's only level 50. He can't land a critical hit on the monster. After a while of struggling, Jun Dak-young finally found an opening and managed to take the orc down. The team members cheered him on like a hero, but they hadn't even finished celebrating when a group of high orcs appeared. "Armored orcs? Captain, what do we do? It took us forever just to kill one orc, and now there's a whole pack." Jun Dak-young cleared his throat and replied, "We should retreat to ensure the team's safety." Just then, Sangjun spoke up. "Can I give it a try?" "What is he saying?" "Hey, Shin Sangjun, have you lost your mind?" "Sorry, Captain. I should have trained him better." Despite the whole team scolding him, Shin Sangyun just smiled and rushed toward the orcs. With a single basic strike, he sent an orc to the afterlife. What the hell just happened? A high orc had been cut in two, even with a heavy sword. While his teammates were still in shock, Shin Sangyun was actually dissatisfied with his performance. "Is it because I'm still level 1? That swing wasn't as smooth as I wanted." As for the orcs, they began to charge at Sangyun. "My level might be low, but I have a lifetime of experience. Do you know how many monsters like you I took down when I was younger?" With that, Shin Sangyun used a few basic moves and wiped out the entire group of high orcs, leaving only an armored orc alive. Shin Sangyun tried to swing his sword, but the result was like a mosquito biting stainless steel. He was even countered by the orc, but just as the axe blade was about to touch Shin Sangyun's neck, it stopped because Shin Sangyun had activated his Demon Smasher skill. It prevents the target from attacking for 2 seconds. The success rate and duration depend on the target's resistance level. He paralyzed the armored shell with a single strike, then sliced it clean in two. Silence fell over the entire dungeon. It took a moment. Jun Dak-young finally regained his senses and couldn't help but blurt out, "What the hell did I just see? Didn't he awaken only 3 days ago? And that parry skill he just used." The others in the party began whispering, "Isn't that an advanced skill? I thought even top-tier players could only block attacks for, at most, 1.5 seconds. He's even using a heavy sword like an expert. Should we ask him what YouTube tutorials he's been watching?" At the same time, Sangyun received a notification. "Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have met the requirements for a title. You have been awarded the F-rank title. Courageous Puppy. Effect: Evasion +5. You have unspent stat points. Please select a stat to enhance." Sangjun didn't really care about the level up, but he hadn't expected a title and bonus effects. Amazing. Without a second thought, Shin Sangjun immediately dumped his points into his luck stat. In his past life, he realized the lesson too late. But the luck stat directly influences the accuracy of skills and item drop rates, things that Shin Sangyun desperately needs right now. An advanced skill. And he's fighting an armored shell. But he only awakened a few days ago? Where did he get that skill? The more he thought about it, the less it made sense. Jun Dak-young decided to ask, "That skill you just used, it was parry, right? Where did you get that?" I just regressed, and I've been putting my skills to good use. Even so, I can't just say that." Thinking this, Shin Sangyun made up a quick excuse. "I've had it since I awakened." Jun Dak-young didn't buy it, retorting, "Does that sound reasonable to you? Stop trying to dodge the question. Are you sure? Did you just get lucky and stumble upon a diamond rank artifact, or something even higher?" As he said this, Jun Dak-young's eyes darted toward the sword in Sangyun's hand. Seeing this, Sangyun voluntarily handed the sword to Jun Dak-young to inspect. Heavy sword shatter. Common artifact. Two-handed weapon. Attack power, 50. Effect, none. A standard heavy sword with a simple design and no special abilities. Reading the description, Jun Dok-young couldn't help but be shocked. It really is just a normal heavy sword? Then that skill, it's really yours? He thought to himself, I've been raiding dungeons for 2 years, and yet my skills aren't even as good as his, even though I'm level 50. At this rate, the reward distribution today. Just then, a team member shouted out, the mini-boss is appearing. Thanks to you, we easily handled the small fry, but don't get too carried away and get yourself killed. That fancy skill of yours won't be any help against the demon shell that we're about to face, Jun Dok-young said, leading the party forward. I almost forgot why I returned to this team right after regressing. This team pays based on performance. Thinking this, Sangiun called out to the captain. Afraid already? If so, before Jun Dok-young could finish, Sangiun cut him off. If I take down the demon shell by myself, can I take the artifact as my reward? The red crystal? An artifact that can only be obtained by defeating the demon shell. That said, even if you defeat the demon shell, it is notoriously difficult to collect. No way. The drop rate is extremely low. However, in his past life, after Shin Sangiun party failed to defeat the demon shell, they were lucky enough to see the red crystal when another team happened to possess it. The important thing is that it's a unique artifact with a delay skill, the exact skill Shin Sangiun needs right now. Back to the present. After making his proposal, Shin Sangiun intentionally emphasized the rules. If I remember correctly, this party distributes rewards based on contribution. If I take down the monster by myself, I don't think there should be a problem, right? He thought to himself that acquiring the delay skill was now crucial for future events. However, most people would think poorly of a newbie player acting arrogant. Like this, no one will take me seriously. Sure enough, what Shin Sangiun just said made several people unhappy. Hey, did you lose your mind? Who do you think you are? You think you're hot stuff just because you killed a few shells? And you're daring to talk about loot distribution? Hey, calm down. Jun Dok-young spoke up. Fine, whatever you want. His words left the two team members who were criticizing Shin Sangiun in shock, but Jun Dok-young quickly continued. However, that only applies if we fail to defeat the boss. Only then will you be allowed to step in and try to take it down yourself. Clear enough? So that means I'll be sitting out of this fight? Sangiun asked with a smirk. Whatever you want, Jun Dok-young replied bitterly, thinking to himself, what an arrogant brat. He acts like he's something special just because he has one overpowered skill. I'll clear this dungeon and make him shut his mouth. I'll show him that experience is what really matters on the battlefield. With that determination, Jun Dok-young opened the gate to the mini-boss room. The bloodthirsty demon shell. Rumor had it that despite the boss looking fierce, it was actually easy to defeat, so Jun Dok-young was very confident as he led the team to ambush the boss. As a result, the whole group got absolutely wrecked. It was a miracle they survived. Shin Sangiun stood on the sidelines watching, and even he had to be impressed. I was worried when I saw them charge in, but who would have guessed they'd just rush straight at it like that? This is exactly why my old team failed. What should the commander do now? If this keeps up, we're all going to die, the blonde girl said. Jun Dok-young hesitated for a while, then decided, all right, there's no need to defeat this boss today. For now, let's retreat. As Jun Dok-young was speaking, he noticed the radiant smile on Sangyun's face. All right, everyone, retreat. Since it has poor peripheral vision, we'll slip past its flank. Then, Jun Dok-young turned to look at Sangyun and said, and you, Shin Sangiun? I warned you. If you die, don't hold it against me. Don't worry, I'm not dying today. Sangyun drew his sword, preparing to face the mini-boss. If you compare the stats of the demon shell and him, he could never win. But with the experience Shin Sangiun possessed, it was a different story. And so, Shin Sangiun channeled his mana and struck with a single sword, redirecting the demon shell's attack. Whoa, that was intense. It looks like I can only deflect your attacks, huh? Sangiun looked at the red crystal worn on the demon shell's chest, his determination deepening. The reason he was so obsessed with that red crystal was because of the special effect combining the delay skill and his title skill, Demon Smasher. It's hard to find a way to improve the 2-second stun of Demon Smasher, even though it's already quite good. However, with Shin Sangiun, unique Devour Artifact skill, he could combine the effects of different skills. It gave him an idea. If there's a skill that allows me to stack effects, the Demon Smash Stun, what if it's the perfect skill combo? You could get an infinite stun if you manage to snag the delay skill. If it works, it's totally feasible. Seeing the demon brain staring back at him with judging eyes, Shin Sangiun taunted, "What's wrong? Come and get me." The demon brain lunged forward instantly. Perfect, just as I planned. That way, I can find your weak spot. Shin Sangiun dashed up and slashed at the demon brain's side, activating Demon Smash to stun it for 2 seconds. Don't tell me that skill actually works on a sub-boss? That's too broken, Jun Duk-young exclaimed. As for Shin Sangiun, he just smiled and muttered, I know a normal brain is simple, but you're a demon brain. Just then, the demon brain kicked toward Shin Sangiun. Thankfully, he blocked it with his sword just in time, or he'd be reuniting with his ancestors right about now. Shin Sangiun had forgotten one thing. The demon brain has a self-recovery ability, allowing it to shake off the stun early. To keep it stunned, I need 15 seconds. That's why I need delay. If I can't stun it, I'll just have to beat it down. And so, the two sides fell into a stalemate. It was a game of cat and mouse. If he wasn't attacking, he was dodging. Neither side was willing to give in. In the corner, the blonde-haired player said nervously, Leader, we really have to go. Even that kid's skill is useless. Why? Jun Duk-young muttered, thinking to himself. His stun skill didn't work on, and the stat gap between them is huge, so how can he keep that face? Is he really a newbie player? As for Shin Sangiun, because he was still too weak, he decided to go all out with one final strike. He successfully finished off the demon brain. You have leveled up. You have received the title, E-rank Demon Hunter. Cruel Demon Hunter. When facing sub-bosses or higher, your healing efficiency increases by 5 times. 2 titles already? Is this the perk of being a solo player? Shin Sangiun was reading the notification board when he noticed the strange look on his teammates' faces. To avoid troublesome situations like this, there's only one way. Thinking quickly, Shin Sangiun started acting. Ugh, almost died there. If the leader hadn't dealt the damage, what would I have done? Hearing this, the blonde teammate looked at Jun Duk-young and laughed. I knew it. But seriously, when did you even deal damage to that thing? Jun Duk-young didn't answer. He just exchanged a look with Sangiun. You're not that stupid, are you? I'll give you a chance to save face, Shin Sangiun thought. Just then, the monster's corpse vanished, leaving behind only a glowing red crystal floating in the air. Is that his way of keeping his promise? I've totally lost this round, thought Jun Duk-young. He shouted out loud, Everyone, attention! We've taken down the sub-boss. We need to prepare for the final boss. Orders received. I knew it. No way. That kid actually took that thing down by himself, right? I wish I had a stun skill. Forget it. It doesn't even work on sub-bosses anyway. Can't you see? The other members whispered as they followed Jun Duk-young to the next area. Shin Sangiun stayed behind, his eyes burning as he stared at the red crystal. Red crystal. Silver tier accessory. Special effect. Delay. A rare item obtainable only by defeating a demon brain. It's a concentration of resilience and endurance. The audience is gone. Now, I guess I should try eating it. Shin Sangiun stepped into the void and subconsciously began to absorb the red crystal. Luckily, the spicy cold noodles and frozen meat from the master chef are finished. Based on the basic 20% absorption rate for silver gear, your strength and health increased by 2. You have acquired the special effect, Delay. You can now add the delay effect to your skills. Though a bit worried, Shin Sangiun decided to add the delay effect to Demon Smash. The delay effect has been added to Demon Smash. If you use Demon Smash before the first stun ends, the effect can extend to a second stun with a 90% chance, a third with 60, and the 5th consecutive use has a 30% chance to continue extending the stun, guaranteeing a 4-second stun. I only guessed it was theoretically possible, and it actually worked. While Shin Sangiun was researching his new skill, Jun Duk-young walked over, wanting to talk. Yes. Is there something you need? Right in front of us is the final boss room, the enraged demon brain. Shin Sangiun guessed. You want me to go in last? No. I'd be a failure as a leader if I didn't know how to utilize someone like you. Let's cooperate, Sangiun. As Jun Duk-young spoke, he reached out his hand. Sangiun grabbed it and smiled, saying, But my conditions remain the same. All right, I got it, Jun Duk-young replied. Just then, the blonde player walked over to report. We are ready to enter the boss room, sir. Is that so? Let's go. From now on, everyone stay alert. Just a final stretch, and when we're done, let's go get a drink, Jun Duk-young said before walking away. While Jun Duk-young wasn't looking, the blonde player glared at Sangiun before leaving with the others. The whole team moved toward dungeon number 85, the final boss room, the enraged demon brain. Ahem, Sangiun. I'll go first. Just as Jun Duk-young was about to step forward, Sangiun spoke up. Stay close to me. Then, he stepped past Jun Duk-young to take the lead. Actually, the resistance of the enraged demon brain is lower than the regular one, so it gets stunned more easily if we attack calmly. Shin Sangiun took a deep breath encouraging himself. It shouldn't be a problem. Wait, stay close to me? Have I ever said anything that confident before? When I was young, I was always afraid. And when I got old, I struggled just to survive. Sangyun recalled being rejected for having too low a level. I can't live like that again. I have to change. Change my weak past and my future. To do that, I have to show everyone here my overwhelming ability. With that, Shin Sangiun raised his sword and lunged toward the boss, slashing to activate the Demon Smash skill, then shouted, "It'll be stunned for 4 seconds. Charge in and take it down." Dakyung heard this and immediately rallied everyone to rush in and jump the boss. Just a moment later, they sent it off to the afterlife. "Congratulations, you have defeated the final boss." The enraged demon brain. "Congratulations, you have completed the Red Demon Altar dungeon." The team started chatting excitedly. "Wasn't this dungeon too easy? I didn't even use a single potion." "I know, right? See how useful that stun skill is?" The two baggage carriers also whispered to each other. "Do you think he has a private portal? Should I ask?" "Hey, I was about to ask first. What about it? I have to make a living too." Shin Sangyun overheard them and couldn't help but sigh. These guys flip sides so fast. I wasn't planning on doing anything for them at all. Suddenly, a series of notifications popped up. "You have received a D-rank title. Overwhelming power. Status effects will last 10% longer, and gained title. Raging Berserker. 4.4 seconds of stun time." Damn, this is insane. In my past life, I never had any titles. Still, this is nothing compared to that person. Du Kyung-soo, the Demon Sword, the title collector, the wielder of the perfect blade. He's the top swordsman player in South Korea with an insane number of titles. Just 2 years after the era of players began, he was already a monster who had passed level 500. Before I regressed, he was someone I truly looked up to, but I'm not sure if I can't keep up with him now. If I start pushing myself from today, I might actually have a shot. While Shin Sangjun was fired up, Jun Dak-young walked over, exchanged some small talk, and handed him a ring. "You did well. Take this." This move by Jun Dak-young caught Sangyun off guard. Is he possessed by an AI? "You really carried the team this time. I've got principles, you know. It's only bronze rank anyway, so I can afford to be generous. If it were expensive, I wouldn't have given it to you," Jun Dak-young replied with a laugh. He thought to himself, "I'm giving it to you because we'll never see each other again after today. Even if I don't want to, even I have to admit, you're living in a completely different world than we are." Not far away, the blonde guy watched Jun Dak-young hand over the gift. He was obsessed with that kid just because he showed off his skills a few times. Isn't that totally unfair? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Meanwhile, Shin Sangyun was at home. When his phone pinged with a notification for 6 million won, his jaw dropped. So that's why people want to be players. The trading portal only gives you 200 won a day. It seems he gave me double what he gave the others, plus a bonus. Shin Sangyun glanced at the ring Jun Dak-young had given him. Rage Ring. Bronze rank accessory. Special effect. Glow. Strength plus 10. A ring that can only be obtained from the Raging Berserker. This is the ring that makes the wearer fly into a rage. Special effect. Glow. Description. Consumes 1 mana per second to reduce the weight of all equipped artifacts. Down to 1 gram. Even for a bronze item, I can't believe I got an artifact with an active effect for free. Now I see why it's considered silver rank. Most players run out of mana the moment they swing their swords, and this consumes mana every second. But that's only for most players. Shin Sangyun discovered his true potential after 5 years, and that's exactly why he studied so hard. He even swallowed a mana-hungry artifact in his past life. But the result was unexpected. The special effect of the mana-hungry artifact had a penalty, but he ignored the mana drain. Who cares about the penalty? The more skills, the better. Thinking this, Shin Sangjun began sinking his mana with the Rage Ring. Meanwhile, at the HSEUN nightclub in Gangnam District, the blonde guy was complaining, "I'm telling you, the guy has a 4-second stun move." When the blonde said this, the guy named Sangho raised his voice. The blonde apologized immediately. Sangho then asked, "So what? Do you want me to get revenge for you?" "No, he's definitely loaded. He was even using some kind of stun items. So what do you want me to do, you moron?" "I'm trying to talk business here." Juntae really liked him, so the blonde kept babbling on. The girl sitting next to Sangho whispered into his ear, "You're not really close to that guy, are you? He looks like a total loser." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Hey, you there." As soon as the blonde finished his sentence, one of his ears was sliced off. "Who do you think we are? You think we're your personal servants?" Juntae said this while pouring the liquor from his hand onto the blonde's bleeding ear, making him scream in agony. Then you better pay up. I'll make sure it's worth the price of your ear. Where is that guy? Early in the morning, Shin Sangiun had reached the practice grounds. Who would have thought cold cucumber soup would come out of those fanatics? Eastern, cold cucumber soup. The taste is just terrible. My stomach feels like it's doing backflips, but there's always light at the end of the tunnel. After saying that, Shin Sangiun lightly tossed his greatsword up, spinning it in the air at incredible speed. He reached out and caught the greatsword. Then Shin Sangiun glanced at the board. New skill acquired. Weight reduction. Special effect. Always active. No cooldown due to the effect of the artifact gluttony skill. The mana consumption effect of the old skill has been removed. As a penalty, the effect of weight reduction has been halved. The weight of all artifacts will be set to 100 grams. Shin Sangiun chuckled. Well, I guess I'll be using the greatsword for now. He then opened his personal status screen to check his information. Player name, Shin Sangiun, level 7. Titles, overwhelming power and 2 others. Constellations, none. Exclusive skill, artifact gluttony, 1 artifact that consumed, blah blah blah. I need to start grabbing the attention of the constellations. Since a player can only have 1 constellation, I need to choose carefully. If possible, I want one that syncs well with my best stats. Luck. Well, I'm currently lacking in stats anyway. To attract the interest of the constellations, I guess all I can do is train. With that, Shin Sangiun took his greatsword and headed toward the wooden dummies nearby. A few days later, a white car pulled up in front of the entrance to Dungeon 101, an exclusive dungeon for solo players. Shin Sangiun stepped out of the car. He looked annoyed and complained, I thought I was going to die. I guess 3 days of non-stop training and a long drive were too much, but at least I got a new skill. New skill. 2 Shin Sangiun did sword proficiency. Basic passive skill for swordsman. Skill level 1. Increases adaptability with all types of swords, except for short swords and one-handed longswords. Shin Sangiun looked at the dungeon entrance in front of him and laughed. Plus, it would usually take months of waiting in line just to get in. As a solo player, I should be happy I can cut through the line. Then, he glanced at the black car parked outside the entrance. He thought to himself, who would have thought they'd follow me all the way into the woods? I don't know what they want, but whatever it is, it can be taken care of inside the dungeon. A moment later, the group of 4 led by Juntae entered the dungeon. Wait, isn't this a dungeon meant only for solo players? Juntae just finished speaking as he scanned the area, only to jolt in surprise when he spotted Shin Sangiun sitting on a large boulder right in front of them. Shin Sangiun stared at the 4 of them. Juntae spoke up. There's no way you came here by mistake. This is our turf. Songho bared his teeth with a grin and asked, Are you stupid? Shin Sangiun replied, I'm not going to warn you again. Get lost. He thought to himself, they aren't a normal team. They don't even have a healer or a mage. They had traded stability, the most essential thing for dungeon conquest, to form a party consisting only of swordsmen and archers. They were human hunters, a pack of hyenas. In the past, they had been wiped out due to constant monitoring by the player association. It had been a long time since then. Songho laughed and spoke up. This bastard probably thinks he's something special. The brown-haired man also laughed loudly, saying, Hey moron, if you die here, no one will even be able to find your body. Shin Sangiun chuckled. I'm well aware of that. The archer suddenly spoke up. Just finish this quickly and let's get it over with. Shin Sangiun looked at him and thought, with teams like this, archers are the hardest to deal with. He continued, That's exactly why I was waiting for you guys. If I have to dispose of 4 corpses, what better place is there than this? Hearing that, Songho angrily cursed. You son of a bitch. He was about to make a move when Juntae stopped him, telling him to do it the easy way. Songho looked at Juntae, annoyed, and asked, This is the easy way. I'm going to tear his throat out. Shin Sangiun laughed. Good boy, listen to your master, huh? Ha ha, don't waste time. Just come at me all at once. Shin Sangiun provocation made Songho blood boil. Ignoring Juntae's words, he lunged at him and roared, You'd better shut your mouth. Facing this, Shin Sangiun's expression remained calm, the strong prey on the weak. Is there any saying that describes a dungeon better than that? Monsters are always aiming for your life inside the dungeon, and inside those very same dungeons, there are artifacts that you and others target. Your life is always on the edge. If you're weak, you die. There are no rules in the dungeon. So, you have to strike first if you want to live. That was the experience from my past life, and it still applies now. The result is that everything happening here is just self-defense. Thinking this, Shin Sangiun didn't hesitate to swing his heavy sword, splitting Songho's body in 2. He then looked at the 3 stunned members of Juntae group and said, "What are you waiting for? Come on." The 3 of them snapped out of it and immediately scrambled in different directions. Juntae shouted, "Keep your distance from him. Cover us while we get into position." The archer replied, "Got it." At the same time, the archer looked at Sangiun and thought, he just took down Songo. Even if he's an idiot, he must have reached level 100, and he just awakened recently too. Not far away, Shin Sangiun swung his heavy sword around. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" the archer shouted. "Someone lend me a hand. This monster!" He turned around and fired 2 arrows at Shin Sangiun. Shin Sangiun responded by throwing his heavy sword with all his might, snapping the 2 arrows in half, and continued to charge toward the archer. The archer stood there, stunned, whispering, "He's completely insane." The next second, his body was pierced through by the heavy sword. Hearing the commotion, Juntae and the brown-haired man turned to look. The brown-haired man screamed in terror. What kind of monster is this guy? Juntae had a different thought. He threw his heavy sword, which means, he has no weapon right now. This is the perfect time to attack. Thinking this, Juntae didn't hesitate to circle back and shouted, "Attack." The brown-haired man immediately understood and followed Juntae to attack Shin Sangiun. Shin Sangiun saw this and continued sprinting toward the archer's corpse to retrieve his heavy sword, thinking, "Ah, I got a little too excited." By now, Juntae and the brown-haired man had caught up and raised their weapons to slash at Shin Sangiun. However, Shin Sangiun was a split second faster than them. He gripped the hilt of his heavy sword and used the momentum to vault himself over, narrowly avoiding their attack. Sangiun chuckled. "Wow, that was close." The brown-haired man glared at him. "You're crazy." Sangiun didn't say anything, and quickly yanked his sword out of the archer's body. Juntae saw this, grabbed the brown-haired man by the head, and pulled him in front of himself. The brown-haired man asked, confused, "Juntae, what are you doing?" The next second, he found out the answer, but the price was his own life. Juntae had used him as a human shield to block Shin Sangyun's strike. Shin Sangyun spoke up. "Come to think of it, you guys deal in organs, right? No matter how I look at it, I don't think there's any way you guys could have worked together based on trust. I guess your goal was to awaken monostones through organ transplantation, right? I might not look like it, but I've seen a lot in the past." Juntae heard this and bared his teeth in a grin. Hey, so, what if you know? What are you going to do about it, you piece of trash?" With that, he suddenly lunged forward and thrust his sword. However, just as the tip of the blade was about to hit Shin Sangyun, his entire body froze and became immobile. It turned out that when he used the brown-haired man as a shield earlier, he had accidentally been grazed by the blade of Shin Sangyun's sword, triggering his Devil Crusher skill, leaving him stunned for 4.4 seconds. Juntae thought in a panic, "What? I'm stunned? How? Just from those small cuts? There's no way he has such an overpowered skill," Shin Sangyun said. "I was worried you'd bore me. It's over." Juntae was terrified, thinking, "It's over? What is he talking about? Am I really going to lose my life like this? No way. I'm always the one who takes lives. It's always been that way. I'm always the predator." At the same time, images flashed in his head of the times he had felt such pleasure, when he saw his victims terrified and desperate, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy before he took their lives. He had enjoyed it. Shin Sangyun witnessed Juntae's expression, walked over, placed the blade on his shoulder, and said, "What's wrong? You've experienced it yourself, haven't you? Are you scared now that it's your turn?" A moment later, Shin Sangyun looked a bit uneasy, sitting there wiping the blood off his heavy sword, thinking, "I shouldn't get used to situations like this. It hasn't been long since I regressed. It looks like I don't have much of a shot at becoming a constellation. Wait, but that was self-defense anyway. Whatever." After that, his eyes turned toward the pile of artifacts on the ground nearby. The system notified him, "You have received 8 artifacts from this dungeon." Shin Sangyun muttered, "Well, I guess these are mine now." Player information. Name Shin Sangyun, level 10. Artifacts consumed, 11. HP 400, MP 50, FB 12. Shin Sangyun glanced at the changes on his status board and murmured, "I wish I could have avoided that mess. But honestly, looking at the results, it was worth it. I'm just glad I didn't get turned into mincemeat by eating that artifact. Though, looking at these stats, it's not like I'm actually strong. I'm already on par with level 50 players. How long has it even been since I came back? My growth rate is actually insane. Plus, that guy who jumped me at the very start, who would have thought he'd have an artifact that clears status ailments? Recovery Ring. Silver Tier, Support Equipment. Ring Type. Special Effect. Status Recovery. Use 10 mana to instantly remove any abnormal status effect. If used within the next minute, the mana cost doubles. Wait, so if I'd blindly relied on that for the stun, I would have been screwed. Gotta be more careful next time. Shin Sangiun muttered to himself. He pulled out the recovery ring and activated his exclusive skill, Artifact Devour. The system chimed, syncing mana with the recovery ring now. A short while later, deep inside the internal access tunnel of dungeon number 101, a pack of monsters was moving along when they suddenly heard footsteps echoing behind them. They stopped and turned, only to see a human walking slowly toward them, wielding a greatsword with a black blindfold tied over his eyes. That person was none other than Shin Sangiun. He wasn't wearing the blindfold out of a whim. It was a requirement to earn the Lucky Day title. It was one of those types of quests. It required the player to kill 500 monsters while blindfolded. Shin Sangiun called out, "Hey, how long are you monsters going to take to attack?" Hearing this, the monsters licked their chops and swarmed him all at once. Shin Sangiun gripped his greatsword tight. He thought to himself, I can sense them. I have to feel the airflow and listen to everything carefully. Focus. I have to maintain this state of focus. Every background noise in his ears vanished, leaving only ripples like water droplets hitting the surface of a lake growing louder with every step the monsters took as they rushed closer. At that exact moment, Shin Sangiun shouted to himself, I can do this. He swung his sword in a clean arc, completely wiping out the charging monsters. Shin Sangiun smiled and said, that feels great. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air from a distance. Shin Sangiun sensed it immediately and caught the arrow with his hand. Looks like I've got the hang of it. After saying that, Shin Sangiun exerted a little force to snap the arrow in his hand, sensing the direction it had come from. Thousands of monsters. Shin Sangiun thought, just recently, I was in such a desperate situation, but thanks to this, I've been reminded of the past. Maybe that's why my senses have been sharpened. He then faced the massive horde of monsters and laughed, anyway. Come and get me. It was like a declaration of war. The monsters immediately shrieked and lunged at Shin Sangiun, but their fate was already sealed. They were nothing but fish on a cutting board. Shin Sangiun hacked and slashed away. It didn't take long before they were all lying in a pool of blood, becoming experience points for him to level up. The system notified him. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have obtained the title Lucky Day D rank. Lucky Day D rank title. Effect: Luck plus 20. Sub-effect: whenever you defeat monsters of the same type, your luck stat increases by 0.1. Your luck stat can increase up to a maximum of 10. Shin Sangiun happily muttered. Doesn't feel like I did much, but I'm gradually collecting the titles I need. Just then, another group of monsters arrived. Shin Sangiun had already obtained the title, so he didn't need to keep his eyes closed anymore. He looked at the newly arrived monsters as if they were walking treasure chests and laughed. Should take this opportunity to farm some more stats, right? They just walked right into me. A little while later, Shin Sangiun laughed out loud. Haha, my luck stat just went up by 30 just from this one title. This is better than most platinum rank titles. This thing must be worth 500 million, maybe even a billion. In this life, I can finally afford a house. The system chimed. The space around him began to fade. Seeing this, Shin Sangiun's eyes lit up. He looked in a certain direction and whispered, already? In that direction, 3 entities suddenly appeared out of thin air. The system notified him. 3 constellations have come to find you. Constellation, Cleaner of Collapsed Dimensions, is asking if you have any interest in causing others bad luck. Constellation, Traveler of the Great Void, is intrigued by your mysterious nature and suggests a chat. Constellation, Goddess of Luck, is smiling at you while holding out her hand. Shin Sangiun happily thought to himself, the timing is really fast. And 3 of them at once? He then opened his mouth and laughed. Haha, did you all see my performance just now? Suddenly, the Goddess of Luck flew right up to him and stared him down. Shin Sangiun was startled and thought, what the? Was my tone too arrogant? I never went through anything like this in my past life. No, the more it's like this, the more I have to act confident. The system chimed. The Goddess of Luck expresses her favor toward you. The Goddess of Luck says, this is the first time she has ever seen such a lucky swordsman. Feeling very strange, Shin Sangiun scratched his head and said, oh, luck? That's right. I'm extremely lucky. Ha ha. In his heart, he whispered, thank goodness, just as expected. These constellations seem interested in a contract. Now I can finally check things out properly, right? The system chimed. The Cleaner of Collapsed Dimensions is full of praise for the cruelty hidden within you. Shin Sangiun thought, The Cleaner of Collapsed Dimensions. Is a constellation with the personality of a typical mass murderer. Is that why I caught his attention? Because I slaughtered those goblins in such a short time? The system chimed. The Traveler of the Great Void is curious about your hidden inner self. Shin Sangiun pondered, not understanding why the Traveler of the Great Void would appear here. He clearly remembered hearing that constellation only appeared to players who possessed the aura of a saint. Then, could it be? He looked toward the Goddess of Luck and thought, should I assume he appeared because of her? The Goddess of Luck, even in the world where constellations exist, there were rumors that she was a social butterfly. As she was chatting happily with the other two constellations, the Goddess of Luck suddenly turned to look at Shin Sangiun. The system chimed. The Goddess of Luck says she's not possessive at all. Even after choosing her, you can still sign contracts with other constellations. She really emphasized that. Shin Sangiun chuckled and thought, wow, seriously? That's a huge advantage. An archer could land a shot perfectly, even when aiming at a needle's eye. With the world's blessing, he never lacked for arrows. Among the legendary archers, Hashimoto Zuki was someone who defeated countless top-tier swordsmen. He didn't just possess high luck stats, he also had incredible destructive power. Some even suspected him of cheating or using hacks. But it turned out he simply had contracts with two constellations. The Goddess of Luck herself had made the impossible possible. Then, he looked at all three constellations and said with a laugh, whoa, 3 constellations appearing at once? This is really hard to choose. The 3 constellations looked back at him. The system notified. The 3 constellations demand that you set aside the trivial thoughts of a mortal and make a decision about your fate. One constellation even thought they had chosen the wrong person. Shin Sangiun smiled to himself, thinking, whatever, these constellations. The Goddess of Luck was definitely a good one, but considering the possibility that no other constellations would appear in the future, this choice was like deciding the fate of his entire life as a player. For 15 years, the only constellation he had ever approached was just one, a late bloomer model student. His appearance had been like a saving light. Back then, I was incredibly happy. Even though I've struggled until now, I still believed the future would be bright. But nothing changed, all the way until I turned 55. Yes, I never received any benefits from the late bloomer model student constellation. After level 850, all effects, from artifacts and titles, would be doubled. The reason was that the activation condition was just too absurd. I couldn't use the most important power of that constellation. Throughout my journey, or rather, I didn't even dare to think about using it. But after all, maybe thanks to that constellation, I was able to turn back time. I should be grateful for that. That's why, this time, I must be more careful than ever. From now on, I have to accept that there won't be any more time reversals. Thinking of this, Shin Sangiun looked seriously at the 3 constellations. The Great Space Traveler, representing divine power. The Cleaner of Collapsed Dimensions, representing destruction. And the Goddess of Luck, representing fortune. After much consideration, Sangiun finally made his decision. The system notified, you have signed a contract with the constellation, Goddess of Luck. Once the contract is signed, even if the player dies, it remains in effect for 30 years without disappearing. In another world, an entity was observing closely the contract between the reincarnated player and the Goddess of Luck. 15 friendly constellations sincerely congratulated the pact and wished for your victory. 3 hostile constellations have decided to use their own players to hinder your growth. Seeing this, Sangiun couldn't help but think, what the hell? Why is there so much attention all of a sudden? He let out a sigh, reached out his hand toward the Goddess of Luck, and said, well, anyway, I look forward to your help from now on, Goddess of Luck. The Goddess of Luck reached out and took Shin Sangiun's hand. The system notified, the Goddess of Luck blesses your wise choice. Goddess of Luck, contract effects and wishes. 1. All attacks are guaranteed to deal critical damage to enemies. 2. When receiving a unique grade artifact or higher, you are guaranteed to unlock and inherit hidden effects. 3. When defeating a boss-level monster or a main boss, if the boss's level is higher than yours, you will receive an artifact with a 100% drop rate. 4. When investing points into the luck stat, each point will increase the stat 2-fold. This effect also applies retroactively to all bonus points invested previously. Shin Sangiun gasped and shouted, are these all overpowered effects? 100% critical hit rate, plus guaranteed artifact drops. Then, he teared up and whispered, you've worked so hard, Shin Sangiun. The system notified. The Goddess of Luck asks, what will you do with the offers from other constellations? Sangiun looked at the remaining 2 constellations and spoke, No thanks. You two can leave now. I need to focus on the goddess. Hearing this, the two constellations each had their own thoughts. As they left, the system notified. Constellation, great space traveler has withdrawn. See you next time. Constellation, cleaner of collapsed dimensions. Warns you to be prepared, for one day he will take your head. The goddess of luck clapped in praise, finding your resolve quite charming. The goddess of luck thinks that with these effects, you don't need to be greedy for the time being. Shin Sangiun smiled to himself. No need to rush. Better opportunities will come. A moment later, in the final boss room of Dungeon 101. Is the final boss only this strong? Put in some more effort, you brat, he shouted. Sangiun leapt up and used his greatsword to slash at the final boss. The boss blocked with its weapon, used its strength to push him back, and immediately roared, charging in to follow up with a strike. As for Shin Sangiun, he suddenly felt his body unable to move. The system notified, Goblin Leader causes weakening pressure state upon you. You have been paralyzed. It finally appeared, the weakening pressure. It's trying to crush my will to fight. But it's definitely a skill with clear limitations. It can't completely seal my movement. It seems it's only enough to handle small mobs, Shin Sangiun thought to himself. He quickly used a recovery skill to dispel the state caused by the weakening pressure, while simultaneously jumping back a step, to avoid the Goblin Leader's attack. The Goblin Leader was very surprised to see this. It used the weakening pressure skill on Shin Sangiun again. The system notified, Goblin Leader causes weakening pressure state upon you. However, it had no effect at all. Shin Sangiun could still move normally thanks to the lingering effect of the recovery skill. You think that'll work again? Now it's time to test my luck. Finishing his words, Shin Sangiun used his greatsword to slash straight into the Goblin Leader's shoulder, creating a deep wound as blood splattered everywhere. Following that, his Demon Crusher skill was activated. The system notified. Demon Smasher skill, level 1, activated. The Goblin Leader is paralyzed for 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds? Let's add another 2. No sooner said than done, Shin Sangiun unleashed a flurry of strikes against the Goblin Leader. The system notified him. Field Effect activated. Paralysis duration extended by 2 seconds. Field Effect 2 activated. With a 90% chance to trigger, the system droned on. The paralysis continued. Shin Sangiun chuckled. Second time's the charm, huh? Not long after, Shin Sangiun finished off the Goblin Leader. The system chimed. Congratulations. You have cleared the Black Swamp Goblin Dungeon. You have leveled up. You have received the D rank title. Don't touch me. Title description. Luck plus 30. Evasion plus 10. Bonus effect. You may enhance a designated skill once. The increase is based on the coefficient designed for the player's system. Shin Sangiun let out a long sigh and slumped to the ground. He groaned. Finally, that's done. From taking care of those creeps earlier to clearing this entire dungeon, they say you should work hard while you're young, but man, I'm pushing my body way too hard. The system announced, the goddess of luck says, if your luck is this bad, it must be something far beyond simple misfortune. Sangiun remarked. At this point, you could call it a skill, couldn't you? The system replied, the goddess of luck says, luck is indeed a skill, and she is very satisfied to be accompanying you. Shin Sangiun murmured, you sure changed your tune quickly. The system continued. The goddess of luck says, in fact, everything might just be thanks to her. Shin Sangiun opened his personal status window and whispered, first things first, let's dump those points into luck. After doing so, he cheered, whoa, my luck stat is over 100. When a stat exceeds 100, an adjustment occurs, increasing related effects by 10%. For instance, evasion affects dodge rates, and luck affects item drop rates. As he said this, he looked toward the Goblin Leader's shield lying on the ground. Kunis Seal, Silver Grade Artifact, Secondary Equipment, Shield Type. Special Effect, Sacrifice, Defense Effect. Plus 21. A shield left behind by a Goblin Warrior named Kunis. It enhances power using mana and converts incoming damage into healing. However, the entire process consumes an equivalent amount of mana. Shin Sangiun smiled at the goddess of luck and said, well, it was a guaranteed drop thanks to the goddess, which means the luck stat definitely influences artifact drops, doesn't it? Next, he picked up the shield and used the Artifact Devour skill. The system notified him. Mana synchronization, complete with Kunis Seal. When the goddess of luck heard Shin Sangiun praising her, she happily flew over and rubbed her cheek against his. Shin Sangiun thought helplessly. One thing is for sure, this is even more annoying than back when I was an honors student. Success arrived. Several hours later, at the mission area near the Ramsul station. The guild employee looked at Shin Sangiun and spoke up. No way. Shin Sangiun tried to explain. I understand what you're trying to say, but I have my own reasons. The employee cut him off. I'm sorry, but can you reconsider? I'm about to lose my mind. I don't even know how many corpses I've seen this week. Shin Sangiun felt a bit frustrated and thought, everything can't go off the rails from here. Back to 2 hours ago on the Honam Expressway. While driving, Shin Sangiun happily mused. I was worried since it was a goblin shield. A simple meal with kimchi and white rice, the classic peninsula style. Thankfully, at least there's kimchi and rice. Suddenly, Shin Sangyun's car jolted and slowed down. Inside the car, Shin Sangiun looked at the dashboard and cried out, What the? Why are there a bunch of warning lights on? Is it finally time to change cars? Immediately after, Shin Sangiun thought to himself, No, moving to a new place is more important than a new car. The lower my player level, the more criminals will eye me. I can't live in constant vigilance forever. Moving to well-guarded areas like the player district will be more convenient. And if I consider artifacts, too, I should buy second-hand ones to make them easier to consume and absorb. Money. I need money, and I need a ton of it right now. There is only one place where I can earn that much. The system appeared. When the player era opened, quests appeared alongside it. An organization supervised all these quests. The Player Association. If it's a system monitored by the association, I can do this. He set his goal. Shin Sangiun continued driving the car forward and shouted, Here I come! Mission area! Back to the present. Shin Sangiun sighed and thought, But I'm getting blocked right at the entrance. Seriously? The employee spoke up. So, please enter a dungeon that matches your level. Why are you trying to enter a level 100 zone? Plus, you haven't even been ranked yet. Shin Sangiun replied. I swear I won't cause any trouble. Please trust me. I might only be level 17, but with my current skills, going into a low-level zone is just a waste of time. The employee pointed in one direction, crying as she said, Yesterday, someone said the exact same thing. Guess what happened to them? So, please go to the appropriate area. Shin Sangiun could understand why this employee was like this. Too many players overestimated themselves and ended up losing their lives. But at a time like this, he had to be thick-skinned. Thinking that, Sangyun was about to speak when, from behind him, a girl with purple hair walked up and asked, What's the matter? The employee replied, Oh, hello, it's nothing. Sangyun turned around, curious. The girl with purple hair smiled at him and said, Hello, and when Shin Sangyun saw the girl's face clearly, he was startled, thinking, Wait, God Archer Kim Miso? The first level 100-plus player to reach A-plus rank, along with the God Archer title. A rising star. But more than her skills, what makes her stand out is the fact that she is the daughter of Kim Juncheon, chairman of the Divine Saint Group. This means she's also known by her alias, Shadow Assassin, alongside Shin Terry, the nation's top assassin player, and Georgia, one of Korea's top swordsman players. She's the daughter of the company holding the most shares in the Eden Guild. You could call her the most privileged player in history. Kim Miso smiled and asked, This is our first time meeting, isn't it? I've been watching for a while. So why on earth are you trying to pick a level 100+ quest? Shin Sangyun replied, Because it pays well. Not far away, 3 players started whispering. Whoa, Kim Miso started the conversation. But what's with that guy's attitude? Is he crazy? Hey, forget it. She's about to say something to that level 17 loser. Hearing that, Shin Sangyun muttered to himself, I heard all of that, you jerks. Kim Miso spoke up. But this is an extremely difficult zone. Shin Sangyun sighed and said, Of course I know. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I'm definitely not doing this just because of personal feelings, he thought to himself. Although in his past life, he had once asked to join Kim Miso party and was even rejected, he was absolutely not doing this out of a grudge. Kim Miso asked, But you know that soloing a quest isn't allowed under the association's rules, right? Hearing that, Shin Sangjun was startled and thought, Come to think of it, the restriction on solo quests won't be lifted for another 4 years. He then sheepishly scratched his head and said, Haha, I guess I didn't read the details closely. In that case, I'll be going. The clerk breathed a sigh of relief as she saw him leave, while Kim Miso watched him go and asked with a smile, So, do you want to form a party with me? The 3 players from earlier gasped. Whoa, is she crazy? Why pick that guy? I could go too. So jealous. Shin Sangjun turned back and looked at Kim Miso seriously, asking, What are the conditions? He thought to himself, What is she plotting? Kim Miso laughed. Oh my. As expected, you don't believe this is just a favor, do you? Shin Sangiun laughed, haha. I tend to trust situations more than people. Kim Miso said, that's impressive, but there are no conditions. It's more of a promise. If your skills don't match your confidence, you'll have to pay the price. Of course, if it's the other way around, I'll sincerely apologize. Shin Sangyun heard that and suddenly smirked. Aha, so she's testing me right now. The influence of Kim Miso far exceeds that of just a famous player. The brand value of the outfits she wears is skyrocketing. One word from her and the news would be everywhere. The moment she labels someone as an arrogant player, their career is effectively over. Thinking of this, Sangjun stepped closer to Kim Miso and asked with a slight smile. Then, shall we go right now? At that moment, a single thought appeared in both their minds. This is going to be interesting. A few minutes earlier, Kim Miso was driven to the quest area by her chauffeur, who said, I'll wait here, miss. Do whatever you need to do. It might take a while. After saying that, Kim Miso went inside, thinking, all the guild members have schedule conflicts. How annoying. But I have no choice but to find a party member for myself. As soon as she entered, Kim Miso accidentally saw and heard the conversation between Sangyun and the clerk. Coincidentally, Kim Miso had a reason to go with Sangyun, the minimum party rules for the quest. For Kim Miso, it was also an annoying obstacle. Amidst all that, she suddenly discovered a confident player, a situation where no one knew what that player's capabilities were. It was quite an interesting situation for her. Back to the present. After confirming the party with Shin Sangyun, Kim Miso looked at the clerk and asked, by the way, what quest is Shin Sangyun planning to take? Oh, please wait a moment. With that, the clerk began searching. Very quickly, the clerk found it and displayed the defense quest in front of Kim Miso. Eliminate all monsters charging at the defense tower. If the core of the defense tower is destroyed, the mission fails. Monster type, wolf type. Quantity, 300 monsters. Level, 100. Recommended quest. Reward, 500 million won. Kim Miso frowned, thinking, the principle is that there must be at least one long-range damage dealer in a 4-person party, and he intends to do it alone? If we weren't here, he'd be dead already. This situation is quite difficult. I wonder how he'll handle it. Shin Sangyun suddenly asked, are you scared? Kim Miso laughed. What? Did I hear that right? Shin Sangyun said, oh, you went quiet all of a sudden, so I wondered if you were worried about something. If it's too much, we can recruit more people. Add a tanker, or another long-range damage dealer. Or, suddenly, Kim Miso grabbed Shin Sangyun's arm, stopping him from continuing, and smiled, no. Shin Sangyun is perfectly fine. At the same time, she hit confirm on the quest. The system announced, you will now be transported to the mission zone. A second later, a blinding flash of light erupted. When the light vanished, the figures of Shin Sangyun and Kim Miso were nowhere to be seen. The clerk muttered, because Kim Miso is with him. There shouldn't be any issues, right? It's best if nothing bad happens. No one knows what will happen. The 3 players from earlier started whispering again. That guy, do you think he'll actually succeed? No way. He's only level 17. How can he handle level 100 monsters? But would Kim Miso take him along for no reason? She's currently being hailed as the youngest A+ rank player. Do you think her judgment is that bad? Do you know about the ranking system that was recently revised by the Player Association? Huh? Oh, I know it was created because strength assessment based purely on player level is inaccurate. Right? That's right. There are 2 conditions for ranking. First is the number of dungeons cleared, and second is the overall assessment of a player's combat sense. But does that mean Kim Miso reached A+ rank just with her combat sense? I understand, but why A+ and not just A? That's naturally because there are monsters even scarier than her rank, right? But that doesn't matter right now. I guess so. He entered with Kim Miso. So jealous. Elsewhere, in the Night of the Wolf Pack defense mission zone, Kim Miso stood on high ground, looking down at Shin Sangyun, who stood alone in the middle of the bridge. She whispered, words come with responsibility. If things get dangerous, of course, I'll help. But I hope this experience makes him wake up. Recalling 30 minutes earlier, Kim Miso was surprised, looking at Shin Sangyun, asking, what did you say? Shin Sangyun replied, that's exactly what I mean. Don't interfere until I ask. If you focus on supporting, I'll give you 5%. Kim Miso said. No, so I didn't mishear. Sangyun said, right. Just stay back and support. Getting 5% is a steal, isn't it? Kim Miso asked, do you think I'm hesitating because of those terms? You absolutely cannot solve this alone. There are at least 300 of them. 300. Even if I were level 100 like you, I'd struggle. Leaving him to deal with it alone, Shin Sangiun smiled and said, "Just watch and see." Kim Miso fell silent for a few seconds, then sighed and replied, "Fine. But for every single monster you miss, that's 1% of the loot share gone. You miss 95 of them, and you get nothing. Understand?" Back in the present, a horde of monsters appeared from the opposite bridge, shrieking as they charged toward Shin Sangyun. "Too bad, that's not going to happen," he retorted, "because I'm not letting a single one slip by." With that, he took the initiative and charged into the swarm, taking out several monsters with a single swing of his blade. He smiled, adding, "For such ugly things, they sure do make a cute sound." High above, Kim Miso whispered to herself, "So, he's not just some cocky player. That last move was flawless. His stance perfectly utilized the reach of that greatsword. It was a perfect posture, just like that swordsman at my guild, Ji Min-ho, who always preached that offense and defense are one and the same. And most of all, he minimized all unnecessary movement while cutting down multiple enemies at once." Looking at the massive number of monsters below, Kim Miso thought, "But for all that confidence, there are just too many monsters. After all, a level 17 player shouldn't be able to handle an overwhelming force like that." She couldn't wrap her head around it. But very quickly, Kim Miso noticed something strange. The monsters were frozen in place. They couldn't move. She gasped, whispering, "No way. Is that? A stun effect?" But just a moment ago, no matter how she looked at it, it was definitely a stun, and she counted about 4 seconds. If it lasted 4 seconds, that's even better than Ji Min-ho. It meant he could leisurely apply status effects to the monsters and wipe them all out. What kind of monster is this guy? Below the bridge, Shin Sangiun was easily moving through and slaughtering the monsters, when he suddenly spotted a black wolf-type monster on the opposite side, its physique far superior to the others, charging forward with a roar. As it ran, it sent all the other monsters flying out of its way. Shin Sangiun didn't look scared. Instead, he bared his teeth in a grin. "Finally, you're here, a black wolf," he thought. "I didn't run into them often in my past life, but is this why it feels so familiar?" The system notification pinged. "The black wolf has inflicted a stun status effect." Shin Sangiun whispered, "A stun state, just like mine?" At the same time, high above, Kim Miso also received a notification. "Thanks to your artifact's effect, the stun status effect cannot be activated." Seeing this, she started, whispering, "Right. The black wolf uses stun too. I was so focused on watching him that I completely forgot. And here I was thinking about teaching him a lesson. How dangerous. If I'm being generous, I could accept that he has a way to trigger a stun, but the ability to negate it at such a low level is incredibly rare." Thinking this, Kim Miso prepped her equipment, ready to jump in and save Shin Sangyun. Below the bridge, Shin Sangjun used a recovery skill to clear the stun effect. High above, Kim Miso was about to attack, but she suddenly froze, her eyes wide as she watched Shin Sangjun moving perfectly normally. In disbelief, she muttered, "How is this even possible? A nearly perfect greatsword stance, an abnormally long stun duration, and on top of that, he can even cleanse status effects? A level 17 player?" Below the bridge, the black wolf saw Sangyun, still moving, and let out a surprised cry. "You think your prey can't move because of your stun? Well, I'm free to move as I please." That moment of panic sealed the outcome of the battle. Literally, a stun state without even needing a stun skill. As he spoke, Shin Sangyun dashed toward the black wolf, slid beneath its body, and raised his greatsword high. With one clean swipe, he carved a long gash across the wolf's belly. A moment later, Shin Sangyun emerged from beneath the black wolf's carcass and laughed. "Ugh, it got all over my clothes. I thought I could slip past it without a mess. Well, look at how this turned out. Should I stir up a little more trouble for fun?" High above, Kim Miso also laughed, looking delighted as she whispered, "What kind of monster is this guy?" The system notified. Defense mission. Monsters eliminated. 299 out of 300. Level up. D-rank title. Fearless has been awarded. Fearless D-rank title. Title effect. Grants complete resistance to status effects caused by the roars of wolf-type monsters. Shin Sangyun glanced up at Kim Miso high above. Those suspicious stares from before had disappeared. Now, they were completely focused on watching how he acted. Since there's an audience, a performer like me can't just take a break. I should wrap this up quickly, right? As he said that, Sangiun turned his gaze to the final monster, the final boss, the werewolf lord, and asked, "Are you ready, Grey Wolf?" The werewolf lord, furious, let out a massive roar and slammed an arm toward Sangiun. Shin Sangiun reacted instantly, leaping to the side of the bridge to dodge it. Your attacks are known for being notoriously unpredictable, right? But after 35 moves, all your movements have been analyzed. Wouldn't it be more accurate to call them predictable now? Sorry, but I know all your moves and skills already. With that, Shin Sangiun stomped the ground and darted toward the werewolf lord, slashing at its neck. However, he only left a shallow wound. It didn't affect the boss's actions at all, and it countered by targeting him with a roar skill. The system notification chimed. Due to the fearless title, you resisted the werewolf lord's fear skill. Shin Sangiun murmured, just as expected. Even with a boss over level 100, it's still pretty tough, even if I predicted its moves. High above, Kim Miso thought. No, this is completely insane, isn't it? There's more than one strange thing about this guy. Not only does he have that stun state, but he also has a way to counter the wolf's fear effect, and he swung that massive sword around like it was made of paper. Down below, the werewolf lord unleashed a flurry of attacks, striking with incredible speed and unpredictability at Shin Sangiun, but he dodged or parried every single one. Shin Sangiun glared at the werewolf lord and growled, I told you, I know everything about you. Everything. I spent my entire past life struggling to learn. Up above, Kim Miso was lost in her own thoughts. He wasn't just predicting the werewolf lord's moves, he was going toe-to-toe without backing down an inch. And the most ridiculous part? The way he was fighting, his entire attitude. It felt like he was just trying to show off for her. What kind of person is he? A moment later, the battle under the bridge continued. Shin Sangiun was now on the run, pursued by the werewolf lord, and he cursed under his breath. This fight is dragging on way longer than I planned. I tried to look cool in front of Kim Miso, but now I'm just wasting time with this boss. If everything had gone to plan, I should have been exhausted by now. Why do I still have this much energy? If I'm not careful, I might actually collapse before this wolf does. Shin Sangiun glanced back and saw the werewolf lord closing in fast, raising one arm high, preparing to slam it down. A feint. That's a heavy boss attack meant to create an opening for a follow-up. It's a trap. A direct, lethal strike. This is the werewolf lord's signature move. It's ended the lives of countless players. I've never actually used this strategy in combat, but sometimes you have to take a gamble. With a manic grin, Shin Sangiun planted his feet, spun around, and swung his blade with all his might. He severed the werewolf lord's right arm, but in the process, the monster's remaining arm drove straight into his gut. Up above, Kim Miso looked like she'd lost her soul. She dropped to her knees, eyes welling with tears, and whispered, Shin Sangiun. This is so stupid. I should have intervened to help him, even if he showed incredible skills. Just standing there and doing nothing is as good as being the one who killed him. I'm sorry, Shin Sangiun. Suddenly, a flash of green light erupted from below. What is that? Kim Miso whispered. She squinted, staring hard at the area under the bridge. Shin Sangiun received a system notification. The shield of Kunis has fully absorbed the damage and crumbled into dust, vanishing forever. The special effect Sacrifice has been activated. Sacrifice. Special effect activated. All damage dealt to the designated body part is converted into healing power. If the damage exceeds the player's maximum health, the player restores health equal to the value of the damage received. Back when Shin Sangiun had defeated the goblin leader and obtained the shield of Kunis, he had studied the sacrifice effect. The system had prompted, select a body part to apply sacrifice. Shin Sangiun had thought, a conditional healing skill? This will be incredibly useful after tanking a critical hit. I have to choose a body part to activate it? What is this? It breaks the body down into such specific parts. 16 total? That's too many. Usually, the back is the safest choice, but even the back is divided into 4 parts. This is so inefficient and risky because I can't predict where the damage will land. In that case, I should use this effect strategically to make it work. Back in the present, Shin Sangiun watched his stomach wound rapidly knit itself shut. His health bar was full again. He cheered. It worked. The system notified him. Due to the activation of the sacrifice effect, all of the player's vitality has been restored. Skill Demon Slaying level 1 activated. Shin Sangiun thought, if I had calculated even a little bit off, I would have died instantly. That was too close. And to think I managed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He walked over to the stunned werewolf lord, which couldn't move, and lifted his sword with a smirk. I don't know if I'm lucky or if you're just cursed. That right arm you used as bait to lure me into attacking has been cut off. Who would have thought you'd abandon your defense just to land a critical hit on me? Now, let's move on to the next test of combat, shall we? A moment later, Shin Sangiun stood beside the dying werewolf lord, who was kneeling on the ground. He exhaled in relief and whispered, "Finally." The demon-slaying effect only lasts for a short while, but it was enough to take you down. He turned around to see Kim Miso, who had climbed down. "You came down?" he asked with a smile. Kim Miso sighed and said, "If you have a healing skill, you should have told me beforehand. You almost gave me a heart attack. Seriously, have you been resurrected or something?" Hearing that, Shin Sangiun's heart skipped a beat. Kim Miso continued, "How do you know the werewolf lord's moves and skills so well? I've met plenty of swordsmen before, but I've never met anyone as mysterious as you." Shin Sangiun. It's almost like she stopped mid-sentence because she felt a dangerous aura radiating from him. Shin Sangiun grinned and asked, "Like what? What's wrong?" Kim Miso studied him closely, thinking, "What is this pressure?" Outwardly, she didn't show anything, and said, "No, it's just... You just remind me of a high-ranked player, that's all." Shin Sangiun hesitated for a second before reacting, thinking, "I thought you were going to ask how I managed to take down the boss." Right. A normal player wouldn't be able to act like this. Kim Miso looked at the werewolf lord and asked, "Anyway, are you planning on finishing it off?" Shin Sangiun looked over at the beast and smiled. "Almost forgot about you. I'll make this quick." A few minutes later, Shin Sangiun had finished off the werewolf lord. The system notified him, "You have received the C-rank title. Fighting to the last breath." Fighting to the last breath. C-rank description. When isolated with no allies within a 5-meter radius, fighting to the last breath is activated. Temporarily increases all stats by 20%. The effect disappears as soon as the isolation ends. Shin Sangiun smiled to himself. A special title for one-on-one combat, huh? All stats temporarily boosted by 20%, though the effect will vanish the moment the isolation ends. Shin Sangiun chuckled to himself. A special title, just for one-on-one combat, huh? And that's my first C-rank title, Kim Miso asked curiously. "You got a new title, didn't you?" Shin Sangiun looked at her and asked, "How did you know?" "What's wrong, Miso? Did you fight this boss before?" Kim Miso replied, "Well, yeah. Of course, I fought it alone back then." After a moment of silence, she continued lethargically, "There's nothing to be proud of, honestly. I only beat it thanks to my artifacts. I can't claim I defeated it with skill like you did." Shin Sangiun said, "Using artifacts is a player's skill, too." Kim Miso gave a reluctant smile and said, "Thanks for the compliment." In her heart, she added, "But the artifacts I own are worth over 200 billion won. Compared to a guy like him who uses a greatsword that's sold all over the place, I feel kind of embarrassed." Kim Miso spoke up again. "Besides, have you thought about testing the title's effect yet?" Shin Sangiun asked. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" "In my head, you had just imagined activating the fight until the last breath title. Seeing Kim Miso, you immediately waved your hand. You dismissed the thought and laughed. Ha ha. No way. There might be enemies here." Kim Miso smiled and said, "I'll head out first. You know, I have to contact the dungeon porters outside." Shin Sangiun thanked her. Internally, he thought, the quest rewards include monster-related items, so calling in porters to clean up is the obvious next step. I used to do this all the time in my past life. Shin Sangjundeling these tedious tasks makes me look more reliable in her eyes. Before she walked far, Kim Miso suddenly spoke up. "And I'll give up the 5% of the quest reward I mentioned earlier." Shin Sangiun exclaimed in surprise. "What? But that's a bit of a loss for you." Kim Miso turned back, waved her hand at Shin Sangiun, and said, "I'm fine. Don't get all worked up. We'll be seeing plenty of each other, so just think of it as my investment in you." Shin Sangiun understood. "All right then, I'll head out." After Kim Miso left, Shin Sangiun laughed to himself. "For real though, I can't let my guard down with her until the very end." Then, he snapped his head back to look at the glowing stone right behind him. He whispered, "All right, now, let's check out the reward I've been waiting for." Item information: Blue Moon Stone. Platinum grade item. Special equipment. Accessory type. Special effect: Wolf's Authority. Special effect: Vitality plus 100. Mana plus 100. Luck plus 50. A rare gemstone created by the faith of the Silver Wolf tribe who worship the Blue Moon. Shin Sangiun trembled with excitement. He caressed the Blue Moon stone, pressed it against his cheek, and shouted, "Finally!" It's a platinum-grade item. Platinum artifacts are worth at least 1 billion. Amazing. This thing is worth as much as an apartment in the capital. The system notified him. The goddess of luck asked, "Have you started believing in her influence yet?" She said it with a smile on her lips. Shin Sangiun glanced at the goddess of luck and spoke up. "What? That was your influence? That's mine." The system notified him. The owner of the cracked lips strongly objects to the bias in luck you are receiving, requesting to remove the goddess of luck from the player system. The goddess of luck suddenly suggested a vote for the constellations. Connecting to the player system, the vote is underway. Motion. Expel the owner of the cracked lips from the player system. Votes. 61 out of 100. Shin Sangiun saw the vote count rising rapidly. Finally, the system announced. The motion has been passed unanimously, and the owner of the cracked lips can no longer act as a constellation. Shin Sangiun laughed and said, "That got approved too?" he thought to himself. "And she's a famous constellation, at that." After that, Shin Sangjun looked at the blue moon stone in his hand and said, "First, since it's platinum grade, I can absorb about 40% of its power. The special effect is Wolf's Hour. Special effect always active. No cooldown. When the moon is visible in the dungeon, recovery speed increases 5 times. Regardless of whether the moon is present, wolf-type monsters all fall into a continuous state of fear towards the player owning the blue moon stone. Furthermore, if the moon is visible, wolf-type monsters will never attack. I guess I can become a monster even when there's no moon, right?" Having said that, Shin Sangyun immediately used the exclusive skill, Artifact Devour. The system notified him, absorbing the power of the blue moon stone. A moment later, Shin Sangjun returned to the quest hall area through the portal. As soon as he stepped out, he was surprised to see a crowd of people waiting ahead. The crowd saw him and whispered, "Is that Shin Sangjun? Did he really clear a level 100 quest all by himself? I think so." Kim Miso wouldn't lie about that. At this moment, Kim Miso approached and spoke up. "Don't worry about that. Who would be stupid enough to put a level 17 player into a level 100 quest?" Then, she looked at Shin Sangyun and smiled. "I'll stop them too. You did great." The employee suddenly called out, "Miss Kim Miso." Kim Miso looked at her and said with a smile, "You should remember Shin Sangyun's face. From now on, he's going to be a regular customer." Shin Sangjun also smiled as he looked at the employee and thought to himself, "Now that I think about it, I feel bad for the employees. They must be under a lot of pressure." Suddenly, several guild representatives rushed towards Shin Sangyun with business cards in hand, shouting, "Shin Sangyun, I'm Jun Juhan, captain of the Vanguard Guild. You seem to be an amazing player. What do you think about joining our guild? Our guild offers the best conditions for you." However, before they could even get close to Shin Sangyun, Kim Miso stood in front of them and said, "Sorry, but Shin Sangyun has a few matters to settle with me, so we'll be heading out first." The representatives shouted, "Huh? Wait, does that mean the Eden Guild?" Kim Miso glanced at Shin Sangyun, then smiled and nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Seeing her dangerous gaze, Shin Sangyun could only smile and say, "Ah, right, I guess so." He secretly thought that move had saved him from trouble, but what exactly was her plan? A moment later, inside Kim Miso car, Shin Sangyun sat there with a goofy grin, staring at his phone screen which displayed the number 500 million won. Kim Miso asked about the quest reward. "That was handled pretty quickly, right?" Shin Sangyun scratched his head and laughed. "That's definitely a speed I've never experienced before." "It's true. I'm quite satisfied with getting this kind of payout," Kim Miso said. "I called in some A-rank representatives, and they worked faster to resolve the issue. Here is your reward." "Thank you for helping me out," Kim Miso suddenly spoke up. The driver, understanding her cue, said, "I understand, Miss Miso." At the same time, the driver pressed a button to switch to privacy mode. Seeing this, Shin Sangyun looked at Kim Miso with caution. He gave a reluctant smile and said, "As expected, there's no such thing as kindness without a motive." Kim Miso laughed out loud. "I'm not very good at sweet-talking. Player Shin Sangyun, why don't you join my Eden Guild?" "Come, join our Eden Guild," Shin Sangyun replied with a smile. "You seem confident and prefer getting straight to the point rather than beating around the bush. Is there a reason why? We are called Eden, which means paradise for players. I don't think you'll regret it." Shin Sangjun fell into deep thought. It would be a lie to say he didn't foresee this situation. Before he was reborn, he was just a regular member of an ordinary guild. Back then, becoming part of something gave him a sense of security. It was a small guild, a gathering of powerless players with nowhere else to go. It was fun and comfortable, at least until that accident happened. And with how fast I'm growing now, it doesn't matter how good the facilities are. Still, having a big guild is a form of support. However, it would be restrictive right now. Fighting alone helps me grow faster. Thinking this, Shin Sangiun looked a bit confused and said, I'm sorry, but are you planning to start a one-man guild? Shin Sangiun was briefly surprised. Wow, you catch on fast. Well, I'm the daughter of a large conglomerate chairman, so considering your abilities, that's not hard to figure out. And the problem was, she was the only one who knew that truth. Even though she knew he was going to start a one-man guild, she still voiced her intention and showed interest, trying to create a relationship she could profit from later. Honestly, she was a skilled negotiator. Scene change, Player Street, District C, near Jamsil Station. As I mentioned, the deposit is 100 million won, and the rent is 5 million won per month. Shin Sangyun looked at the broker and replied with a smile. You say that price with such a smile that it makes me feel like it's not too bad. The broker covered her mouth and giggled. But you're still getting a good deal. This place usually has a lot of people waiting. Well then, I'll be off. Please contact me if there are any issues. With that, the broker left. I found a place quickly, just as expected, making everyone else on the waiting list have to work after me. Is this also thanks to the goddess of luck? Shin Sangyun stood by the window, watching the world outside. It had only been a short time, but so much had happened. The mysterious rebirth, the unusual changes. They all left me stunned. For many days, I just focused on trying to understand everything. Even if that information didn't help me during this time, I didn't know what to do to keep going in this situation. But soon, my mindset changed, and I would act differently. Yet, I had a feeling I had forgotten something, even though I hadn't done anything to change the situation yet. But right now, I can feel the hot blood flowing through my body. That is youth. Youth and the future are contained within these hands. Remembering the friends who sacrificed themselves in his past life, Shin Sangyun told himself he wouldn't just sit idly by. This time, I will live a different life, happier and stronger than before. I swear I won't live like a coward ever again. Besides, opportunities for my growth keep appearing. This is my luck, too. Shin Sangyun remembered the meeting from the other day. While Kim Miso was talking to him, she received a call from someone. Oh, yes, reporter Park Jong-min. What brings you here? You really do get the latest news fast. On the other end of the line, Park Jung-min laughed. That's right. I heard Miss Miso was with him in the mission area. Things are extremely chaotic here because of the news we just got, just like what you've heard. Out of all the players I've met recently, he really is a zombie. Hearing this, he whispered into the phone, I'm sorry, but could you speak quickly? People are staring at me too intensely. After the conversation ended, Kim Miso drove Shin Sangyun all the way home, but before leaving, she made an offer. We are preparing to explore an unidentified portal. We are creating a free roaming team to investigate it. It's limited to 4 members under level 120. Don't worry, it's not a guild mission. If you're interested, before Kim Miso could finish her sentence, Shin Sangjun immediately accepted. You refused the guild invitation instantly. But you're extremely interested in this quest? Shin Sangjun didn't answer, but deep down he thought, finally, I have a chance to enter a dungeon gate. Simply put, a dungeon is a fixed place. When you enter, the entrance and exit are set. The traps and monsters all act according to a certain routine. But a portal is a place that changes. While you are handling the situation, the entrances and exits move in real time. Sometimes even the monsters change according to the shift of that portal. But as usual, the higher the risk, the better the reward. That is an unwritten rule in the player's world. And if it's an unidentified portal, there is a system that rewards the person who completes the first clear, guaranteeing a high-grade item. Kim Miso must have gone through that before and obtained a high-grade item. An item that can bypass the hardness of the black wolf's fur that she possesses can only be obtained in portals like this. I will contact you as soon as I have more detailed information. We might have to communicate with each other a lot from now on. Here, please write your number down. With that, Kim Miso handed her phone to Shin Sangjun, accidentally revealing a screen with a memorial photo of someone and a note. Friday, 106, 8 o'clock to 10:30. Meeting with Mr. Gregory. Oh, I am truly sorry. What was I doing? I'm losing my mind. Kim Miso quickly pulled her phone back, staring at the photo with a subconscious smile. Returning to reality, Shin Sangjun recalled the photo and Kim Miso's unusual expression, thinking to himself, she seems to have a secret. It's hard to say. But honestly, what player doesn't have a secret? Even I have things I can't tell anyone. If they knew I had reincarnated, who knows what would happen? It would be a huge mess. Suddenly, Shin Sangyun thought of the constellation. the late-blooming model student. He didn't know where his old friend was or what she was doing now, but they had spent many years working together before. It was truly difficult to find her now. Elsewhere, in the VIP room of the Eden Guild. I think it's been a while since we had coffee together, hasn't it? Who are you waiting for, by the way? Why are you staring at your phone like that? Facing the man's question, Kim Miso sighed and replied, It's Shin Sangiun. We're preparing to explore a gate together. Oh, you've become that close already? It's not like that, Kim Miso denied. Isn't he the guy who can maintain his battle state longer than I can? He even coldly rejected my offer. I like him too, Kim Miso said with a laugh. You should start getting worried, Appa. Why me? His swordsmanship is quite high, just like yours, or maybe even better. Hearing that, Ji Min-ho burst into laughter. Are you saying that just because I was teasing you? He's skilled, but comparing his strength to mine is a bit much. A while later, Kim Miso called Shin Sangiun to talk about the gate. An unidentified gate had just appeared 500 meters northwest of Chunnu Station. We just conducted a preliminary investigation of the area, and I have some inside information. Having said that, Kim Miso sent Shin Sangiun a link containing documents about the gate. In it, there was an entry that caught Shin Sangyun's attention. 2 mid-tier bosses. The Hellhound Cerberus, said to be a canine-type monster. Wolf-type, estimated conquest difficulty, 100. Its main ability is biting and tearing, and it has multiple heads. What in the world is this? I just obtained that skill. I can't believe it's such a coincidence. Does Cerberus meet the skill's requirements? Shin Sangyun wondered. He read the skill information again. Moment of Dog and Wolf. Special effect. Always active, no cooldown. When the moon rises in the dungeon, recovery ability increases 5 times. Regardless of the moon phase, dog or wolf-type monsters will feel threatened by players carrying a blue moon stone. Furthermore, when the moon rises, dog or wolf-type monsters will never attack a player carrying a blue moon stone. Yes, I've just looked through it. Thanks for the heads up. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries and hung up. Who are you calling? And now what do we do? Shin Sangyun looked at Jun Da-kyung, who replied awkwardly, Sorry, boss. I'm just messing with you. You're a celebrity now, I get how you feel. Shin Sangyun shyly replied, Cut it out, boss. I'm no celebrity. I still have a lot to learn from you. Look at you talking like that. Haven't they called you yet? You're on the front page of the Players Daily, Jun Da-kyung said, holding up his phone to show Shin Sangyun an article with all sorts of headlines. Headlines like, A legendary rookie has emerged, or Player Shin Sangyun appears like a star. Shin Sangyun looked a bit annoyed. It wasn't that he didn't want to be in the news, but how could they publish an article without asking for permission? Seeing his unhappy expression, Jun Da-kyung teased, What's wrong? Did you get a call from your third cousin already? I don't think so, boss. Let's get to the main point. Right. This is what you need, right? Jun Da-kyung handed a bag to Shin Sangyun. Shin Sangyun looked at the items inside. He said appreciatively, Exactly. Thank you so much. Don't thank me. I'm not giving them to you for free, even if they are just my old stuff. But why do you need these? Wouldn't it be better to buy new gear? Maybe. But I want to inherit your determination and will. Shin Sangyun dodged the question. Why would I say that old artifacts have a higher absorption rate? Thinking that, Shin Sangyun gave a wry smile. You can call it superstition or whatever. Although Jun Da-kyung didn't believe it, he didn't ask further. Right then, a girl appeared. Shin Sangyun introduced her to Jun Da-kyung. This is the appraiser who will help make the transaction smoother. With her, you won't get ripped off. Cut it out, Shin Sangyun said helplessly. Immediately after, the girl began the appraisal process. A moment later, she said, I've finished the appraisal. The price you offered is quite fair. Jun Da-kyung glanced at Shin Sangyun. Are you planning to haggle? Of course not. Well then. Before the official sale, Jun Da-kyung suddenly drew his sword. He said with a serious expression, Could you take a look at my swordsmanship? Shin Sangyun quickly waved his hand. No, boss. I'm not qualified to judge. Don't pretend. I'm not stupid enough to not know you've become stronger than me, and I won't let my ego get in my way. Shin Sangyun intended to keep refusing, but seeing Jun Da-kyung's gloomy expression, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Finally, he agreed to the request. All right, give it your all, Shin Sangyun said, while reminding the appraiser, Please stand behind me. After preparing, Jun Da-kyung unleashed his power and swung his sword with all his might. Shin Sangyun carefully observed every gesture, silently evaluating him. Surprising, he's become much stronger since the last time I saw him. You can see he hasn't stopped training for a single second. Thinking that, Shin Sangyun told Jun Da-kyung to stop and asked one question. Is your left arm injured? Jun Dak-young looked at Shin Sangiun in surprise. How did you know? When you swung your sword with your right hand, your left side opened up too early. That shows you're a bit sensitive on your left side. Am I right? His eyes are sharp, Jun Dak-young thought as he frowned. Your left side opened up way too early. That just goes to show you're a bit sensitive on your left, aren't you? Am I right? He's got a sharp eye, Jun Dak-young thought, her face clouding over as she replied. Yeah, I did get a little banged up from using my own body to block those hits. I guess that's what happens when I rely on it for defense in almost every fight. I knew I was hurt, but I didn't know how to fix it. Shin Sangiun walked over and gently took hold of Jun Dak-young's sword-wielding hand. See? The injury is easier to heal than you'd think. Don't hide the side you're hurting on, you use that side the most when you're sword fighting. Changing everything from your grip to your rhythm isn't easy, but it'll help you a lot. Try holding it with this finger squeeze a bit tighter. And then came a conversation that looked pretty suspicious from the appraiser's perspective. Shin Sangiun, that hurts. Seriously. Haha, Shin Sangiun in there. Oh, it feels strange, but I think I feel better already, don't you? Let me keep going. Rotate your hand out here. Ugh, this is so hard to do. Come on, you can do it. The appraiser watched the two men, hand in hand, shoulders brushing, then looked at Jun Dak-young's flushed face and heavy breathing, feeling thoroughly bewildered. What are these idiots doing? What the hell am I even looking at? And after that, the appraiser's search history was flooded with things like, are they tops? Reporting to the Player Association. How does a man feel when holding a sword? Two men holding swords together. Homosexual love after appraisal. And purchasing gear. Jun Dak-young drove his white car speeding down the street. Inside, melodic music played, and he had a satisfied look on his face, even though he'd just spent over 400 million won. But it was still a good deal. The benefits he'd get from them would surely far outweigh the cost. Back then, Jun Dak-young even turned to thank Shin Sangiun. However, his expression now was a bit confused. Even though he seemed satisfied with the sword lesson, the appraiser had had such a strange look on her face when it ended. Maybe she was just tired? She had been blushing a bit, not daring to look them in the eye, and just said shortly, I understand. Shin Sangiun turned the steering wheel to the right, thinking, anyway, I just want to master this artifact quickly and see how much I can improve. How am I supposed to wait until the next gate appears? Maybe I should try calling Kim Miso? While lost in his thoughts, his eyes suddenly widened and he froze. The car screeched to a halt in the middle of the street as two men blocked his path. He leaned his head out the window and said, I'm sorry. Are you okay? You were in my blind spot. The tattooed guy spoke in a deep voice. So, you finally decided to show up? Huh? He stepped forward, tapped the roof of the car with his bag, and acted annoyed. His grumpy tone left Shin Sangiun confused. I'm getting sick of waiting for you. He shoved his big, round face right up to the window, his sharp eyes glaring as he demanded, What are you doing? Get out of the car, now. Shin Sangiun looked puzzled and just said, Huh? The blonde guy laughed, then mocked him. Typical. You idiots always react the same way. What? Did I hear that right? Before he could even process the shock, he felt something getting hot behind his back. The big guy was gathering a source of fire energy right in front of his chest. He spoke coldly. No need for more talk. Do you want to burn up inside this piece of trash car? Or are you coming out? At this, Shin Sangiun was startled and realized, I remember now. These guys are Choi Yong-jun and Choi Sung-ho from the Utopia Guild. Based on his memories of the past, they used to mock other weak hunters. He's literally pissing his pants. Haha, let's teach this dungeon newbie a proper lesson, especially. Choi Yong-jun only targeted those weaker than him. The clips he posted were all super arrogant. Things like, King of Gangnam talks to pretty girls. And Choi Sung-ho was his lackey, the guy who filmed his YouTube videos. He once had a clip with Lee Jung. All the newbies were stunned, wondering if Choi Yong-jun could handle it. He explored dungeons dressed as a newbie, and thanks to his extreme content with Lee Jung, he had a few subscribers. People even started watching his videos. But after he crossed the line, Choi Yong-jun ended up on the news with the headline, Famous player and YouTuber sent to prison. He got a life sentence, and most people forgot him. Back in reality, Shin Sangiun sighed, staying calm as Choi Sung-ho laughed and mocked him. Look at that, Choi Yong-jun. The kid isn't even moving, he thought to himself. In other words, both of these guys are human scum. Choi Yong-jun, with fire in his hand, smirked and said, Why does this kid piss me off so much? Choi Sung-ho, standing next to him, laughed along. I know, right? Of course they would. They were both members of the Utopia Guild. Shin Sangiun sighed again, gripping the sword in his hand. He had said he wanted to test his progress with his new artifacts, but why did these annoying brats have to be the ones to find him? Still, they weren't the kind of opponents Shin Sangiun wanted to use for testing. Seeing his expression, Choi Young-jun frowned and went, "Oh," acting surprised. Shin Sangiun stood before him with his sword in hand and asked coldly, "So, what now?" Choi Young-jun snapped his fingers and smiled. "What do you think? Let me calm down first. I'm the security force in this player-dense city. A lot of people have been complaining about you." His eyes looked at him with firm determination. "They said some jerk keeps driving a junk car around here." Then, Choi Young-jun kicked the car hard and shouted, "In other words, they're going crazy because they have to deal with your trashy car." This action officially succeeded in pissing Shin Sangiun off. He looked at the dent in the car door while the guy kept ranting. "So, do you get it now? Unless you want your car to rot away, pack your stuff and get lost. Got it?" Over on the side, a man looked over, wondering, "What's going on?" The other replied, "It's Choi Sung-ho and Choi Young-jun. Those jerks are acting like thugs again." The brown-haired young man's eyes went wide as if realizing something. "Wait, hold on." He looked towards Shin Sangiun, who was kneeling and placing his hand on the dent in the door, then blurted out, "Isn't that the guy who appeared in the Player magazine? He's the one who went to the mission area with Kim Miso, right?" His voice rose. "What's his name again?" "Shin Sangiun?" Lee Jung glanced over, curious. "Is he strong?" Choi Sung-ho pulled out his phone to check and replied, "I remember now. The kid who went to the mission area with Kim Miso. Rumor has it he completed a level 100 mission all by himself." Choi Young-jun looked skeptical. "By himself? But he looks weak." Choi Sung-ho laughed. "Hey, Choi Young-jun. Kim Miso went with him. You really think she'd let that newbie take all the glory for himself?" Then, they looked at each other and laughed loudly, praising each other. "I've got an idea for the title." "Alright, on to our next video." "I can't believe you're actually this good at this game," I said, even though Shin Sangiun was still just standing there, lost in thought. Choi Sung-ho pulled out his camera and signaled for me to teach this rookie, the one Kim Miso is backing, a lesson. As the camera started rolling, Choi Young-jun sat down next to him and said calmly, "Hey, Shin Sangiun, I'll show you a bit of mercy. How about this? Let's enter training mode and have a one-on-one duel. If I win, you have to leave the player town immediately. And of course, you'll be featured in our video." While Choi Sung-ho was still streaming live, the comments were flooding in. "Look guys, it really is Shin Sangiun." Even though he hadn't said a word yet, Young-jun kept pushing. "If you win, we'll stay as far away from you as possible." "Deal?" Shin Sangiun replied briefly. "Deal," he sneered. "Damn. You're really serious about this? That's our Shin Sangiun, a real man." "All right then." Enraged, he turned to face him and shouted, "If you add 500 million won to this bet, we have a deal. But if you're scared, get lost right now." Those words seemed to successfully provoke Choi Young-jun. His veins popped out right on the live stream, and he lowered his voice, looking over. "Huh? You little bastard." Suddenly, Choi Sung-ho called out, making him snap back, annoyed. "What, you brat? Don't you see I'm busy?" His expression shaking. He said to Choi Young-jun, "Look at this, the chat right now." On the screen, viewers were commenting non-stop. Some were even excited, saying, "This stream is going to be good," while he was staring blankly at what was behind him. Shin Sangiun kept pressing him. "Are you going to play, or are you scared?" As a YouTuber who loves to show off, he started calculating. If he did this, the video wouldn't be monetized because it would contain violent content. He focused his target on him and thought, maybe he should take this opportunity to blow off some steam. Shin Sangiun, with a confused look on his face, asked, "What's wrong?" A while later, at the plaza of Sea City, the player town, on the field stood the two rivals of the day, Shin Sangiun, the returner from the future, facing off against the YouTuber Choi Young-jun. A huge crowd gathered. Some were wondering, "What's going on? Is that really Shin Sangiun?" The guy in the blue shirt added, "They're just pulling the same old stunts again, always picking on newbies." While those two were chatting nonsense, "Do you live here? Why don't we? I have a boyfriend." The training mode was activated. Players Choi Young-jun and Shin Sangiun immediately received the protective shield effect. Choi Young-jun quickly summoned fire into his hands and said, "Just like you said, 500 million won on the line. And don't worry, I always keep my promises. Don't be scared." While he added, "Just don't come begging for your life later. If you want to leave, do it while you can." Outside, Choi Sung-ho set everything up. Training mode setup complete. "Players, please proceed with combat training." After finishing, Choi Sung-ho announced to Choi Young-jun that the training mode was ready. Choi Young-jun replied, "All right, got it." At the same time, Sangyun just let out a sigh to steady himself. Choi Young-jun confidently stared at the flame in his hand and declared, "Did you hear that? Let's begin. I don't have the habit of playing around." Suddenly, he shouted his name, Choi Young-jun, making him look up, stunned. Huh? From high above, silhouetted by the sun, Shin Sangiun raised his greatsword, preparing to strike down. At that exact moment, Choi Young-jun stood frozen, looking up, unable to react in time. He furrowed his brows, his eyes flashing as he declared, "I'm not playing around either. Even if you beg, I won't let you off the hook." Choi Young-jun. The scene shifted to a room where the TV was live streaming the duel. Miso, holding the remote, eyes wide with shock, stared at the screen and blurted out, "Shin Sangyun?" Miso was sitting on the sofa, watching the live stream, wondering what was happening. From the screen, Shin Sangyun's voice rang out, "And even if you beg, don't expect mercy." After the shock, her gaze became more focused on the battle. At the same time, she recognized the familiar face of that guy. Wait a minute. Isn't that Choi Young-jun from the Utopia Guild? He's a B-rank player, but very famous because his uncle is the guild master. Why is he with Shin Sangyun? Just then, a girl in a workout outfit walked out and looked at her, asking, "Miso, what's wrong?" She immediately turned to call out, "Sister, this person is a member of the Eden Guild. Shin Terry, level 700, an S-rank player, and a top-tier assassin." She, in her sexy outfit, continued to ask curiously, "Miso, why are you frowning?" Shin Terry looked at the screen as the sparring match was about to begin, then suddenly jumped, asking, "Is that him?" She walked up to the sofa and asked, "Isn't that the person you're trying to recruit?" Miso replied bluntly, "Yes, Sangyun, but I don't know why he's here." Shin Terry observed and smiled, evaluating his movements. His movements are sharp. Back to the match, Youngjun screamed in anger, "You dog," as Sangjun's sword swung down, creating a massive shockwave. With his experience as a B-rank player, he managed to jump back to dodge, not forgetting to call him a bastard. After that, Youngjun put his hand behind him, gathering fire and roaring, "You've really gone too far." With that, he swung his hand forward, throwing the fireball from his hand. It created a trail of light. On the other side, Shin Sangyun looked up to see the fireball closing in on him in the blink of an eye, still calm. His hand kept a firm grip on the greatsword as he quickly swung it to slash through the fire, neutralizing the threat. Shin Sangyun's quick and decisive action took Choi Young-jun by surprise. Not stopping there, he dashed forward, dragging his sword behind him, cutting the fireball in two. Those two trails of fire flew behind Shin Sangyun, causing a massive explosion. If that had been a normal newbie taking that hit, it definitely would have been life-threatening. Witnessing that, Choi Sung-ho, who was streaming live, couldn't help but exclaim, "What is that guy doing?" Below in the comments, someone asked when Choi Young-jun was finally going to get beaten up, while viewer Jiro Ramen asked in shock, "How is he doing that?" After neutralizing a powerful strike from a level 100 rank B player, Shin Sangyun slowly regained his composure. Lee Jung smiled, looking incredibly pumped. "Finally. Ever since I regressed, my body is finally moving exactly how I want it to." Recalling his conversation with Jun Da-kyung 3 hours ago, he spoke to the appraiser. "Thanks to you, we wrapped up that deal so quickly. You were great today." She blushed, waving her hands dismissively. "It wasn't just me. You two worked really hard too. Besides, I benefited from it too." Jun Da-kyung laughed loudly. "Days like this call for a drink. You should join us." The appraiser was excited. "Oh, really?" After selling the stash of antiques, he suggested to her, "We've got the money now, so eat whatever you want. Salmon? Steak?" Shin Sangyun quickly scratched his head and declined. "Sorry, I've got somewhere to be. You two go ahead." Hearing that, Jun Da-kyung shouted, "Hey, what's this?" Shin Sangyun, "Did we annoy you too much?" He just patted his head, making a polite excuse. "No, I really do have something to take care of," he tried to explain. "I've actually got plans. I'm really sorry." Hearing that, he calmed down and said, "I see. Well, can't be helped then." He turned to the appraiser. "Looks like it's just the two of us then." She was startled and blurted out, "What am I doing? Oh no, I forgot I have something important to take care of too." Meanwhile, Shin Sangyun looked at the pile of newly bought items in his bag and smiled with satisfaction. To him, right now, these were worth way more than any drink. After seeing Shin Sangyun firmly decline, the appraiser girl took off running. "Well, I'm heading out," leaving Jun Da-kyung caught off guard, scrambling to follow her. A short while later, at a park bench, He sat there with his bag of goods. Shin Sangiun sighed. It seemed like preparing to absorb this haul was making him a bit tense. Based on the absorption rate, the base stat absorption rate was at 10%. Using the artifact earlier had triggered an increase in the absorption rate, finally reaching 90%. Hearing this news from the goddess of luck, Shin Sangiun was stunned. 90%? The goddess of luck believed that all this joy he had was thanks to her fortune. Shin Sangiun smiled happily. Usually I'd only get about 10% due to my absorption limit. As expected, items used by an appraiser really are on a different level. He looked up at the goddess of luck and spoke up. Oh, there's something I wanted to ask you, goddess. You're very famous among the constellations, right? Shin Sangiun couldn't forget the constellation he had a contract with in his past life, so he asked, have you ever heard of the constellation? Named the successful late-blooming model student? Immediately, a flash of jealousy erupted. The goddess pointed at his nose. The goddess of luck was angry that he was paying attention to another constellation. Shin Sangiun waved his hands to explain. I was just asking. I didn't mean anything by it. He had been severely scolded for showing interest in other holy relics. His voice faltered, making the goddess pause. Shin Sangiun scratched his head, flustered. It's just that constellation means a lot to me. Afterward, he smiled and spoke sincerely. But I didn't think you'd get this angry, goddess. I'm sorry. Please just forget I said anything. The goddess of luck allowed herself to forgive him. The goddess of luck, because of her generosity, would find that constellation for him. Hearing this, Shin Sangiun was thrilled. Really? Thank you, goddess. Right after, he took out a ring and said, all right, in that case, now I can finally go all in on this. No sooner had he finished speaking, the ring emitted a blinding light. Mana began to synchronize with the 5 artifacts. Those artifacts slowly transformed into delicious food. From rice, crispy fried meat, to spicy stir-fried beef. Next was the nutritious mushroom meat porridge, followed by golden crispy fried chicken, and finally, the dish on the table was braised pork. Shin Sangiun looked at the 5 dishes, the pinnacle of humanity, and drooled. He smiled to himself. Even if these artifacts are surreal, I never thought a feast could look this tempting. I absolutely love it. Shin Sangiun looked down and muttered, artifacts with over 90% absorption rate. Once I'm done with these, who knows how strong I'll be? It's impossible to even guess. Back to reality. A notification popped up. True confrontation title activated. Isolating the player. Choi Yongjun has no allies. Detected within a 5-meter radius. The true confrontation instinct activated. He looked at him, his face cold. This feels cozy, doesn't it? Checking some info. Player named Shin Sangiun. Title: True Confrontation and 6 others. Constellation: Goddess of Luck. Unique skill: Gluttony. Number of artifacts consumed: 17. Right then, Choi Yongjun hung his head, hiding behind his cap, his body trembling. Taunting comments appeared. He was flustered. Then, the legend Choi Sungho. Is Choi Yongjun out of gas? Just as people thought he was terrified, suddenly, Choi Yongjun roared, "You dog!" and lunged at him. Meanwhile, Shin Sangiun stood there leaning on his sword, looking extremely relaxed. Watching the live stream, Miso looked worried and shouted, "Shin Sangjun!" TG, sitting next to her, said softly, "Don't worry." She just smiled with the eyes of a cold-blooded killer and the experience of a level 700 player. She was certain he'll dodge it. On the arena side, Shin Sangiun lunged forward, smiling and asking, "You didn't forget our deal, did you?" Over there, Choi Yongjun created 3 small fire rings around himself, ready to defend, while he lunged forward at blinding speed. Shin Sangiun yelled with excitement, "For 500 million! I'm taking that arm." Outside, Choi Sungho wore a mysterious smile along with a stimulating thought. "That's it. Come at me. Gotcha." Just then, Shin Sangjun froze. His foot had accidentally stepped on something, causing the ground to light up, simultaneously activating a movement restraint on him. Choi Yongjun, on the other side, finally broke into a twisted smile. "Looks like another one of your dirty tricks you prepped beforehand, huh?" He lunged fast in front of him, laughing deviously, and with a middle finger raised, declared, "I win, you idiot." Right at this moment, our guy was being restrained, right in the middle of a magic circle. Simultaneously, the training mode sent a notification. Conditions met. Player Shin Sangyun. Forced freezing skill has been activated. Immediately, starting from the ground, blocks of ice slowly appeared, engulfing his body, much to his astonishment. On this side, TG couldn't help but admire. So he can use magic other than fire? That's not too bad, is it? Miso suddenly let out a cryptic smile and said, "Big sis, don't be too surprised, okay?" She patted her chest, her voice full of confidence and pride. "That's Shin Sangiun. He can even use that to cancel status effects. Don't underestimate his judgment. Now, you'll see why I wanted to test him like this." Miso glanced at the monitor, adding a reminder to her colleague. "You'd better watch closely through the live stream." Right now, ice blocks had almost completely overtaken Shin Sangun's body. Only a tiny space remained right in front of him. At the same time, Miso's voice called out, bringing Shin Sangjun back to the arena. Choi Young-jun looked at the ice block in front of him, startled and confused. What the hell? Where did that bastard go? He looked around, sweating, wondering. The skill definitely activated. Unless he has a status effect nullifier? Otherwise, there's no way he could have escaped. While Choi Young-jun was still doubting, is he really a newbie? Shin Sangyun had somehow appeared behind him. Then he leaped down from above with his sword in hand, ready to strike. The greatsword slammed straight into Choi Young-jun's back, pinning his entire body to the ground. Everything around them shattered, but at the same time, something blocked the damage. A pained groan escaped Choi Young-jun's lips. Shin Sangjun realized he couldn't pierce through Choi Young-jun's body. He could only mutter in confusion, looking at an invisible barrier that was slowly appearing on the tip of his blade, stopping it from stabbing into the man's back. He said suspiciously, "So, the practice mode saved your life, huh? Preventing fatal damage thanks to practice mode." Watching that, Choi Sung-ho, standing on the sidelines, could only gasp his name. The audience was also extremely shocked. Viewers watching the stream kept commenting and marveling at Shin's abilities. Shin Sangyun. Some were skeptical. It looks like he just used status effect nullification. Others realized, but more importantly, it seemed. Shin Sangjun. He seems different from a moment ago. This remark made Choi Sung-ho jump, thinking, come to think of it, that bastard. His aura is completely different from before. Indeed, right now, as Shin Sangyun stood over Choi Young-jun with that sword, he radiated a powerful, deadly aura. Choi Sung-ho looked at his imposing figure and wondered, what kind of trick did he use? Over there, Shin Terry observed and concluded, it looks like some kind of awakening skill. Miso, hearing that, looked confused and asked back, awakening skill? Sangyun? Her colleague immediately replied, yeah. It seems like a branch of transcendence, or maybe illusion. Looking at those black pupils, it looks like it's an illusion. Her colleague added, as far as I know, taking damage with that skill causes severe exhaustion. Is he that confident that he can take them down without getting hit once? That's some serious confidence. Miso smiled bitterly and replied, no way, sis. That's impossible. He really is different, but he never used a skill like that when he was with me. And that skill is hard to activate too. Her colleague said in a low voice, then it's one of two things. Either he had no reason to activate it when with you, Miso added, or he didn't have it at all. From what she had heard and just witnessed firsthand on the TV, her colleague fell into deep thought and said, another possibility is that he found a way to acquire it in a short amount of time. Scene shift to an office somewhere. An appraiser was sitting at her desk with a file in her hands. She was busy reading something, her face showing signs of worry. She furrowed her brow and muttered, this is bad. She looked at the information and said, the artifact Shin Sangyun just bought. That item had to go through a hidden potential test. How? It says right there. She heard the bracelet was abandoned by the gods but required high luck to obtain. The detailed info in the file. Read. Equipment type. Bracelet. Chance of hidden skill. Only 0.02%. And the name of the hidden skill. Illusion. The appraiser pondered and judged. A hidden skill with such a low chance? No way. If he beat those odds, it's like he was chosen by the god of luck. And she couldn't have guessed that behind Shin Sangyun, the god of luck was indeed backing him. Hidden skill info. Enhanced awakening skill. Cooldown. 1 hour. Skill level. 1. Once activated, fully restores HP and enters awakening state for 100 seconds. Physical and mental abilities exceed limits, entering an almost berserk state. In the awakening state, decision-making, actions, and information processing become much faster than normal. When the illusion effect ends, the user will fall into extreme exhaustion for 10 minutes due to accumulated damage. Right at that moment, Shin Sangyun's eyes flashed with a deadly light. With a ferocious look, he gripped the greatsword and asked, so, what about the bet? Or should you turn off that practice mode and we try again? Choi Young-jun lay there helplessly, his teeth gritted, saliva dripping out, his brow furrowed, the rocks beneath his body shattered from the weight of the strike and his own mass. However, A B-rank player isn't a pushover. Choi Young-jun slammed his hand onto the ground, mana radiating, blinding him. He tried to struggle. The force of the push sent Sangiun flying up. His fat body also jumped to one side. Choi Young-jun thought, "Damn it, you son of a bitch. I let my guard down because I thought he was a newbie. I didn't expect him to be at this level. I have to get serious." Choi Young-jun clutched his painful shoulder, jumped back and calculated. "First I have to increase the distance. But wait, would that even work? Isn't this completely different from what that bastard?" Sung-ho said. Choi Young-jun gritted his teeth, blaming himself. "If I had known he was this strong, I wouldn't have started this war." He looked down at the lackey who was live streaming below. Even the audience had to use their hands to cover their faces from the dust. Choi Young-jun wondered, could it be that the bastard only knew how to spout nonsense? Meanwhile, Choi Sung-ho turned his face away, not paying much attention, avoiding his gaze, not making Choi Young-jun wait long. Sangjun, his face dark, lunged forward to attack and shouted, "Let's end this." He grabbed the man's face with his hand and tried to shout. Shin Sangiun pressed Choi Young-jun's head hard into the ground. The ground cracked beneath him as he declared, "It's game over." His voice turned icy cold. "Don't worry. Thanks to the training regimen, you'll avoid a fatal injury." Choi Young-jun started to sense that something was wrong. He immediately shrieked, "I forfeit! Wait! Stop! You win! Is that enough? I'll transfer 500 million won to you right now." Shin Sangiun smiled, his fist coiled with murderous intent. His other hand kept a tight grip on Choi Young-jun as he replied, "Good. The bet is over. Now, this is a personal vendetta." Hearing that, the guy yelled in confusion. "Vendetta? What revenge?" You son of a Shin Sangiun gritted his teeth, pure rage in his voice. "What revenge, you ask? Looking at the way your hands are trembling, and the fear in your eyes." Choi Young-jun's cowardice was on full display. Shin Sangiun explained to the guy, "Let me tell you why I started this whole thing right here." Flashback to 3 days ago. At the Lijiang Auto Center, the mechanic looked at his iPad and announced, "We're done with the repairs, but you'll probably have to scrap it soon." This left Shin Sangiun confused. "Scrap it? What do you mean?" The mechanic nodded. "Sign here." "Yeah, it's just too old." Shin Sangiun looked at him, completely bewildered. "No way." The mechanic added, "I know you're attached to it, but it's time to say goodbye." Shin Sangiun turned to look at his car. As the mechanic's voice echoed in his head, "It's taken you everywhere, all this time. I'm sure the car is happy too." Those words successfully triggered his imagination, picturing what the car wanted to say. "That's right, Shin Sangiun. I was so happy taking you everywhere, all this time." The car was stationary, but it had a message for him. "You have to live a happy life, okay? Back to the present." Shin Sangiun raised his fist high and roared, "This is revenge for my beloved piece of junk car." The bastard hadn't even been hit yet, but just seeing the rage on Shin Sangyun's face, Choi Young-jun was so terrified that tears streamed down his face. He wailed, "No, Mom, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The audience stood there, eyes wide with shock. They could barely believe what they were hearing and seeing. A guy in a blue shirt covered his face and gasped, "What the hell?" Shin Sangjun hesitated before landing the blow, the crowd's reaction causing him to pause. It seemed like he sensed something. It was a stark contrast. While he was overflowing with killing intent, Choi Young-jun was so scared he'd actually soiled himself. Countless comments flooded the livestream as they witnessed this. Many were left speechless. Others were disappointed. However, the guy's own fans scolded Shin Sangyun, saying he was taking the joke way too far. Choi Young-jun's hands trembled as he wept. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry." After today, he'd probably live a hermit's life for the rest of his days, and never dare to be a YouTuber again. The stench was so bad that the audience held their noses and gossiped. That smell. It's truly awful, right? He must have been so scared he crapped his pants. Choi Sung-ho's face went dark, showing signs of panic. He muttered to himself, "Damn it, what do I do now? Maybe I should just delete this YouTube channel. I messed with someone I never should have touched." Just then, a man approached him and asked, "Are you Choi Sung-ho?" He jumped and looked over, gasping, "Guildmaster? You." This man was Moon Baek-hyun, the district administrator for the Gangdong branch of the Utopia Guild. He stood there and asked, "You two have been causing all sorts of trouble here, haven't you?" His firm, serious gaze intimidated Choi Sung-ho, who immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, sir." Moon Baek-hyun noticed Shin Sangyun standing nearby and evaluated him. "Still, this situation is quite interesting. I heard he just awakened, yet he defeated Choi Young-jun. A veteran awakened. Let's see what kind of person he really is. Are you Shin Sangiun? The call from behind made him jump. Moon Baekhyun stepped forward and said, I've come here regarding the site cleanup and compensation for what you've had to endure. Do you have a moment to talk? Shin Sangiun asked bluntly. Would you mind identifying yourself and your guild? Taken aback by the bluntness, Moon Baekhyun felt slightly annoyed. He furrowed his brows and thought, what kind of arrogant attitude is that? No, wait. He began to reevaluate the situation. It's not arrogance. It's the calm of a player with a lot of experience. Someone who has walked through hell and come back. His skills and aura were far beyond those of his peers. Moon Baekhyun suddenly bowed his head and introduced himself. I am Moon Baekhyun, the Gangdong District Administrator for the Utopia Guild. My apologies for the late introduction. Shin Sangiun responded calmly. Oh, I see. Meanwhile, Moon Baekhyun thought to himself that his guild needed to recruit this guy at any cost. Moon Baekhyun puffed out his chest and declared, the Utopia Guild will cover the entire compensation for your damages. Shin Sangiun was startled and asked, what? For real? Losing a few resources is fine, as long as I show good faith and build a relationship with him, he thought. Shin Sangiun immediately held up his phone and gave a number. In that case, let's keep it simple. Transfer 20 billion won to me, please. Here is my account number. I feel this amount is quite reasonable, considering my emotional damages and everything else from this incident. Moon Baekhyun couldn't help but gasp. 20 billion? After a moment of thought, he tried to haggle. Isn't there any room for a discount? Or, how about I just leave that guy who's covered in crap for you to deal with however you want? The scene cut to a room somewhere. Outside, there was the sound of Shin Sangiun grumbling. Oh my god, when will they all leave? At the same time, someone screamed, it's Shin Sangiun. Outside the door, questions poured in. Mr. Shin Sangiun, has the Utopia Guild covered your damages yet? Still haven't made contact with Kim Miso? Are you absolutely sure you have no connection to the Eden Guild? Shin Sangiun lost his cool and shouted, for God's sake, do you guys want to stay here forever? He opened the door and continued, no, not at all. Please, just get out of here. People outside kept asking, are you on your way back from training? Behind the door, there were so many reporters pushing, microphones out to interview him. Mr. Shin Sangiun, the public has a right to know the truth about you. Please, just say something. Stop dodging the question and answer us directly. Is it true that you're dating Miss Kim Miso? Hearing this, Shin Sangiun sighed, glared at them, and said, right, the right to know about someone else's love life. Is that even a right? He walked inside. Taking off his jacket, he muttered to himself, I'm not tired enough yet, am I? Dating in my current situation? Seriously? Then, Shin Sangiun flashed a radiant smile. All right, time to get ready. Before him lay outfits neatly laid out, dress shirts and blazers. He grabbed his wallet and a sleek sword, far more refined than his usual greatsword. Remembering Miso's words, he reminded himself that today was a big day. Shin Sangiun, he said, slapping his own thigh. I still can't believe the dungeon raid Miso proposed is coming up so soon. It's been chaos all week. Now, I need to prepare for this event. Shin Sangiun smiled, hoping for the best possible outcome. I didn't think the gear I ordered would arrive this quickly. That's fast. His status window appeared. Strength 100, Stamina 109, Agility 33, Magic Power 71, Luck 167, Evasion 30, Defense 62, and I still have unallocated stat points, right? He chatted to himself excitedly. Not to mention, I leveled up after that last boss fight. My dual-wielding skill also leveled up. With the Overwhelming Influence title effect. That's about 2.6 seconds, right? If I stack that with the Beyond 5 seconds effect, depending on the opponent, I'll have a huge advantage. Devil's Strike, the passive skill that inflicts a stun effect. Cooldown per target, 15 seconds. Skill level 2. It stuns monsters or players for 2.4 seconds. Although, the duration and success rate depend on the target's resistance. Using dual swords, the basic passive skill, Swordsmanship, is at level 2, significantly increasing my adaptability with all types of swords, except daggers and long one-handed swords. Right after that, Shin Sangiun broke into a shameless grin. That's not all. Let's see what other results I've achieved. Let's see, shall we? He quickly tapped the notification panel on the screen. Superior Swordsmanship. Basic passive skill. Swordsmanship level 1. Improves proficiency with daggers and long one-handed swords. Full acceleration. Movement skill level 1. Accumulates massive power, then lunges to attack the opponent immediately. The longer you charge, the stronger the damage, and the farther the lunge. However, you can't move while charging. He exhaled, feeling confident. With this skill set, I can definitely conquer the dungeon. I've got secondary weapons and perfect mobility skills. Shin Sangiun suddenly fell deep into thought. In previous battles, I exposed so many weaknesses. I can't repeat those mistakes from the past. He recalled the fight against the Alpha Wolf, where Shin Sangiun had to take a huge gamble due to the limitations of his attack style and the sacrifice skill effect, just to win. The same went for the match against Choi Yongjun. Shin Sangiun fell into his trap easily because he lacked mobility, his face filled with worry. In other words, if my opponent had been just a little bit stronger, I would have died. Then, Shin Sangiun told himself, right now, I have to keep a clear head. At this pace, I need to train even harder. Otherwise, I'll just repeat the same failures as before. In his past life, the catastrophe of 2040 happened. Because of that, he promised himself this time he had to ensure the future would change. Shin Sangiun sat there, silent. He realized he couldn't lose everything like before. Shin Sangyun's face exuded determination, his gaze resolute as he reminded himself, this time, it has to be different. In this life, I must become much stronger. An image of the swordsman who saved him when he was a child at the orphanage appeared. Shin Sangiun realized his purpose for existing. Now, with that person as his role model, he had to be strong just like them. While reminiscing, his phone suddenly rang. He glanced down, picked up the phone, and said, "Hello?" The person on the other end introduced themselves. "Hello, Mr. Shin Sangiun. I'm the reporter, Park Jong-min." He explained the reason for his call. "I'm calling about the interview we mentioned before, today. I wanted to confirm you're still free." Hearing that, he felt a bit anxious and hurriedly asked, "Of course. It's still early, right?" Park Jong-min replied, "Exactly. See you at the cafe I sent you earlier, okay?" So much had happened that he'd completely forgotten about this. Shin Sangiun laughed bitterly, looking at his phone. The dungeon raid was at 7 in the evening, but the interview was at 2. He looked stunned, his expression blank as he realized it was now 1:45. The scene shifted outside the apartment hallway, where reporters were sitting, eating, and chatting happily. Seeing the door open, they immediately asked, "Mr. Shin Sangjun, you're here. Come on over. Tell us about your romance with Kim Miso." He stood at the door, his whole body emitting an eerie, mysterious aura. Seeing him like that, the people inside exclaimed, "Mr. Shin Sangyun?" He shouted, warning everyone to get out of the way immediately. Simultaneously, he activated a skill. His body was enhanced, his speed surged dramatically. It turns out it was just him, Shin Sangyun, in a rush to get to his interview. Scene shifts to the meeting spot. Park Jong-min was sitting there checking his phone, focused, when a waiter's voice caught his attention. "Welcome." Seeing him, Park Jong-min waved his hand. "Shin Sangjun, over here. I've already ordered coffee. You just need to take a seat." He looked at him, noticing he looked like he'd just come out of a battlefield, and asked with curiosity, "Why do you look so stressed out?" Shin Sangyun, with a blank expression, panted from exhaustion, trying to regain his composure before answering, "It's nothing." Park Jong-min asked bluntly, "Did you just come out of a dungeon?" He replied, No, not at all." In his head, he thought, running here was even more tiring than going through a dungeon. After sitting down, Shin Sangyun politely said, "Sorry I'm late." Jong-min smiled and replied, "It's all right. Anyway, I initially planned to interview you about your previous mission, but I have something much bigger for you today." Hearing that, he was a bit startled and asked, "Huh? What is it?" He continued to explain, "Shin Sangyun, you haven't thought about this, have you? It's taking the global player community by storm. People have always cared about player levels and considered it the metric for strength. But you're the exception, a low-level player who is incredibly powerful. Everyone is calling you the legendary rookie." He sipped his water, listening intently. Then, he put the cup down and brushed it off. "Come on now, I'm not that great." Park Jong-min continued, "Oh, and, do you realize that not only players, but many guilds are targeting you too?" Shin Sangjun thought to himself, "I've definitely been getting a lot of affectionate calls lately." The logo of the Eden Guild appeared in his mind. Shin Sangyun asked the reporter, "Are you talking about the hot news regarding the Utopia Guild, or other guilds?" "Wait," Park Jong-min interjected, answering bluntly, "No, I'm talking about foreign guilds as well." This info caught him off guard, letting out a stunned, "Huh?" The reporter continued, "This came out just this morning. I'm sure you haven't heard yet, but 5 foreign guilds filed an official request this morning to get info on you from the Korean Players Association." Park Jong-min raised a hand, pointing out, "Foreign guilds usually recruit high-level awakened, but I've never seen them take interest in a rookie like you. Still, you should be more careful from now on." These warnings left Shin Sangiun sitting there, deep in thought and feeling a bit uneasy. The reporter added that since so many people were dying to know who he was, the scene shifted to the portal area in a back alley. Near Chunui Station, Shin Sangiun walked in, his mind racing. Damn it, I was actually planning to start my own guild and conquer dungeons, all by myself. But foreign guilds? That sounds tempting. Their class is on another level, and the resources they have. Man, that's just too much. He sighed, reminiscing for a moment. Thinking back on how badly he was treated before, he thought, good grief, it still hurts to think about it. Just then, a voice called out, "Mr. Shin Sangyun." He turned to greet Kim Miso. She waved, saying, "Long time no see. Over here, this way." Miso added, "We still have a bit of time before the raid starts. Let me introduce you to someone." This caught him off guard. She had brought along her super-level sister. Standing at level 700, the assassin stood there with a friendly smile. Shin Sangjun was incredibly puzzled, wondering, who on earth is that? Miso had brought Terry to meet Shin Sangyun. The three of them stood under the streetlights. Miso then took the initiative and said to Shin Sangyun, "My sister has been dying to meet you, Mr. Shin Sangyun, so I brought her here before you enter the portal. Hope you don't mind." Hearing that, he just stayed silent, saying nothing at all. Miso continued introducing her sister. "This is my sister, Shin Terry. She's a member of the Eden Guild, just like me. If you want to sit and chat, there's a cafe nearby." Terry squinted, studying Sangyun intensely, then immediately stepped forward to shake his hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Shin Terry." Shin Sangjun replied politely. "I'm Shin Sangjun. Pleasure to meet you." He offered a shy smile, thinking to himself, even if Kim Miso hadn't introduced her, is there any player in Korea who doesn't know Shin Terry? A top-tier player known as the Shadow Assassin, her reputation had already spread far beyond Korea. She was basically one of the leaders of the Eden Guild. Her mere presence was enough to shift the guild rankings. Since his regression, he'd been meeting all sorts of heavy hitters. In my past life, man, my life was so miserable. Thinking about it, Shin Sangyun couldn't help but sigh. Shin Terry, noticing his expression, took the initiative to reach out, saying, "Mr. Shin Sangyun, could I ask you for a small favor?" Hearing her say that, Shin Sangyun looked blankly at her, his mind racing. A favor? Out of the blue? Wait, why would someone like Shin Terry need a favor from me? Hesitating a bit, he replied, "If it's something I can do." Before he could finish, Terry insisted, "It's nothing major." She held up a finger with a smile, then dropped the request. "Would you mind a quick sparring match with me?" Hearing this, Miso sighed and stepped up to ask her sister, "Sis, are you serious? We just met him." Hearing that, Terry just turned and replied calmly, "On the way here." She had already said. Terry recalled what happened while they were in the car, heading to meet Shin Sangyun. Miso had said, "That's why I said we should bring Mr. Shin Sangyun." Terry didn't pay attention. She just looked out the window and replied, "Since we're meeting him anyway, I want to test him a bit." Thinking her sister was just joking, Miso laughed and said, "What did you just say?" Shin Terry just casually recounted it and said, "See?" Miso immediately shouted, "When did you ever say that?" Miso grabbed her sister's arm to hold her back and turned to Sangjun with an awkward smile. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Shin Sangjun." Being held back like that, Shin Terry spoke up. "What is this kid doing?" Miso continued to explain to Shin Sangyun, "It's just her personality. She loves to joke." In this situation, Shin Sangyun stepped up and said, "It's all right." Hearing that, Miso looked at him apologetically and said, "I'm sorry." Shin Sangyun seemed excited. He reached back and drew the sword from his back, saying, "Let's do it right here, shall we?" Seeing this, Miso exclaimed, "Mr. Shin Sangyun." Shin Sangyun then told the two sisters, "It's not every day I get to train with one of Korea's top players. For me, this is nothing short of an honor." Shin Terry smiled slightly. Miso still wanted to stop her sister, but hearing Sangyun say that, Terry spoke up. "Looks like Miso really knows how to pick 'em. I apologize for the blunt approach. How about we spar for 5 moves? Let me know when you're ready." As soon as she finished, Terry channeled her power and drew her weapon. Shin Sangyun looked down at her hands. He frowned, cold sweat breaking out, thinking he didn't stand a chance. But this was an opportunity. Sangyun wouldn't give up. He just smiled dryly and replied, "Ready." In his mind, he was thinking this was a chance to see how far he had come and what he was still lacking. But she had only just gripped her weapon, and suddenly, her aura felt completely different from a moment ago. A surge of power, incredibly oppressive to her opponent, now enveloped Shin Terry. He turned to look at the sword in his own hand. Shin Sangiun tightened his grip, thinking, "This is no joke this time." A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and he excitedly said, "I'm ready." His system immediately notified him. Illusion skill activated. Shin Sangiun thought to himself that he would go all out from the start. Miso stood outside watching the two of them. She felt dizzy, sweat pouring down, screaming in her head. "What is happening? Mr. Shin Sangiun, my sister, he can't keep up at all." Shin Terry gently gathered momentum, jumped up, and said, "All right, here comes the first move." Instantly, she vanished. Only a hazy, blurred vortex remained. Seeing this, Shin Sangiun was stunned. He hadn't adapted fast enough and frowned, observing. But then, he seemed to realize something, and immediately backed away, thinking, "Damn it, I'm such an idiot. With my current physical stats, you realized too late, and your reaction was far too slow." But before you could even blink, Terry suddenly appeared, swinging both swords in her hands. She struck straight at Shin Sangiun blade with immense power. As the swords clashed, sparks flew instantly. Shin Sangiun gritted his teeth hard. He struggled to hold off her attack, thinking to himself that he had to predict and react to her moves before she made them. Seeing that Shin Sangiun was actually able to block her strike, Terry looked intrigued and smirked. Shin Sangiun then shoved Terry, who was standing on his blade, away. As Terry was knocked back through the air, she chirped happily, "Your movements are pretty good. Should I dial it up for the next few moves? Only 4 left." No sooner had she said that, than the speed and power of Shin Terry techniques increased. She moved so fast that even Shin Sangjun couldn't track her movements. He stood there, frowning as he watched, thinking, as expected, her movements are like a monster's, and she's even faster now. As he pondered this, he suddenly closed his eyes. He imagined a blindfold covering his vision, thinking to himself, just like back then. With my sight completely blocked, I have to read her entirely through my senses. Of course, this time it was 10 times harder. Shin Sangyun began to feel everything through his hearing and his other senses. Miso, seeing him stand perfectly still, was shocked, and stood there with her mouth agape, confused by his actions. Watching from the sidelines, she thought, he's closing his eyes in this situation? Even for Shin Sangyun, Miso could only mutter 2 words. He's crazy. She watched as Shin Sangyun entered a transformation state. His hair turned from black to white. Miso thought to herself, that's just too reckless. Shin Sangyun kept his eyes closed, feeling the aura right in front of him. In that moment, he realized that it was exactly as he had predicted. Just as Shin Terry swung her sword to strike, Shin Sangyun leaned backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. He used the sword in his hand to block the other sword in Shin Terry grip. Seeing that he could pinpoint her despite being blindfolded, Shin Terry offered a compliment. Your focus is truly impressive. I didn't expect you to block the follow-up attack, too. Most swordsmen can't reach that level of focus. She flashed a smile, her eyes scanning Shin Sangyun with intrigue. Shin Terry then commented that talent was secondary, and experience was what mattered most. Hearing that, he paused for a second and thought, her eye for detail is sharp. Terry stepped back and continued, you're like a seasoned veteran. Shin Sangyun replied modestly, you're too kind. Shin Terry then told him, 3 moves left. Suddenly, Shin Sangyun spoke up. May I ask for one thing before we continue? Hearing this, Shin Terry seemed curious and immediately replied to Shin Sangyun, sure, go ahead. Seeing he had her consent, he made his request. Thank you. Instead of 3 separate moves, could you just give me everything you've got in one shot? Hearing that, Shin Terry was stunned. Thinking she had misheard him, she asked, what did you say? Shin Sangyun replied, I know it sounds arrogant, but I don't think I can let this opportunity go to waste. Please, just once, give me your all. He shifted into his dark state, his eyes turning completely black. Although Shin Sangjun felt it was a bit abrupt to ask for such a thing, he thought to himself, I've already said it. If I can't get her to go all out, I won't be able to grow any further from here. Knowing that Shin Sangyun had provoked Terry, Miso cried out from the sidelines, Sister Terry, please, listen to me. But Terry didn't respond. She simply spun the sword in her hand, smiled, and replied, fine. Miso watched in worry, calling out loudly, please, listen to me. Shin Terry then spoke to Shin Sangyun first. But I can't go 100% serious. I'm not even activating training mode. I can only show you a simple, maximum speed dash. The technique is too hard to control properly. I can't use it on others. Hearing this, Shin Sangyun gratefully replied, that is more than enough. He thought to himself, If it's a maximum speed dash from Shin Terry, the fact that she's even taking me this seriously is already a victory. Suddenly, Shin Terry crouched down on the ground, preparing to launch herself. Shin Sangiun watched her stance, still thinking, I'll treat this as a real battle, because if I fail for even a second. Shin Terry's speed instantly exploded. She shouted, Here I come. Shin Sangiun was still thinking, if I mess up, I'm dead. Shin Terry's speed was truly immense, and the pressure she radiated was overwhelming. Sangjun frowned tightly, raising the sword in his hand, thinking, there's no time to sense her, I have to go all out and prepare. At that moment, the glass doors around them couldn't withstand the force Shin Terry brought with her. They all shattered from the immense pressure. Glass shards flew everywhere, but Shin Sangyun didn't notice. He was focused on one thing. Instead of swinging his sword before his opponent arrived, he couldn't see Terry anymore. He only heard a loud boom. In his mind, Shin Sangyun stayed focused, thinking, I have to move as if I'm already there. Right at that moment, Shin Sangyun swung his sword down. At the same time, Terry was extremely close. She felt the sword in Shin Sangyun's hand, swinging right in front of her. She paused for a split second and let out a soft cry. Immediately after, Shin Terry quickly regained her composure. She activated her skill, and the system sent a notification. After image skill activated. Shin Terry moved right behind Shin Sangyun. He couldn't react in time because she was so fast. He turned around, frowned, and said, What the? But as he turned, Terry's elbow struck him square in the face. Shin Sangyun cried out in pain. She felt a little sheepish. Immediately after, Shin Terry stopped and asked, Shin Sangyun, are you okay? Miso was also worried and called out, Shin Sangyun. Shin Sangyun hunched over after the hit, simply replying, I'm fine. While thinking to himself, she said she wouldn't use any skills. Shin Sangyun clutched his face in agony. The dizziness hadn't faded yet. My nose. Did she break my nose? While he was struggling, not knowing what to do, Shin Sangyun looked up to see a hand extended toward him. Terry offered a gentle, apologetic smile. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to use my skill on you. It was just instinct. Are you all right? Shin Sangyun reached out and grabbed Shin Terry's open hand to pull himself up. He gave a strained smile. I'll be fine. Thank you for taking this seriously. Shin Terry chuckled softly. I enjoyed it too. After helping Shin Sangyun to his feet, she leaned in closer and whispered, Just next time, she said with a radiant smile. It would be better if we had a more serious conversation. Shin Sangyun reached out and took Shin Terry's hand. Anytime, she replied excitedly. Really? Then I'll call you later. Miso, who had been watching the whole time, looked displeased and stepped forward to brush Shin Terry's hand away. Hey, isn't it almost time for our raid? She paused for a moment, a vein throbbing on her forehead. Miso gritted her teeth, leaned into Shin Terry's face, and hissed, You need to write down everything that happened today and send in a report. Do you realize you could have created a situation that was incredibly dangerous? Shin Terry stammered, I'm sorry. She stepped away, waving her hand before leaving. All right then. Miso, good luck with the raid, and give me a call when you're done, okay? Miso watched her go. Be careful, sis. Shin Sangyun sighed, thinking to himself, whether I like it or not, this is my first defeat since I was resurrected. If Shin Terry had used her full power from the start, I wouldn't have stood a chance. He watched Shin Terry back as she walked away. Even though it was an unexpected encounter, I now have another goal to surpass. Suddenly, Shin Terry's footsteps slowed. She slowly turned her head back toward Shin Sangyun. Shin Sangyun was startled to see Terry. Give him a sharp look and a smirk. His heart raced even more. Trying to do things your way, or something like that. Huh? After seeing Terry off, Shin Sangyun and Miso headed to the unknown gate, number 727. Miso excitedly clapped her hands together. All right, so, why don't we start with a quick introduction? These are the people joining our team. She gestured toward the two standing in front of the gate. Hello. Nice to meet you. Shin Sangyun stepped forward to introduce himself. I'm Shin Sangyun. It's an honor to be in the presence of such skilled players. The man standing opposite him replied, Don't say that. We came here suddenly, just to see the face of the mysterious man who appeared on the news. Everything about you is amazing. He placed his right hand on his chest and spoke confidently. My name is Park Taesok. I am a mage player specializing in fire-based skills. Park Taesok, level 120, rank A mage. Shin Sangyun looked at him in surprise. Fire skills? You mean like magic tricks? Park Taesok gave a slight nod. Exactly. In the same league as Choi Young-jun, whom you met recently. Just as he finished speaking, Park Tae-seok suddenly flashed a meaningful grin. He held out his hand. A blue flame erupted in the middle of the night. Because I've spent most of my time as a player focusing on summoning fire, my flames are much stronger than his. Park Tae-seok pulled back the flame, his eyes half closed. But I'm still only at the blue flame level. I still have a long way to go. Shin Sangiun narrowed his eyes at him. No, you're actually quite reliable, Shin Sangiun thought to himself. He had made the right decision. Until one can reach a certain level, focusing on one thing is the right move. He suddenly remembered the previous battles. The reason it was easy to handle Choi Yong-jun was that instead of focusing on one specific skill, he had invested his time in all different areas. In other words, a jack of all trades is a master of none. Miso spoke up. She pointed at the other person and introduced her. And this is Kang Ju-hee, a space-type user, a mage specializing in spatial connection skills. Kang Ju-hee bashfully turned her face away. What she said is true. Kang Ju-hee, level 110, rank A mage, she said softly as she opened both palms. Since Park Tae-seok showed everyone his skills, Kim Miso shouted. Kang Ju-hee, wait, Miso yelled. Kang Ju-hee, I told you not to do that. Kang Ju-hee awkwardly replied, I'm sorry. Sang-eun struggled to open his eyes to look. What is this wind? This is different from what a spatial user could normally do. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was startled by the sight of another dimension opening right in front of him. Kang Ju-hee quickly retracted the magic, her forehead beaded with sweat. Anyway, this is my ability. She bowed deeply to Shin Sangiun. It's a pleasure to meet you. Shin Sangiun nervously helped Kang Ju-hee up. Please, stop doing that. I hope we can work well together. A sense of relief rose in Shin Sang-eun's heart. I know I can trust her. She perfectly completes this combination. He imagined the scene of them fighting together. Me as a close-range swordsman, with Kim Miso at long range, Park Tae-seok will handle the firepower we need, and Kang Ju-hee will help us escape when necessary. Ignoring the fact that we don't have a healer, this is still a perfect team. Shin Sang-eun looked toward the other three, and most importantly, they get along very well. I can see that. This isn't their first time working together. Things like this are most essential, especially when it comes to matters of survival. Meanwhile, the other three were chatting animatedly about the bee situation they were talking about. We can use it in the next wave. After that, I can. This scene couldn't help but remind Shin Sang-eun of his past. Back then, I'll use my sword too. What are you saying, you coward? Again? Shin Sang-eun. The familiar image made a strange mix of emotions well up in Shin Sang-eun, both nostalgic and bittersweet. Miso saw him quiet all this time and stepped forward to ask, Shin Sang-eun, are you all right? Seeing Shin Sang-eun not saying anything, Miso asked again, are you hurt from fighting my sister? Shin Sang-eun closed his eyes and grinned. I'm fine. I was just thinking about something, he whispered to himself. We can worry about that later. Shin Sang-eun walked straight toward the gate. Why don't we head in? In his heart, he reminded himself that instead of looking at the past, he should look toward the future. As all four of them stepped into the gate, on the other side appeared a landscape of endless, jagged, snow-covered mountains. The unknown gate, the frozen hell. The four of them just kept walking. Despite the bone-chilling cold, Shin Sangiun was the first to speak up. Hey Park Tae-seok, thanks man. Park Tae-seok turned his head to look at him, and Shin Sangiun continued. If it wasn't for your flame, we would have all frozen solid by now. His entire body was enveloped in a fiery light, the blessing of fire skill. Those who receive that blessing gain massive resistance to the cold. Miso and Kang Ju-hee looked over at Park Tae-seok as well. I know the weather isn't like it was the last time we came. Thanks, Park Tae-seok. Everything's going smoothly, so thanks. After a moment, Miso turned to Shin Sangiun, looking curious. Hey, Shin Sangiun. It seems like you've got another weapon besides that longsword, right? Why didn't you use it last time? Shin Sangiun gave a slight nod. I figured it would be necessary for situations where the battle requires more heavy maneuvering. I only got it recently. Miso's voice perked up with excitement. Oh my god, so you can use different types of weapons? Most swordsmen can only focus on one thing. Shin Sangiun gave a wry smile, stuttering. I've been practicing a lot, he thought to himself. It's so hard to come up with excuses on the fly. This is the only downside to this rare skill. Miso shouted forward. Up ahead, Kang Ju-hee. Kang Ju-hee whipped her head around. Huh? She saw a giant roaring out of nowhere behind Shin Sangiun and Miso. Shin Sangiun and Miso already had their weapons ready. Miso yelled, Plan C. Execute it! Kang Ju-hee immediately lunged toward them, forming a magic sphere between her hands. All right, At the same time, the giant let out a furious roar. It swung its club over its shoulder and slammed it straight into the ground. The force was so massive it created a tremor. Shin Sangiun and Miso had already cleared the area. They jumped and circled behind the giant. Miso drew her bow, waiting for the signal. Shin Sangiun replied with a grin. If that's the only problem. He lunged straight at the giant, shouting to Miso behind him. Watch my back! The giant, seeing no one was injured by its attack, spun around instantly. Shin Sangiun, who was rushing in, faltered slightly. He hadn't expected the giant to react that quickly. The giant let out an ear-piercing scream, preparing to swing its weapon toward Shin Sangiun and Miso. Miso pulled back her bow, aiming at the ground. Park Tae-sok, under there! A fireball was already resting in Park Tae-sok's palm. He replied, got it. Receiving the signal from Park Tae-sok, Miso released her grip, and the arrow she'd been aiming shot forward like a bolt. Shin Sangiun, having composed himself, tightened his grip on his sword and dashed quickly, following the path of her arrow. The giant was only a short distance away, baring its teeth with a twisted look of satisfaction. Miso's arrow hit the giant, creating a screen of smoke that blinded it. Shin Sangiun took the opportunity to zip past it and slash, making the giant howl in pain. Shin Sangiun landed on the ground gracefully, his blade dragging across the ice. In the blink of an eye, the giant's entire body shattered into pieces, blood splattering everywhere, creating a truly grotesque scene. Shin Sangiun didn't look back at the corpse. He looked forward, calling out in a firm, steady voice, Kang Ju-hee. Kang Ju-hee was right in front of him. She nodded, the orb in her hands growing larger. Yes, I understand, but before she could do anything, the giant, even after being slashed, tried its best to look toward Shin Sangiun. It let out an ear-piercing roar and used its massive hand to aim straight at Shin Sangiun, smashing down. Shin Sangiun glanced at it for a brief second. He didn't move an inch. The giant slammed its hand into the ice, shattering the frozen ground and sending shards flying. When the giant looked down, Shin Sangiun wasn't there, only his sword remained. The giant's face darkened, and a confused gurgle escaped its throat. It didn't understand what happened. Shin Sangiun appeared out of nowhere behind it. His voice made the giant shudder. What? Thought you had me? After finally re-identifying its target behind it, the giant quickly turned around. Park Tae-sok called out instructions to Kang Ju-hee, who was standing nearby. Kang Ju-hee prepared to follow up with the next attack. She nodded. Understood. The giant had only turned halfway before it froze in place. The Devil Crusher skill level 2 had been activated. Seeing his move had succeeded, Shin Sangiun flashed a refreshed, toothy grin. He didn't hesitate, swinging his massive sword horizontally across the giant's face, severing its head clean off. Park Tae-sok and Kang Ju-hee, who were waiting to support Shin Sangiun, stood frozen for a few seconds. Both of them stared at him wide-eyed, shocked and confused, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened. Shin Sangiun landed on the ground just as the giant's head hit the floor. That took quite a bit of effort. As he was feeling triumphant, Shin Sangiun stiffened when he heard a quiet question. What just happened? Park Tae-sok said, looking bewildered. The original plan wasn't to kill it in one hit. Shin Sangiun walked over to the two of them. Ah, I see. My sincere apologies. Park Tae-sok waved his hands, stammering, No, don't apologize. That was incredible. Miso walked over from somewhere else. I told you, didn't I? Shin Sangiun turned to look at her, as Miso continued. At first, my reaction was just like that, maybe even more. And you weren't even using your full strength, right, Shin Sangiun? Shin Sangiun offered an awkward smile, feeling a bit embarrassed inside. Saying that just makes me feel like I have to show off even more. Why are you putting me in the spotlight like this? He glanced at Miso, then toward the other two. Regardless, the three of them were laughing, talking, and checking on each other. Shin Sangiun nodded to himself. First time working together and we're already this in sync, so this is what the player experience is like? Promising. He hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, looked at them, and said, Well then, let's start round 2. Following Shin Sangiun's words, the group looked toward the 10 giants advancing toward them. Who knows how much time had passed, but the entire horde of giants had been defeated, their blood staining the white snow deep red. Park Tae-sok's eyes sparkled as he shouted with excitement. Seriously? You're the best. You're the best swordsman I've ever worked with. Shin Sangiun replied shyly. Thanks. Miso, walking behind, couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you're embarrassed, just suck it up. Shin Sangiun. She covered her mouth with her hand, giggling. Park Tae-sok couldn't use his fire skills as he wanted, but meeting you made him use them more freely and powerfully. But her words only made Shin Sangiun feel more anxious. For a mage, if there isn't a reliable swordsman, you have to rely on support magic, and it's hard to attack the enemy. He glanced at the sparkling look in Park Tae-sok's eyes behind him and shuddered. But this, you're really putting too much pressure on my shoulders. Miso ran quickly over to him. Oh, and by the way, Shin Sangiun, what was that skill earlier? Park Tae-sok also chimed in. Shin Sangiun, please join our next hunt. Miso let out a sigh, a faint look of pride crossing her face. Honestly, I thought I'd be used to it by now, but you still managed to surprise me. Back when they were fighting the giants, a massive explosion rang out through the forest. All four of them were busy battling the ferocious giants, not noticing it at first. A moment later, Miso was the first to sense something wrong. A tremor was approaching, caused by a monster even more vicious than the rest. The giants were frantically rushing toward them. Miso shouted a warning to the team. There's an armored orc monster ahead. Hearing this, Park Tae-sok backed up to cover her. What should we do? This isn't the time for chatting. Miso nodded in agreement. Right. We need to focus all our strength on it. Miso looked at the orc anxiously, trying to plan how to create some distance first. A voice cut in. Kang Juhei, it's Shin Sangiun. When did you get so close? Can you open a portal to it? Right in front of me? Miso frowned, shouting urgently, Shin Sangiun, that monster's defense is way too high. She suddenly froze when she saw the cold, sharp look on Shin Sangiun's face. Shin Sangiun was preparing something. In times like these, trust him once. Hope this works. Thinking that, Miso called out, Kang Juhei, do as Shin Sangiun says. Kang Juhei obeyed immediately. Okay, the portal is open. Without wasting a single second, Shin Sangiun lunged straight into the portal Kang Juhei had just opened. He gripped his sword and shot forward at the speed of light with full force. Skill activated. Dash. Skill level 1. Full charge. It was a surge of power before lunging forward to strike the opponent. The longer the charge time, the greater the damage and the dash distance would become, but you couldn't move while charging. The force of Shin Sangiun's movement was so intense it nearly blew Miso and Park Tae-sok away. The portal opened right in front of the orc monster. Shin Sangiun flew straight through it, his head tilted toward the ground. It seemed the orc didn't expect anyone to face it head-on like that. It was slightly stunned, and before it could do anything, Shin Sangiun delivered a clean sword strike, slicing the orc in two. Miso's jaw dropped in shock. Park Tae-sok, standing next to her, had gone pale as a sheet. Is this for real? Shin Sangiun glanced back, catching their expressions, and smirked, remembering that Miso had called it a movement skill. But I've never seen a movement skill with that much power. Shin Sangiun replied casually. I just used it more aggressively because I trust my team. Kang Juhei, walking ahead, suddenly turned back, a finger pressed to her lips. Shh, she whispered. Everyone went silent, following her lead. The group reached the cliff and looked down. It seemed they had arrived. Below, amidst the blinding blizzard, a monster with a flickering blue glow lay sleeping. The group whispered to each other, as if afraid it might hear them. Is it sleeping? It's the Frost Hellhound. Miso spoke up. All right, let's confirm the plan. Kang Juhei looked at it nervously. There's too little intel. Maybe we should set up a few portals? Park Tae-sok suggested. Should I start the battle with fire? Only Shin Sangiun remained silent. He smirked, hinting at something. Finally, my punching bag is here. Shin Sangiun looked at the Frost Hellhound with confidence, because he possessed the Wolf's Time, a special skill that is always active with no cooldown. When the moon shines on the dungeon, HP is recovered, and the recovery rate increases fivefold. Regardless of whether there is a moon or not, monsters with fangs or wolves fall into a state of fear when facing someone with this skill. Furthermore, during moonlight, they will never attack the user holding the spirit stone. Miso looked at everyone. So, we'll follow the plan and press. She cut herself off as Shin Sangiun suddenly stood up. Miso stared at him, stuttering. Shin Sangiun, what are you doing? Shin Sangiun didn't answer. His brows were furrowed, his mouth curled into a grin, teeth bared, eyes still fixed below. Both Park Tae-sok and Miso felt a shiver run down their spines. That expression of Shin Sangyun's has appeared again. Should I trust him? No, no matter how I look at it. Shin Sangyun, do you have a plan? Shin Sangyun turned to them. He placed a hand on the sword behind his back. I think you guys just need to watch. Miso called out anxiously. Shin Sangyun, fine, but at least explain it to us. But Shin Sangiun had his own calculations. There's no more time to explain. Let's start the engagement. He glanced at the full moon and the deep red sky behind him to activate the special effect. The moment of dog and wolf. I have to wait for the full moon. Even if it's covered by clouds, I heard the effect drops by half. Sorry, team. But thinking that, Shin Sangiun leaped off the cliff. Behind him, calls of Shin Sangiun echoed. He didn't look back, landing directly on the ground right next to the Frost Hellhound. The impact of his landing startled the sleeping Frost Hellhound into opening its eyes. Shin Sangiun thought to himself, "Sorry, I'll make this quick." He spoke up, looking ahead. "Hello there, though, up close, you aren't exactly cute." Shin Sangiun's appearance agitated the Frost Hellhound. Seeing that, Miso panicked. "We should prepare fire support," but Kang Juhee stopped her. "Everyone, wait a moment." Following her lead, the other two also watched. It feels like the monster is acting a bit strange. Cerberus wasn't reacting. Even Miso had to pause at this bizarre behavior. That's right. Is it being cautious? No. It was very aggressive when we met it last time. The three-headed monster approached Shin Sangiun angrily. It bared its sharp fangs, emitting a deadly aura. Shin Sangiun pulled the sword from his back and stood proudly in front of it. Park Tae-sok saw the Frost Hellhound getting closer and shouted, "It's moving. Maybe I miscalculated. We have to help him." But Miso still stood motionless, her eyes wide. "No, that's not an attack." She observed the Frost Hellhound with intense focus. "That's a submissive posture." Immediately, the Frost Hellhound knelt down before Shin Sangiun. It wagged its tail as a system screen appeared. Cerberus regarded you as a superior being and was entering a state of total surrender. Shin Sangiun frowned, deeply suspicious, and asked coldly, "What is this? You're cuter than I thought. I'll make this quick." A moment later, the space returned to silence. "Congratulations, you have defeated the parasite, Cerberus." Shin Sangiun looked at the carcasses of the Frost Hellhounds lying across the ground and said irritably, "I hate killing something that's already surrendered." But there was no way to move forward without killing them. The system screen appeared beside him again, catching Shin Sangiun off guard. "You have received a C-rank title. Butcher, C-rank title. Title info. Designate one skill to reduce its cooldown by half." Shin Sangiun excitedly tapped the new skill to read it. This will pair perfectly with Recovery. Recovery. Special effect. Restores vitality, cooldown 30 seconds, skill level 1. Immediately removes all negative status effects from yourself, and heals. Behind him, the three others approached, looking worried. Miso spoke up. "Shin Sangiun." "Wait a second." Shin Sangiun stiffened, looking at Miso suspiciously. "What is it?" Just as he turned his head, a brilliant item flashed beside him. Shin Sangiun's eyes widened as he realized what it was. He spun around to look, feeling panicked inside. "Damn it, I just remembered. We haven't discussed how to split the loot yet. Have we? I've been fighting alone for so long that I made such a huge mistake." He glanced at Miso, trembling, not daring to meet her eyes. "Surely they aren't planning to take all my items, right?" Miso whispered. Shin Sangiun. He jumped. What does she want to say now that she's coming closer? But contrary to what he thought, Miso just said softly, "You handled Cerberus all by yourself, Shin Sangiun. Just take all the items." He silently breathed a sigh of relief and offered her a sheepish smile. "Phew, thanks. But did you check with the others?" Miso smiled. As he saw that, behind her, Park Tae-sok and Kang Juhee said excitedly, "Of course Sangyun should take them. After all, we didn't really do anything anyway." "So, everyone agrees then?" Shin Sangyun scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. He thought to himself, "I really need to break the habit of talking about loot distribution first. Maybe it's because I got used to it in my past life." Miso turned to walk away, then looked back at Shin Sangyun. "Alright, now go ahead and do that thing you usually do." Shin Sangyun asked blankly, "That thing I usually do?" Miso seemed a bit surprised. "Huh? Every time you get a treasure, isn't that when you do that thing?" Caught red-handed, Shin Sangyun's eyes widened in shock as he looked at her. He stammered, trying to explain, "That. Don't tell me." Miso smirked slightly. "Actually, I've known for a while," she said, in an even tone. As she spoke, she recalled that time before, right after we finished clearing that mission area. "You know, when I was about to leave the mission area earlier, I turned back to see what you were doing alone, and I saw your secret." Returning to reality, Shin Sangyun pressed his lips together. "So, that day has finally come." Sweat beaded on Shin Sangyun's forehead. "My special skill is basically what helps me survive as a player. And now, it's been exposed. He called out softly, "Kim Miso, my skill is." Miso cut him off. She imagined the scene of Shin Sangiun cherishing items and laughing to himself. Shin Sangiun, you're just a player with a slightly over-the-top victory celebration style. Sangiun looked at her, confused. While Miso continued rambling, there are players like that too. Anyway, don't be shy. Just go ahead and enjoy the fruits of your labor. I wanted to keep that secret too. After she finished speaking, Miso threw her arm around Kang Joo-hee and walked straight off, leaving Shin Sang-gun alone. Uni, is Shin Sang-gun really like that? That's something we should have kept hidden. Shin Sang-gun breathed a sigh of relief, his mouth twitching helplessly. I have a feeling there's a huge misunderstanding here, but that's better than having my real secret exposed. If my unique skill were discovered, that would be a huge problem. He glanced back at the sparkling item. Forget it. Let's just collect the loot. Frozen Heart, Golden Artifact, Support Equipment, Special Effect, Freezing, Evasion Effect, 10, Defense, 11. The harsh cold from the frost hell dwells within this heart, seeking to freeze the world. After collecting it, Shin Sangiun gathered with the group. They spent the next few hours preparing. Kang Joo-hee opened her palm, and another magic orb was created. Well then, try this. That's the last monster. Miso stepped up and patted Kang Joo-hee's shoulder encouragingly. Well done, Kang Joo-hee. It's thanks to you that I survived and managed to escape. Shin Sangiun also nodded, agreeing with the praise. It's all thanks to you, Kang Joo-hee. Shin Sangjun and Joo-hee looked ahead, feeling somewhat cautious. But are you sure this will work? I'm only doing it because you said so. In front of the group was a mountain of carcasses of the giant monsters they had wiped out. Kang Joo-hee couldn't help but look at it with anxiety and worry. Even if we piled up the goblin corpses we defeated earlier, will the boss really come to eat these? Sangyun exhaled. Don't worry. This boss is crazy for meat. Kang Joo-hee looked at him. How do you know? Sangyun didn't expect to be asked this question and was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer. To save himself, he shouted out an order. Park Taesok, light the fire, fast. We have to lure the boss out. Miso looked at him, annoyed. That guy is ignoring me. Park Taesok's blue flames erupted into the dark night, along with smoke rising into the sky. Shin Sangyun group hid on a nearby cliff, watching and waiting for the moment to come. A long time later, Park Taesok spoke up. It's been 20 minutes. Shin Sangyun was also gradually losing patience. It'll take the bait. Just as he finished speaking, a roar that shook the earth echoed out, making him jump. The four of them looked to the side and saw a monster approaching the mountain of corpses. It's here. Shin Sangyun placed his hand on the sword on his back. He commanded in a low voice, All right, everyone, get ready. As it got closer to the fire, the monster's huge and terrifying form became clearer. It was a giant gray bear. The bow in Miso's hand was already drawn. She stood motionless, waiting for the signal to act. Miso swallowed hard, pursing her lips as she looked at the monster below. It's true that, thanks to Shin Sangyun's plan, we were able to pass the stage easily. But, she paused. Her gaze remained fixed on the giant gray bear and the youth holding a sword in front of it. The giant gray bear's eyes flashed with ferocity. It bared its fangs, letting out a growl. It was staring at Shin Sangyun, who stood on the icy ground holding his sword with one hand as if to challenge it. Shin Sangyun wiped his left hand across his mouth, which was already stained with his own blood. In any case, this situation isn't too dangerous, is it? Despite his mouth bleeding, he still grinned, baring his teeth. Minutes earlier, after the giant gray bear appeared, the group sat down to plan. Miso looked at Shin Sangyun in disbelief. What? What are you even saying, Shin Sangyun? Shin Sangyun replied calmly. Exactly what I said. Miso asked again, still doubtful. You're really going to act as bait all by yourself? Shin Sangyun replied in a low voice. There's no other way. If we want our group to conquer this quickly and safely, this is the best approach. To help the group understand better, he kindly explained. Massive beast-type monsters usually share a common trait, a reaction that occurs once they lose enough blood, known as the gluttony state. In that state, the monster becomes much stronger and more violent, and they tend to devour everything around them. That's why we've stacked the goblin corpses as bait. Otherwise, we'd end up being its meal instead. So, what if we mess with the bait? With that idea in mind, while Kang Joo-hee was loading the goblin corpses through the portal, we prepared juniper wood, which has a strong anesthetic effect, along with the scent of the bait. But there was one problem. Park Taesok understood immediately and added, that's to drain its stamina to force it into the gluttony state. Shin Sangyun nodded and continued. Exactly. To create an environment where everyone can freely dish out damage. He clenched his fist, then tapped his chest confidently. That's my role. Just this once. Trust me. Back in reality, the giant grizzly had just launched an attack at Shin Sangiun. How am I supposed to win this? I'm literally one step away from the underworld. He dodged quickly to the side, gritting his teeth. I thought I'd gotten a lot stronger, too. Watching the giant grizzly attack repeatedly, Shin Sangiun couldn't help but feel helpless. He thought he could take a few hits, but he held his sword with both hands to block the next attack. Why is this monster so strong? Do I still not have enough strength stats? Under the pressure of the giant grizzly, the ice beneath his feet cracked. If I keep taking hits like this, I'm actually going to die. I worked so hard to regress. From now on, I have to dodge. The giant grizzly used its massive paw to slam down where Shin Sangiun was standing. He jumped into the air, neatly dodging its lethal attack. Shin Sangiun gripped his sword tight with both hands. He slipped behind the giant grizzly and prepared to strike, but in the blink of an eye, the giant grizzly spotted him. Shin Sangiun was under extreme tension when he realized it had seen him. He cursed under his breath. It reacts way too fast. The giant grizzly lunged at him, opening its sharp jaws wide. Damn it. Was jumping a bad move? Just as its mouth was about to reach Shin Sangiun, a flurry of arrows flew in from out of nowhere, hitting its right cheek. The giant grizzly, caught off guard, was wounded by the arrows. Shin Sangiun was just as surprised as it was. He startled and glanced in the direction the arrows came from. Kim Miso. She had moved to a mountain peak near the giant grizzly to cover him. Miso shouted to signal Shin Sangiun, her hand still gripping the bowstring. Shin Sangiun gave a wry smile, surprised by this move from Kim Miso. He spun around, swung his sword behind his head, and aimed at the giant grizzly. Thanks, you saved my life. The giant grizzly had just been attacked, and was momentarily distracted. It had just opened its eyes only to be terrified. Full power attack. Shin Sangiun leaped, propelling himself through the air toward the giant grizzly. He moved lightning fast, leaving a slash mark on every part of its body he passed. Finally, Shin Sangiun swung his sword down onto the ice as he landed to stop his momentum. The giant grizzly let out a cry of horror. The slashes from Shin Sangyun's sword turned into ice. The giant grizzly was frozen for a second due to the full power attack. Shin Sangiun watched it writhe in pain, thrilled. It worked! The freezing skill I got from Ice Heart, I combined it with full power attack. I thought it would be useless because of skill resistance, but it actually worked. He took the opportunity while it couldn't attack, to run toward the giant grizzly's feet. If that's the case, then, Shin Sangiun yelled as he stabbed his sword deep into its foot. Now, it's my turn! The giant grizzly was hit in the leg, lost its balance, and tumbled forward. Skill. Devil Crusher, Level 2 activated. Miso turned and shouted loudly to Park Tae-sok on the peak next to her. Mr. Park Tae-sok! Park Tae-sok nodded. I know! He hovered in midair, surrounded by flickering flames. I'm going to smash the biggest one. The veins on Park Tae-sok's forehead popped out, and he yelled, Shin Sangiun, get out of the way! Shin Sangiun was startled by Park Tae-sok's loud yell and serious tone. Park Tae-sok stretched out both hands, and a pillar of fire shot straight at the giant grizzly. Skill. Phoenix of Blue Flame. The overwhelming power of the fire pillar caused the monster, which was already staggering forward, to be pushed backward. The firepower is stronger than expected. Even Sang Hyun was surprised by its terrifying power. At this level, for sure. He looked at the giant grizzly, lying motionless on the ice. We've reached the necessary vitality threshold. No sooner had he finished speaking than its eyes snapped wide open again. The energy around the giant grizzly began to change. The giant grizzly roared, and blood gushed uncontrollably from the corners of its eyes and mouth. Shin Sangiun grinned, feeling satisfied. It worked. Enough damage has been accumulated. The system displayed. Giant grizzly has entered the gluttony state. Shin Sangiun nodded. Just as planned. The gluttony state. Miso, however, wasn't so happy. She felt something was off about the giant grizzly and called out to Shin Sangiun. Heat like molten lava radiated from the giant grizzly's body. The giant grizzly began to devour everything in its surroundings. By now, even Shin Sangiun began to notice something abnormal that he hadn't expected. Standing before the savage monster, Shin Sangiun froze. Huh? Is the gluttony state really this terrifying? Where did that silly bear from earlier go? The final blow was up to Kang Joo-hee. Can I hold out until then? Park Tae-sok was shocked by the scene in front of him. Is this what the gluttony state is? It's like it turned into a completely different monster. Miso jumped from the peak she was standing on over to Park Tae-sok. Mr. Park Tae-sok, what about Kang Joo-hee? Park Tae-sok was startled. Miso. He turned his head to look at the peak to his right. She's been preparing this whole time. Kang Juhee was still standing perfectly still. Li Jung poured every ounce of his strength into focusing his eyes, his face stiffening as he braced against the overwhelming pressure of the magical energy. Both Miso and Park Taesok shouted in unison. Will she finish in time? They both turned their gaze toward Shin Sangiun, who was being chased by the giant grizzly bear. The real question was whether Shin Sangiun could hold out. While sprinting for his life, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Kang Juhee, are you still not ready? At this rate, forget the raid, I'm a dead man. Lost in thought, Shin Sangiun only just started to notice the clear difference in the giant grizzly compared to before. In the blink of an eye, it was right on top of him. In a frenzy of bloodlust, realizing he couldn't outrun it anymore, Shin Sangiun drew his sword. Damn it. It's come to this. I can't dodge that hit. He gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his forehead. I'll take it head on. Illusion skill. Activate. Right at that moment, Kang Juhee's spatial portal swirl grew larger. She kept a stoic face, even as blood dripped from her nose. I'm ready. Starting the teleport. Below, the giant grizzly lunged toward Shin Sangiun, and he swung his sword toward it. With the strike, Shin Sangiun brought down. The giant grizzly was swallowed whole by Kang Juhee's spatial portal. A few seconds later, the creature vanished into thin air. Kang Juhee collapsed to the ground. Miso and Park Taesok ran over anxiously. Kang Juhee, are you okay? She reassured them. I'm fine. I just used too much mana. Shin Sangiun let out a relieved laugh. That was way too close. He leaned on his sword against the ice, glancing at the giant grizzly. If my attack hadn't hit its weak point. Thinking about it, Shin Sangiun suddenly shuddered. We could have been devoured right there. The giant grizzly fell into a deep state of anesthesia, thanks to the suspicious juniper berries from the snowy mountain. He stared at the system notification, laughing helplessly at the chaos they had just endured. He looked toward the three teammates hugging each other in celebration. As long as it worked, we succeeded, right? Sis, I'm so dizzy. Our Kang Juhee is the best. After a few more attacks, the giant grizzly was nearly finished. Standing before Shin Sangiun group, it trembled. Covered in blood from head to toe, it tried to growl but couldn't get a sound out. The giant grizzly clawed at its bleeding wounds as its eyes widened. A message popped up on the system. Congratulations, you have defeated the final boss, Giant Grizzly. Congratulations, you have completed the gate. Classification, Frozen Hell. The creature collapsed onto the icy floor, its immense weight shattering the ice into 1,000 pieces that scattered everywhere. Miso turned to look at Shin Sangiun, letting out a sigh of relief. You've worked hard, Shin Sangiun. I feel like we relied on you way too much. Shin Sangiun waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. It's because I insisted on doing it this way. The system notified Shin Sangiun. You have received your reward. He completed it with a huge amount of experience points, but he felt more exhausted than happy. This dungeon really was difficult, and there were so many dangerous moments. Kang Juhee stepped out from a nearby teleport gate. You guys are amazing. I'm sorry I couldn't help more. Miso shook her head. You did great too, Kang Juhee. Shin Sangiun agreed. No, I have to thank you for supporting my flawed plan. Kang Juhee also smiled helplessly at him. I think because of that, I finally know what my limits are. It's okay. Shin Sangiun laughed out loud. Well then, I'll be counting on your help in the future, he thought to himself. Honestly, I'm really grateful to them. I didn't expect my teammates to actually follow such a reckless plan, but if they hadn't followed along, I probably would have pushed until the end. As he thought this, he remembered every path he had taken. Painful memories from his past life resurfaced once again the gates he had entered back then. There were always patients needing emergency care, and things always ended in tragedy. The average survival rate for gates with good rewards is 90%. Are you okay? But because the members of the raid party were professionals, the survival rate was quite high. The voices of his teammates rang in Shin Sangiun ears. Check over here too. Shin Sangiun paused. He felt like he was reliving that past moment. It was as if he could see his own death. That 10% chance could strike anyone. Why is it like this? Back then, it wasn't just him. Every player had to face the Grim Reaper. Getting stronger is important, but if I have a goal in this life. Thinking this far, Shin Sangiun unconsciously wore a gentle smile on his face, the smile of someone who had found that goal. He looked at his three teammates. That goal is to prevent needless deaths. A while later, the group gathered around the corpse of the giant grizzly. All right, for the rewards we worked so hard to earn. Shin Sangiun initiated. The four of them stood before a brilliant ruby flame. Let's check it together. The final reward for the gate. A first-time clear special reward had appeared. Shin Sangiun stepped forward, feeling a bit nervous. Finally, I'm facing it. The first-time special reward. Whenever you touch a first-time special reward, the prize is determined based on the individual. He slowly reached his hand toward the glaring flame, cautiously. Suddenly, another hand emerged from behind him. That hand gently grabbed Shin Sangiun. He turned his head and saw the goddess of luck floating beside him. The goddess of luck said that now he could witness her true power. Shin Sangiun smirked, his satisfaction clearly visible. True power, huh? She's so confident. It makes me really look forward to the result. He thought this as he slowly withdrew his hand. The system screen flashed brightly before his eyes. Player Shin Sangiun has received a unique grade sacred item. You may choose one of the sacred items from the list. Shin Sangiun's eyes widened in excitement. Unique. I guessed as much. But the weight of this unique grade is really something else. Could it be because this is almost the highest grade? Beside him, the goddess of luck gave a cryptic smirk. Another notification popped up, startling Shin Sangiun. He went from one surprise to another. Thanks to the power of the goddess of luck, unique grade or higher sacred items will always have hidden effects unlocked and inherited. Shin Sangiun froze for a moment at this sudden news. That's right, he'd completely forgotten about that line in the contract. The goddess of luck stood there, hands on her hips, smirking. The goddess of luck demands that you sincerely call her big sister. Shin Sangiun was overjoyed, thinking, Big sister goddess. I'm ready to call you that 100 times over. Shin Sangiun cast a quick glance behind him to check on the others. Great, it looked like the other members were busy checking. Their rewards, they probably wouldn't notice. He turned his attention back to the screen in front of him. All right, time to make my choice. He didn't hesitate, picking it right then and there without a second thought. Great Sword of the War Spirit. The screen in front of Shin Sangiun cracked. Fragments of a ruby-red blade slowly emerged. Shin Sangiun gripped the sword in his hand, unable to stop himself from admiring it. This is exactly what I had my sights set on. Great Sword of the War Spirit. Unique relic. Two-handed weapon. Great Sword. Attack plus 500. Effect. Power. Plus 100. Speed. Plus 50. Hidden effect. Knockback. This great sword symbolizes the indomitable fighting spirit of a martial artist. It doesn't just contain immeasurable power, but also holds a mysterious blessing from the winds of heaven. When imbued with the battle energy ignited by the god of war, combined with the blessing of the wind, the user gains a 10% recovery speed boost. He skimmed through the stats, and the sword's power only made him more excited. It truly lives up to the name of a unique relic. The stats are top tier, aren't they? He reached out toward the floating sword with gentle care. From now on, I'm counting on you, Shin Sangiun thought as he grabbed the hilt. But the moment he touched it, the blade slammed straight into the ground. Shin Sangiun tried to lift it with both hands, but he couldn't budge it. What the hell? Why is this thing so heavy? Where's the weight reduction effect? Weight reduction is a passive skill that's always active. It has no cooldown because the relic consumption skill consumes all currently held skills, meaning no more mana cost. However, as a penalty, the weight reduction effect is halved. All equipped creations will only weigh as much as 100 grams. He read the information on the screen skeptically, leaning in close. Suddenly, he felt like something was off. Shin Sangiun read every word carefully. Due to the relic consumption skill, all currently held skills no longer consume mana. However, as a penalty, the weight reduction effect is halved. All equipped creations will only weigh as much as 100 grams. However, for the same type of relic, the effect cannot be applied multiple times. He shouted in anger, "What is this? Is this contract a scam? Where did that line even come from?" Hearing the shouting, Miso walked over. "Is something wrong, Shin Sangiun?" Shin Sangiun shook his head frantically. "Huh? Oh, it's nothing." Seeing the other two walking over, he changed the subject. "Oh, but everyone." Shin Sangiun pointed at the new weapons they were holding. "Looks like everyone got the rewards they wanted, huh?" Miso nodded. "That's right. We all got relics suited to our classes. Thanks to you, Shin Sangiun." Shin Sangiun scratched his neck, feeling embarrassed. "I didn't really do much," Miso sighed. "There he goes again. But it's undeniable that we got them because of you." She paused for a beat before continuing. "Our team discussed it, and we've decided to give you all the secondary loot, like the boss's remains and the magic stones, Shin Sangiun." The unexpected offer took Shin Sangiun by surprise. He looked at everyone, worried. "Huh? No, you guys really don't have to go that far." Kang Ju-hee waved her hand, reassuring him. "No, for things like this, we have to be clear. We've already calculated everyone's contributions, so don't worry. An indescribable emotion welled up in Shin Sangyun's heart, and he couldn't hold it back. He covered his face with his hand, bowing his head. Shin Sangyun thought to himself, I can't believe my teammates would even think of doing this. The monster remains alone are worth 600 million, and adding the extra stuff, the figure could easily reach 1.5 billion. The three others rushed to say, Shin Sangyun, we told you we're fine with it. Really? Don't cry, Miso called out in concern. Underneath his bowed face, Shin Sangyun was actually grinning from ear to ear. I really can't help but laugh. After completing the mission, the group headed back outside the frozen hell gate. Miso said with regret, So, that's it? It's a bit of a shame, but there's nothing we can do. At least, I wish you could have joined us for a meal. Sangjun gave her a wry smile. Let's save the celebration party for next time. I'm way too anxious to go check the results of these rewards. The other three turned and walked away, waving at Shin Sangjun. See you later then, Shin Sangyun. I'll message you. Shin Sangyun smiled as he watched them go. Thanks for all your hard work, everyone. But as if remembering something, Miso stopped midway. Hesitantly, she turned back to look at Shin Sangyun. She asked him in a quiet, cautious voice, Shin Sangyun, from now on, can I speak to you more informally? Shin Sangyun felt a bit awkward. I can't say no, can I? A kid like you being able to speak comfortably with an adult? Huh? Thinking that, he nodded. Go ahead. Be comfortable. Hearing the answer she wanted, Miso pursed her lips and gave a slight smile. She excitedly turned around and ran off, waving at Shin Sangyun. Then get home safely, Mr. Shin Sangyun. Shin Sangyun froze, clearly not expecting his words to make her that happy. He smiled helplessly and nodded at her. Get home safely, Shin Sangyun thought. Mister, huh? It's been a long time since I've heard that. From afar, the other two members had heard everything. Kang Juhee and Park Taesok started to feel something sweet in the air. Hey, look at that, look at that. After saying goodbye to the group, Shin Sangjun went alone to a small alley behind the frozen hell gate. He placed the new sword in front of him and reached out to touch it. You have absorbed the old worn-out greatsword. The system notification appeared. Conditions for the weight reduction effect have been met. Effect has been reactivated. Shin Sangjun smiled in satisfaction. As expected, there were no bonus stats, so I didn't absorb much. But anyway, since that was my favorite spicy tuna gimbap, I'm still pretty happy. Shin Sangun pulled his hand back after finishing the absorption. All right, everything is done. With a radiant face, he tapped on the screen. Now, time to check the results. Player info. Name, Shin Sangyun. Level, 51. Title, Wise Hunter, etc. Constellation, Goddess of Luck. Unique skill, Relic Absorption. Number of relics absorbed, 25. Hidden skill, Knockback. Effect, inflicts the knockback status. Consumes 27 mana to knock back enemies. Success rate and knockback distance vary. Depending on the target's skill resistance, you can spend up to 183 mana to increase the success rate and knockback distance. Title, Wise Hunter C rank. Description. This title restores 1 health point by absorbing blood every time you kill a monster, whether it's large or small. Looking at the stats appearing before him, Shin Sangjun's cheeks flushed with excitement and pride. He mused to himself, thrilled. I've only just switched to using a sword, and it's already boosted my strength this much? Plus 2 titles and 1 skill, this gate really is a treasure. Shin Sangyun reached out and interacted with the screen. If I increase my luck stat further, the player's luck stat has already exceeded 200. The critical hit multiplier has been recalculated from 120% to 600%. He paused for a moment, deep in thought. 600% critical hit? So, if I get lucky, I could potentially land 6 hits at once? I've come so much further than I did in my past life. In just 2 weeks, I've reached level 50-something it took Jun Dakyung years to achieve. Shin Sangjun suddenly burst into loud laughter that echoed through the small alleyway. I have to keep this pace up. Just you wait, Ghost Blade Du Kyung-soo. In this life, I will definitely catch up to you. The system displayed a message. The atmosphere around you is becoming increasingly chilling. Shin Sangyun, still engrossed and oblivious, thought, now to hunt down Shin Terry and get my revenge. As soon as he finished his sentence, he turned his head and was startled. Huh? This familiar feeling, he saw the Goddess of Luck standing with a few others. 3 new constellations are approaching you. The Lion King is interested in your tactics. The Sower of Beauty and Flame acknowledges your intense fighting spirit. The Shadow Hunter questions your existence in this world, claiming you don't belong here. Shin Sangyun was stunned, momentarily unsure what to do in the face of this sudden appearance. He read the system notification that had just popped up. The goddess of luck mentioned that a few decent constellations had appeared this time. Shin Sangyun's status was skyrocketing. Shin Sangiun chuckled. Where did you even learn to talk like that? He stood up. He approached the 3 newly appeared constellations with high caution. Shin Sangiun eyed the 3 of them warily. I didn't expect the next batch of constellations to appear this quickly. I guess my growth rate is ridiculously terrifying now. The goddess of luck gave a thumbs up in front of Shin Sangyun. The goddess of luck's friendliness and sociability must be her biggest trait. Stop acting like you can read my mind. Wait, can she actually read it? He frowned slightly, glancing nervously at the 3 others to see who exactly had appeared. The first 2 he noticed were the 2 he knew best. The Lion King and the Sower of Beauty and Flame. Everyone knew these 2. They were real heroes who had ascended to godhood and become constellations. Could it be they see the potential of a warrior in me? But perhaps the real reason is, at that same moment, as if sensing Shin Sangyun's scrutinizing gaze, the 2 of them noticed him. Both of them bared their teeth and growled at Shin Sangyun. The Lion King rebuked him for looking them up and down in front of their seniors. The Sower of Beauty and Flame roared that if this were back when he was a general, Shin's head would have been gone. Shin Sangyun looked away and laughed helplessly. Sorry. But that's exactly why people who were once heroes are so annoying. If I sign a contract with them, I can already predict how much they're going to nug me. Realizing something, his expression turned serious again. A truly dangerous person had appeared. Sang. Hyun turned to look at the only woman among the trio, the Shadow Hunter. She was the very last person you would want to encounter as a player. He immediately recalled everything he knew about the Shadow Hunter. She constantly monitors dimensional rifts in real time, and moves tirelessly from place to place, tracking down players who receive excessive benefits from system glitches. Word was, she was a bounty hunter, specializing in dealing with cheaters who crossed the line. In his past life, something similar had happened. Except for special cases like the Goddess of Luck, a hunter who signed double contracts, she would relentlessly cling to them until they completely collapsed. Truly terrifying. A chill ran down Shin Sangyun's spine. Damn it, there isn't a single constellation here that suits me. The Lion King increases stamina, and the Sower of Beauty and Flame increases strength. Of course, signing contracts with constellations is very important. That is certainly a decision that could change a player's whole life. But right now, having the Goddess of Luck is enough. Meaning, if I wait a little longer, is it possible that I could get something even more amazing? Shin Sangjun swallowed hard when a name popped into his head: the Divine Throne in history. You could count on the fingers of one hand the number of players who had established contracts with truly mythological entities. Thinking that, he slowly looked up at the people before him. He didn't like gambling, but he had no other choice now. After careful consideration, he spoke up. I'm sorry, but today, I don't think I'll be choosing any of you. The Lion King and the Sower of Beauty and Flame turned their backs and stepped back into the gate. The Lion King was stunned, saying he had never been treated like this before in his life. The Sower of Beauty and Flame left. He said he might visit 3 times like a sworn brother. Even if you come back 3 more times, my answer won't change. Shin Sangjun suddenly realized he had forgotten about one more person who was here, the Shadow Hunter. She was also slowly heading into the gate. Just as she had walked out, she didn't go straight back. Sensing Shin Sangyun looking at her, the Shadow Hunter turned her head. She looked at Shin Sangjun and grinned eerily. The Shadow Hunter warned him that one day she would expose the secret he was hiding. Shin Sangjun stood, frozen in place until the dimensional gate closed. He let out a frustrated sigh. So tiring. I really wanted to avoid trouble, too. But it looks like I have no. From now on, I have to be careful with those constellations. Putting that issue aside, Sang Hyun took out his phone. Well, I guess this is fine now, right? The clock struck 11:25 at night. Shin Sangjun nodded. Good, if I go now, I won't be late. He calmly looked at the screen while thinking. The monsters that will appear in the next rift are a herd of cowboys, just like the Cerberus earlier. They're affected by the intersection of day and night too. I can't let this target slip away. So Shin Sangjun sheathed his sword behind his back and started running. 3 gates in one day? That's not going to be easy. Even after such a long day, he kept that confident smile on his face. But hey, let's give it a shot until the gods take an interest in me. Meanwhile, near the Jamsil Gate, the lights were still on inside a high-rise building. That was the management office for the B4 sector of the Player Association. It was still buzzing with people working late. A staff member named Chae-won received a call. She picked up. Yes, this is the Player Association's Gate Management Department, Korea branch. We're listening. After just a few seconds, her expression turned to absolute panic. What? Chae-won shouted. She spun around in her chair, Looking at the dispatch monitor, she gasped, "No way!" The screen was flashing red with an alarm. Chaewon yelled out, "A rift has appeared at exit 1 of the Jamsil Gate. All combat teams, get ready to move out immediately." After giving the order, she spoke loudly into the phone. "Confirmed. We'll request the nearby players to cooperate," but the person on the other end interrupted. "But someone here has already started fighting." Chaewon froze, caught off guard. Her voice stammered. "What? What did you just say?" On the other side, the woman explained kindly. "I mean, there's already a player here." Chaewon asked again. "Huh? How did they even get there?" The woman shook her head. "I don't know. But he's fighting the monsters all by himself." Chaewon panicked again. "Alone? That's too dangerous. Tell him to evacuate immediately." The woman hesitated. "I get it. But..." She watched as Shin Sangiun slashed at a monster, grinning the whole time. The woman then added, "Actually, it doesn't look that dangerous." Chaewon was left completely bewildered. What? A blinding flash of light. Monsters wielding weapons charged in, and people screamed as they fled. The rifts between realities were created 11 years ago, after the first break. Unlike dungeons and standard gates, these were unpredictable disasters, where monsters could bleed into our world. A black and purple vortex appeared out of thin air. The space twisted, as if someone were tearing it apart with their bare hands. Surrounding light was sucked into the center of the rift, stretching into distorted beams. A giant wolf tore through the space and lunged forward ferociously. Pure rage burned in its eyes, its pupils dilating as if it wanted to devour everything in its sight. It growled, but Shin Sangiun remained calm, his hands in his pockets, standing tall. That presence didn't need to be forced. He just had to show up. The atmosphere grew heavy. To me, this isn't hard to predict at all. He had been wandering through a crowded station 10 minutes ago. Shin Sangyun's gaze swept quickly over every corner, every movement, not missing a single sound or abnormal breath. Almost time. According to what I remember, right when I leave this exit, his eyes suddenly fixed on the empty space, as if he'd spotted something far off in the distance. Blue and purple ribbons of light stretched between the passing crowd, glittering like galaxies slowly drifting in the void. Shin Sangyun scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. "Found you." The rift started right here. He remembered the image of the humanoid wolfmen wielding axes and slaughtering people. Why did he remember it so clearly? For a very specific reason. This rift was a true catastrophe. His face turned somber. It had caused countless casualties. Since I'm here now, that won't happen again. Shin Sangyun breathed a sigh of relief. "Glad I regressed." He recalled his childhood. "Ever since I was little, I was raised in an orphanage, so I don't even remember what my parents looked like. Maybe that's why I don't feel sadness or despair." He pictured a happy photo of his family from the orphanage, falling into a pool of fresh blood. But still, I know that if you lose someone, it hurts, so they should never be forgotten. Memories of care washed over him. "Are you okay?" Shin Sangyun was ready to fight. Compared to just getting stronger, this objective was more important. Standing alone before the spatial rift, the wolfmen lunged. They held weapons, growling, showing off their power with bulging muscles and massive frames. The warning signs always glowed bright. Moment of the dog and wolf. Thanks to this effect, the kobold warriors felt threatened. That light didn't stay still. It swayed, twisting into rings like the flow of time and space merging together. Shin Sangyun was satisfied, the corner of his mouth curving into a faint smile. Calm. Strangely calm. Good, it's working. His pupils narrowed slightly whenever he spotted something suspicious. Then he adjusted his stance immediately. But the effect isn't as strong as when I fought Cerberus. He stood tall in the dim, flickering light, maybe because of the moon. The moon is blocked, so they aren't completely submissive to me. He confidently lunged forward. Well, that's better for me. The wolf's teeth were fully bared, sharp as saw blades. Every time it opened its mouth, a deafening roar made the space shudder. He charged forward valiantly. The air around him compressed, reflecting light into thousands of tiny, glittering streaks. This is my chance to test the new skill. Active skill triggered. Action skill. Burst. Level 1. Concentrating a massive amount of energy to release all at once, he dashed toward the opponent in front of him. Damage and attack distance increase over time while charging energy. However, during this period, all other actions will be restricted. The savage wolf lunged fast like the Grim Reaper, baring its razor-sharp teeth with a growl. Suddenly, its eyes widened. As it saw the energy gathering at the center, the light swirled into a ring so brilliant that nothing else could be seen within that vortex. Shin Sangyun lunged powerfully. Hidden skill, pushback. The pushback effect consumed 27 mana to shove an enemy. Success probability and distance depend on the opponent's skill resistance. He could use all of his mana, 138 points, to increase the success rate and distance. With a single move, the wolf was sent flying far away. The others were blocked significantly as well. The rings of light swirled around his body, creating a continuous energy vortex. Shin Sangiun grinned with satisfaction. Pushback works. Wide range, and with the burst on top of it, the damage is no joke. The wolves stood frozen in pain. Coughing up blood repeatedly, he muttered, "This should be enough for an area of effect attack. Plus, my luck stat went up too. And the critical damage radius. Current critical range is 120% to 600%, he said confidently. Staring down the wolves, he caught them off guard. You didn't die after one hit, so I guess that wasn't a critical killing blow. His bright, confident smile made the surrounding atmosphere haunting for the wolf pack. All right then. This time, let's try using maximum damage and see how it goes. A car sped toward them from the distance, and the people inside were rushing. Over there, got it. The car caused quite a stir among the onlookers. A serious-looking Hun opened the door, stepped out, and shouted, "We're from the Player Association. Who made the call?" Lee, a level 110 B rank player from the Korean Player Association, watched a timid girl walk over. "Right here, I'm the one who called." "There's a monster over there," Hun replied. "All right. You need to evacuate to a safe place immediately." Will Lee Jung glanced toward the source of the light. "Hey, look. I think we should check that out first." Lee Jung, a level 90 B rank player from the Korean Player Association, watched as a powerful beam of light erupted. It turned into rays of light swirling around Shin Sangiun's body. Both of them were stunned. What on earth is that? The battle against the monster exploded, the space seemingly torn apart by the clashing beams of light. Hun backed away with his weapon drawn. "It's a kobold warrior. A kobold rift? Let's take it down together," Lee Jung shouted back. "Yes, sir." In the distance, Shin Sangiun yelled, making them both freeze. "I'm fine. Don't come any closer." He didn't hesitate, rushing into the fight with pure confidence. "I'll take it down myself." Lee Jung was sweating bullets. "Wait, the system displayed. Lone combatant title activated. Kobold warrior target. No other allies within a 5-meter radius. All skills increased by 20%. Shin Sangiun laughed with excitement. "I want to test this out." He activated his illusion skill, and his body was instantly empowered. His speed increased. The wolf roared and charged like a gale, tearing through the battlefield. His eyes flashed with absolute confidence. As if nothing could stand in his way, he poured all his skills into the attack. "I also want to see what happens after I use this." A massive surge of energy erupted from his body, making the ground beneath Lee Jung shake violently. The speed was so intense that the wolf was sent flying backward in pain. A single sword swing trailed a brilliant light. The wolf flew mid-air. Lee Jung watched as the massive creature crashed into the ground like a mountain being crushed. From the other side, praise rang out. "Nice shot." Hoon and Jung stood frozen, anchored to the spot. The aura of light still lingered around him. From behind, 2 people called out. "Hey, are you Shin Sangiun?" Shin Sangiun turned around casually. "That's me. You guys are from the association, right? Sorry about earlier." Hun approached. "It's fine. Thanks to you, there were no casualties. To have this happen at a rift site, it really is a miracle." He was still sweating. "I want to thank you again." Shin Sangiun laughed, a cocky smile on his face. "Don't worry about it. I just happened to be passing by." He froze when he heard Hun say, "This is just a guess, but are you planning to go inside?" He wondered why, and Hun frowned, explaining, "I've heard that almost all high-level players do that. If it's not too much trouble, please take us with you." Lee Jung was scared stiff. Hun continued, "We won't get in your way. I just want to see how you hunt monsters." Shin Sangiun smiled faintly. He turned his back and walked away to the extreme joy of Hun and the astonishment of Jung. "Whatever you say. These rookies are cute." "What? That sounds like I'm old." Shin Sangiun rushed toward the wolves at the rift. At the entrance to the rift, he gave a gentle, confident smile as he took out the wolves one by one. The 2 brothers behind him were panting as they tried to keep up. Lee Jung gasped for air. How is he that fast? Is he really just a newbie? Hun was just as tired. Forget about his level. Just keep following him. Don't you remember his fight outside the rift earlier? Hun wiped sweat from his brow. There must be something special about his battle instincts or something like that. We have to watch and learn as much as we can. Lately, my abilities haven't really been growing, Lee Jung panted. But after that last fight, his stamina is still that high? Isn't that abnormal? Hun frowned. But I used to be confident that I was stronger than most players. He thought back to when they followed Shin Sangiun. Hyun entered the rift, but the fight, just now, was definitely not simple. 30 minutes ago, at the rift entrance, while Shin Sangyun walked calmly in front, behind him, the two of them had their eyes wide with shock. Inside were many bizarre, beastly creatures, all of them massive and imposing. Their eyes flashed with intense fighting spirit. They were all ready to swallow the three of them whole. Shin Sangjun shouted, "Stay behind me! I brought this gear specifically to deal with cases like this." The beasts charged all at once like a dark tide. Arrows fired at the speed of light. They kept flying toward the three of them. Lee Jung clutched his head in fear. Shin Sangyun glanced over. Bringing them in here might have been a mistake. Dealing with the monsters while protecting them was truly too much. He suddenly stopped. His eyes flashed. His will didn't waver in the face of the challenge. Why am I complaining? I need to learn how to handle situations like this. He grabbed his weapon tightly. Otherwise, I'll never reach the high ranks, right? A wolf with a bow charged, its eyes glowing with killing intent. The moment his special technique was unleashed, the wolf was pushed back. A stream of fresh blood flowed out amidst the rage of the other wolves. Shin Sangyun's speed was terrifying. His strength far exceeded the limits of a normal person. Don't lose focus, Lee Jung. The arrows stopped firing. A flash of sword energy sliced a wolf in half in the blink of an eye. He landed gently and smiled proudly. All right. Now, let's move to the second floor. A wolf opened its mouth and spewed out a destructive stream of energy. Shin Sangyun unexpectedly slid backward. What the hell? Why so sudden? Damn it, Sao. Good thing I had fast reflexes. Otherwise, I'd be shredded to pieces. That terrifying pressure radiating from the wolf made the very air feel thick and suffocating. A kobold champion? You were caught off guard. I never expected a monster this strong on the second floor. The beast let out a deafening roar and charged straight at you. Your eyes widened in panic, completely losing your cool. From within the cloud of dust, a ferocious shadow lunged forward with lightning speed. You gritted your teeth. It's coming again? You took a deep breath, your whole body coiled with combat intensity. Should I use pushback to counter? No, I can't take risks in a situation like this. Shin Sangyun shouted, I have to take the hit and try to minimize the damage. A blinding flash of light from your sword tore through the enemy's shield. In the instant of impact, your blade drove straight into the wolf. Even Shin Sangyun froze. What just happened? The sheer amount of damage didn't just pierce the shield. The massive power from the sword was unbelievable. It even managed to take down the kobold champion, a monster notorious for its high defense, with just a single strike. My stats shouldn't be that high. The kobold champion fell to the ground, leaving the other wolves in shock. So, is this the raw power of the Spirit King's greatsword? You stared straight ahead with eyes full of determination and pride. I see. So that's how it is. On the second floor, the air was filled with the mournful wails of the wolf pack. The scene was pure carnage. Their bodies lay scattered across the hallway. The system notified you about the platinum-grade boots of speed. Item type, boots. Effect, imbued with the desperate longing of an assassin wanting to move faster and blessed by a minor spirit. Triples movement speed on rugged terrain. Doubles speed under normal conditions. Shin Sangyun sat down, feeling satisfied. These boots even adjust their own size. Kobolds are greedier than goblins, right? You heard they had many precious artifacts. You stomped hard on the ground to test the boots. They glowed with a golden light. They fit me perfectly. Kobolds don't exactly have athlete-sized feet, but from now on, things should be a lot simpler. You look down below. Furthermore, Lee Jung and Hun had just finished fighting and were sitting there, dazed, surrounded by wolf corpses. You watched the two of them, exhausted and catching their breath. These two actually fight better than I thought. You hurried toward the next point. This trip had yielded quite a bounty. 5 silver, 4 gold, and 1 platinum. This haul is worth at least 1.5 billion. Just thinking about it made you grin ear to ear. As long as I keep taking out these kobolds along the way, I'm good. If that's the case, the final boss shouldn't be a problem. The new title was also pretty useful. Wise Hunter. Title effect. Restore HP by stealing life whenever you defeat monsters of a certain size or larger. Your eyes went wide, reflecting pure astonishment. Up ahead was a door bathed in a crimson hue. That strange energy, so it's in there. From the crack in the door, a cold chill slowly seeped out. The deepest chamber of the abyss, the king's treasure vault. Shin Sangyun's face froze. What is this? Right in front of my eyes. A room blindingly bright with gold, silver, and jewels. What the hell is this? Your face lit up with pure joy. Forget that energy source. Sorry, you lovely treasures. You laughed. Can I retire early now? Your eyes sparkled with greed. Forget leveling up. With this much, my life is changed, right? A monster standing behind you watched, then suddenly attacked with a bow. Every strike dragged along brilliant light and a terrifying tremor. Shin Sangiun leaped up, sword ready. An ambush? Again? The wolf pounced from the shadows, baring its fangs, sweeping like a reaper's scythe. You felt disgusted. Always these cheap tricks. How boring. The wolf dodged swiftly. You stared at your opponent in disbelief. What? It dodged at that distance? What kind of movement was that? The whole space felt like it was. The energy releasing. It feels like it lured me in on purpose. That massive body seemed like the embodiment of destruction. The final boss, the Kobold Queen. Shin Sangiun's eyes widened. A surge of overwhelming power erupted. The Kobold Queen unleashed a burst attack. Shin Sangiun barely dodged in the nick of time. That was close. If I hadn't dodged, it would have gone straight through me. You landed lightly, face to face, smiling as if you had seen through everything. The Kobold Queen's strike speed was lightning fast, tearing through the air. She lunged with savage strength. Shin Sangiun muttered, "That's annoying." Just then, the other two reached the door. Hun panted. "It's already started?" As soon as he rushed in, he locked eyes with the Kobold Queen. Shin Sangiun. "Sorry I'm late." It let out a growl. Both were terrified, gritting their teeth. It flared up with a battle aura. Because of the King's authority effect, the debuffs were in full swing. Hun's eyes went wide with sheer shock. What is up with this boss? His pupils dilated. His body wouldn't move. Shin Sangiun moved fluidly. Leaping into battle, you laughed with the excitement of a child. "You dare take your eyes off me?" Level 1. Recovery skill activated. Intimidation has been dispelled by recovery, the Kobold Queen roared, flames dancing on her head. A blue light flared around your sword like a soul fire, but the Kobold Queen didn't even flinch. The system reported, poisoning failed due to the Kobold Queen's resistance skill. The corners of Sangyun's mouth curled into a chilling smile. I started well with recovery, but the stat difference means she didn't get stunned. This is bad. But you glanced behind you and saw the two of them kneeling on the ground. The intimidation effect. Seeing the other two freeze. If 3 players at level 100 react like that, then she's much stronger than the Goblin King I fought before. You offered a faint smile. Unfortunately, last time, I couldn't do it. Shin Sangiun lunged forward at supersonic speed, but this time, I have intimidation. The Kobold Queen unleashed her skill. You stood frozen, eyes trembling, as a blinding light washed over everything. The Kobold Queen used barrage. Your smile carried a dangerous, indescribable intensity. You little bitch. The Kobold Queen was like a fireball rushing down. A golden energy aura covered her body. Shin Sangiun had his own calculations, anticipating her move. She's smart. She's not like the monsters before. But seriously? Is her name Endless? That's playing dirty. She kept her distance and used long-range attacks to avoid the burst damage. You analyzed based on what you remembered. Her intimidation has a shorter cooldown than my recovery. If she realizes that, I'm dead. I can't do anything because of the intimidation. I can't let this fight drag on any longer. Damn it, if only I had a long-range attack skill, this would be so much easier. Shin Sangiun suddenly glanced at the pile of shimmering gold. A sad smile flashed across his face. There it is. Li Jung, watching from afar, asked anxiously, Are you okay?" "I'm better now," Shin Sangiun replied. "I've never been hit with an effect like that before, so it caught me off guard." Li Jung stared in surprise at the dazzling light from the attack, thinking, but how is Shin Sangiun still okay? Does he have a debuff cleansing skill? Hun stared, stunned. Looking at this, it's obvious he has at least one skill like that. Not that I'm surprised. But what is this feeling? His eyes widened. Wait, the arrows are going deeper and deeper. How? He shouted in a panic. Damn it. I should have realized it sooner. Shin Sangiun is the trap. Meanwhile, Shin Sangiun kept advancing toward the pile of gold, taunting, Kobold Queen, are you out of money already? As his feet prepared to touch the pile of gold, his entire body was suddenly pulled in. The Kobold Queen bared her fangs and roared, unleashing a burst of power like giant blades. A brilliant ray of light shot from her bow at incredible speed, aiming straight for Shin Sangiun and piercing through his chest. He clutched his chest in pain. The Kobold Queen roared with ferocious, cruel intensity, but Shin Sangiun just said softly, "How stupid." His smile remained calm, yet it carried a sense of absolute dominance. Do you think you're the only one who knows that trick? Thanks to the sacrifice effect, all direct attacks are nullified, and his HP had been restored. He prepared to draw his sword. You should have noticed when I took that hit so easily. His gaze was filled with murderous intent. Now, the illusion skill is activated. It enhanced the user's body and drastically increased speed. He raised his sword and shouted, "Now it's your turn to get hit." Gold and silver swirled into rings, surging straight toward the Kobold Queen. The explosion pushed her back, and she shrieked in pain. Nearby, Li Jung was stunned. The gold, it's acting like projectiles. Just how hard did he hit it back? Hun was amazed. No, that's not the point. I've seen countless players up until now. He looked at Shin Sangiun, who was glowing brilliantly amidst the gold. But I've never seen anyone with combat instincts. At this level, even though she was injured, the Kobold Queen stood screaming, still full of fighting spirit. Shin Sangiun looked at her with contempt. Still hanging in there, huh? He gave a sinister grin, knelt down, and raised his sword, ready to fight. Fine, let's see who's the last one standing. The Kobold Queen roared cruelly. Shin Sangiun moved like lightning, every step an attack, every move a lethal strike. The Kobold Queen couldn't even counterattack, she just closed her eyes. She exploded like a giant fireball. System, congratulations, you have defeated the Kobold Queen. After a cry of agony, the Kobold Queen burned fiercely. System, your level has suddenly skyrocketed. You have just obtained the Rank C title, Before the Drink Goes Warm. Rank C title, description. A title created by the goddess of beauty and fire, based on her ancient memories. For 120 minutes after entering a dungeon, you and all party members are immune to fear effects. Shin Sangjun laughed happily upon hearing the news. The goddess of beauty and fire once declared proudly in her youth, "I behead my enemies before the wine has even cooled." This must be the first time I've received a title related to the constellations I've met, he thought, happily looking at the items glowing over there. Finally, those were the precious items he had earned. They appeared: Threatening Amulet of Despair, Platinum Holy Artifact, Support Equipment. Special Effect, Threatening, a sound like the scream of the Akado's Kobold clan, carrying extreme hatred toward the opponent. They must quickly lose their will to fight. Swift Boots, Gold Holy Artifact, Common Equipment Type, Specialized Footwear, Unique Effect. Evasion, specialized for quick retreating. Retreat speed is faster than forward speed, creating opportunities to counterattack when the enemy leaves an opening. Detection Necklace, Gold Holy Artifact, a type of jewelry with a special effect. King Kobold's craftsmanship, used to quickly detect enemies, sense killing intent, and display targets within 100 meters as a red glow. He picked it up excitedly. The other items, just looking at them makes my mouth water. I'll keep them for now and absorb them later. Because there was someone watching, Hun shouted from behind, making him jump. Shin Sangyun, he chided. What's wrong? Why are you shouting so loud? Hun ran over, breathless. We have to leave here right now. Shin Sangyun looked up, surprised. The rift is starting to close. He sighed. What? Oh, no. Everyone knew the rift would close once the boss was defeated. But why were the two of them so panicked? Suddenly, he remembered something. Wait, don't tell me. He stared at the pile of gold, stunned. Does that mean it has so much glimmering stuff left? What about the gear? The two of them rushed to pull Sangjun away. No, you can't. Put it down, man. Pull him out now. He was regretful, unwilling to give up. I can't. Damn it. There are so many people standing out there waiting. Some are even taking pictures outside the rift. Images of the two of them dragging Shin Sangyun out appeared. Everyone present outside cheered. It looks like they succeeded. Shin Sangyun is the best. Look, the rift is about to close completely. Suddenly, their expressions changed. Everyone was surprised, wondering what was happening. The three of them stepped outside with extremely sorrowful faces. Hun and Li Jung patted his shoulder to console him. Shin Sangjun looked as miserable as if he'd lost everything. Everyone whispered, "Why is the atmosphere like this?" Shin Sangjun kept his head down until a microphone was shoved right in front of him. Jongmin, looking handsome and cheerful, interviewed him amidst the cheers. Greetings, Shin Sangyun. We are reporters from Player Magazine. Jongmin grinned. You are the hero who saved the city. Please share a few words. Shin Sangjun looked up and gave a strained smile. Hero? What are you talking about? The scene shifted. There were 3 monsters there. Player Town, Floor S, High-Level Training Area B. Hyun was unleashing his techniques. He took down a summoned monster, 3 rank B golems. Now, the Korean Player Association, led by Hyun, a rank B summoner, level 12, plus the ones roaring on this side, showing their strength. Hyun shouted, "Initiate combat simulation." Shin Terry just offered a contemptuous smile. Her speed. was like lightning, tearing through the air. The monster's giant body shattered. Another one stared at her with glowing eyes. She spun her weapon at a terrifying speed. Shin Terry's eyes were filled with killing intent. In just the blink of an eye, wherever her weapon's light went, the monsters froze in place. They roared violently, then shattered into pieces. Their body parts were scattered everywhere, much to Ihyun's astonishment. The system couldn't keep up with Shin Terry's speed. Guess this is the limit of the simulation training system. It's too slow. She praised Ihyun. You did great. I came here so I wouldn't forget the feeling of kissing her. But she stood there, lost in thought. I wanted to face him one more time. I should have exchanged contact info. But Miso cut him off. The TV was playing the news. Breaking news. A rift appeared in Bupi Ion, GA. Luckily, a player nearby handled it alone. Terry looked on, curious and impressed. The TV continued. We will now interview that player. Her eyes widened in amazement. The TV was interviewing Shin Sangiun. How do you feel after clearing it without any casualties? I just did what I had to do. Terry seemed amused. And humble too. Amazing. To think I'd run into him like this. Park Jung-min asked. Did you encounter any difficulties? According to the Player Association, the monsters were around level 150, right? Your level is much lower than theirs. You must have had a hard time. Sangjun replied shyly. True. Levels are important, but I don't think that's the deciding factor. Absolutely. It's about winning or losing. Shin Terry watched, looking very satisfied. He's right. If he can say that with such confidence, he clearly knows his own limits. I've felt it for a long time. He's truly matured like a player who returned from hell. She couldn't stop smiling. Is his master an AI? Perhaps his constellation is the god of war? Another thought crossed her mind. Or maybe, does he have a contract with a constellation like me? Switching scenes, Shin Sangiun sat looking at the pile of items he'd looted yesterday. The next day at home, Shin Sangiun sat with his eyes closed, thinking about traveling to another space, a void space. He opened his eyes, excited. Time to eat, right? His lips curved into a happy smile. Yesterday, I obtained the saintly relics, threat, location, and retreat. Every single one is useful. Maybe it's thanks to my luck stat? Alright, let's keep this momentum going. I can become as strong as I want now. He thought about how, since the age of players began, most swordsmen had a certain image. They were stuck in a prejudice, focusing only on strength and stamina. Bizarre-looking monsters attacked humanity, but when monsters with diverse attack patterns appeared, those who blindly chased after brute force started heading toward their own destruction, and the status of the swordsman began to waver. It seemed that way. But ever since the magic swordsman Du Kyung-soo appeared, the entire mindset of the swordsman world changed. He discarded heavy armor to optimize speed. Instead of blocking, he chose to dodge. He chose support-oriented skills, instead of just focusing on damage. In other words, he was a swordsman who could handle any situation. The image of a cold Do Kyung-soo flickered through Shin Sangyun's memory. By nature, he was the pioneer of the versatile swordsman concept. Those eyes were so cold, even in his past life. I never changed my fighting style because of my own pride. This life will be different, the system notified him. Finished preparing the absorption of the Cloak of Despair, Boots of Haste, and the Explorer's Necklace. The gourmet meal was ready. Kobu forest mushroom soup, Kobu beef steak with spicy pepper sauce. Shin Sangyun was so happy he drooled like a kid. Delicious. This time, it's cooked based on the recipe related to the Kobu king. Wait, I thought they were just fierce. I didn't know they were such foodies, he wondered. But why are there only 2 dishes? Another dish started appearing on the table. It was a salad of raw, orange larvae swamp Kobu. Shin Sangyun looked at them. They looked bizarre. So he complained, retracting his earlier praise about them being foodies. This is really not okay. 2 bodyguards were standing guard. There were many people gathered in front of Shin Sangyun's house. One of them held a camera and shouted, I told you, we were approved last time. Exactly. Open the door, the bodyguard shouted angrily. I've told you how many times? That's against the rules. Shin Sangyun smiled as he stood by the window, looking down at everyone arguing. So, how are we supposed to make a living? Is that my problem? What are they doing in front of the door? Come to think of it, how did they even get into this area last time? We paid fees to stop things like this. He looked blank. Went out to get some air and stop feeling tired. Only to see that scene. It's even more nauseating. Those jerks are too much. Fine, I'll go inside and rest. He sighed and walked in. I don't have any more plans for now. What should I do next? Maybe I should just rest today. That nauseous feeling from yesterday still hasn't gone away. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered. From the other side, a sweet voice spoke. Hello, Shin Sangiun si, Jihye said happily. I'm Kim Jihye from the player management department. We met at the mission zone, remember? On the other end, Shin Sangiun quickly replied, Yes, I remember. Is there something you called me for? Jihye said. It's nothing much. I called to give you a reward for that rift incident. He sighed and smiled bitterly. That honorary plaque thing? Honestly, up until now. Things like being called a hero or being awarded titles, to be honest. By his standards, this achievement was so small it made him feel embarrassed. He thought about many other players in the system, because compared to the disasters he would have to face and stop in the future, the rift he cleared was just a drop in the ocean. I'm still not worthy of such praise, Sangiun replied gently. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. Jihye stammered. Then, at least accept the priority access to the dungeon you suggested earlier, please? His eyes went wide. He couldn't believe what Jihye just said. You mean the Silent Land dungeon? He stammered. It got approved? Kim Jihye replied, yes. Thanks to your performance this time, the higher-ups approved it immediately, without any obstacles. He thought about the Silent Land, a dungeon where most elite monsters all used the Silence's status effect. Shin Sangiun turned to look at his comrade, joking, checking your sister's photo again? His comrade sighed. It's a habit. I usually look at her photo when everything is finished. It's been 15 years since I lost her. Shin Sangiun was curious. Which dungeon did your sister enter last time? His comrade stared fixedly at the picture of the Silent Land. She was a player who relied heavily on skills, so when she went in there, she couldn't do anything. He said, sounding heartbroken. But now I could wipe that place out with ease. Regret is useless now unless, of course, I could turn back time, Shin thought to himself, his resolve reigniting. Fine then, get ready for me. This was a dungeon he had to visit. A brand new, luxurious car was speeding down the road. Shin Sangiun sat inside, soaking in the comfort. This new car makes driving feel so good, doesn't it? I originally only planned on spending money on artifacts, he suddenly realized. But last week, when I went to the Gupai dungeon to enter the rift, I learned a painful lesson. What a massive headache. I like being noticed, but not like that anymore. I'm never taking public transport again. Suddenly, his phone rang. Shin Sangiun answered, excited. Yes, I'm listening. The voice on the other end spoke. Hello, Mr. Shin Sangiun. I'm calling to confirm today's raid at the Silent Land. Silent Land? He replied. I'm on my way. I'll be there soon. He smiled and sighed. I see. Well, there will be other staff members there to assist you, since it's outside my jurisdiction. Thinking back, time sure flew by. He thought about his six-pack physique and his training. I've been fully focused on my training. Let's check my progress. It's been a week since I cleared that rift. Shin Sangiun was pumped. His body felt like it wanted to dance inside the car. He couldn't wait to try out his new skills. His hands and feet were itching for some action. Suddenly, he noticed something up ahead. There were people ahead directing traffic. Cars were moving slowly, following the guidance. What's going on? He muttered to himself in the car. Don't tell me there's a traffic jam at this hour? Just move, would you? I intentionally avoided rush hour. He gritted his teeth. It would probably take a while for the road to clear. What the hell? Could a rift have opened? His eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. A group of reporters was interviewing. A tall, handsome man with an aura that radiated brilliance. The closer he looked, the clearer those features became, especially those captivating blue eyes. Shin Sangiun stammered, Do Kyungsu? A massive spatial gate shimmered with light and chaotic energy. Dungeon number 21, Yoido Intersection. The crazed crowd behind him cheered. Mr. Do Kyungsu, I love you. Look over here, just once. The reporter asked enthusiastically. You're as popular as ever, Mr. Do Kyungsu. How are you feeling? Do Kyungsu kept a face as cold as ice. It is an honor. The reporter looked flustered. What's with that half-hearted answer? Does he think he can act like that just because he's famous? She thought. So, how do you feel about the upcoming dungeon raid? She prompted, adding, maybe tell us about your attack strategy? Do Kyungsu answered without a hint of emotion, as always. His response was incredibly dismissive. I'll just cut down the monsters, that's all. The reporter's eyes lit up. She loved it. Now that I think about it, that blunt style is actually quite charming. Suddenly, the cameraman heard a shout from far away. Hey, keep moving. Shin Sangiun poked his head out. A man approaching quickly shouted, Look, it's Shin Sangiun. The crowd started buzzing. Is he following Do Kyungsu? Shin was startled and annoyed. I was so distracted I didn't even notice I'd driven here. Now I remember. I'm also someone who gets recognized easily. The quick-witted reporter immediately pivoted to a breaking news segment. A clash between the gods. He is challenging the throne of the demon sword. The bodyguard standing next to Du Kyung-soo whispered, "That is the man who soloed the rift a short while ago. I heard he's a swordsman with a style similar to yours." Du Kyung-soo gave a devilish smile. "I know." The reporter interrupted. "Excuse me." The reporter rushed over to the car. "Mr. Shin Sangiun, why are you all the way out here?" Shin stepped out, looking flustered. "It's just a coincidence." The reporter kept pushing. "Did you come here to challenge Du Kyung-soo?" He stammered. No, that's not it." The reporter kept firing questions. "Why did you change your car? Is it the full option model? Can you reveal how much the car costs?" Shin Sangjun felt embarrassed and his face turned pale. "It's just a coincidence. I mean, no, that's not it. I just meant, damn it. I don't want to get Du Kyung-soo's attention like this." Standing in the middle of a swarm of reporters, Shin Sangyun felt awkward. What should I do? Du Kyung-soo's sharp eyes narrowed as he smirked. Shin Sangyun looked over, surprised. Did he just smile? Was that a mocking smile? "So, did you borrow money to buy that car? Or did you pay for it yourself?" Shin froze. I don't know what that smile meant. But regardless, I'm actually really glad to see this. He looked back at the glowing light radiating from behind Du Kyung-soo. Seeing him like this reminded him how long the road ahead still was. Du Kyung-soo called his bodyguard. "All right, we should get going." The man quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Du Kyung-soo sighed. In the past, he had met many promising players, but this one was different. Du Kyung-soo observed Shin Sangyun closely. The kid wasn't looking at him with admiring eyes. The kid viewed him as someone he absolutely had to surpass. A man looked back at Shin Sangyun. "Right? Sir, wait for me. We will definitely meet again." Cutting to another scene, a spatial gate swirled with a mysterious black color. A bleak atmosphere. Dungeon number 661. Code name: The Silent Land. Shin Sangjun stepped out of the car. He was still thinking about their recent encounter. Du Kyung-soo really is a special person, isn't he? He just stood there, but I couldn't find a single opening. That aura was still lingering, his eyebrows furrowed, his face set in firm determination. The bigger the target, the more exciting the chase. "Just you wait, I'll catch up to you soon." Beside him, there was the sound of a loud argument. Shin Sangyun glanced over. "Hey, seriously, what is that supposed to mean?" Sujin was yelling loudly. "Today, it's clearly our turn to raid the Silent Land. Please, calm down for a moment." Why did it suddenly become Shin Sangyun's turn? He stepped up from behind. "Is there a problem?" Kim Ji-hae was startled and stammered. Sujin was still shouting. Perfect timing. She walked over, angry, and shouted, "Just because you're famous, you think you can abuse your power? Even as a player, you should know the basic rules. Has something like this ever happened before?" Shin Sangyun froze. "Thank God, it really is today." That's exactly the face. I wasn't sure because the memories were a bit hazy, but Sujin's face looks exactly like the one in the photo my teammates showed me. "Today is the day your little sister dies in this silent land. Are you even listening to me?" Shin Sangyun's face went blank. "Me? I never expected her to have such a rude and wild personality, sir. She's the complete opposite of him, isn't she? You must have had a hard time dealing with her. You're lost in thought, but in a situation like this, there's no need to hold back." Sujin was still shouting loudly. "Hey, Shin Sangjun." He spoke in a very serious tone. "What? Sometimes you need to be tough on people." His words left Sujin dumbfounded and speechless. Even if she was angry, "Don't take it out on me. I'm just following the schedule set by the association. Is there a problem?" He waved his hand nonchalantly. "Well then, I'm heading into the dungeon. I don't have much time." Kim Ji-hae bowed. "Yes, sir." Sujin was fuming. "You, stop right there." She flared up, ready to lunge at him, but her teammates held her back. "You think I'll let this slide? You'd better watch your back, Shin Sangyun. You hear me? Watch your back when it gets dark. Understand?" Shin Sangyun. He grimaced and muttered to himself, "I should have just taken a day off. How annoying." He stepped into the dungeon. The interior was terrifyingly dark. The entrance to the Silent Lands felt suffocating. Shin Sangyun frowned and pinched his nose. A foul stench hit him as soon as he stepped inside. Well, that was to be expected, since most monsters here are. Something suddenly moved beneath his feet. He quickly jumped back. Two pitch-black hands with long, jagged claws emerged, followed by a gruesome, monstrous face. He sighed. A zombie-type monster. His foot had brushed against it. He reached for his sword to attack, but the system alerted him. "You have been affected by the silent status due to the monster's attack. You cannot use skills for 0.5 seconds. Just a touch, and I'm already silenced?" He swiftly drew his sword and finished the zombie with a single strike. More and more zombies climbed up. They shrieked violently. He analyzed the situation. So, the bottom line is, don't get hit even once. And limit the use of skills. Huh. A look of shock flashed across his face for a split second, but it was enough to reveal the turmoil within. Are you serious? That sounds like I have to play by the fundamentals, doesn't it? If there's one thing I'm most confident in, it's that. Scene change. Inside a conference room, everyone was seated, listening to a presentation. Location: South Korea, Player Association, Scout Team 4, Tactical Conference Room. A girl holding a projector remote was adjusting the screen while speaking. The next player we need to discuss is player Shin Sangiun. Hearing the name Shin Sangiun, everyone in the room looked surprised. A man nodded in satisfaction and spoke up. So this is that kid? The one who wiped out an entire dungeon, right? That's quite an impressive feat. Another person in the room spoke up after hearing that. Even so, I heard he only awakened his abilities a month ago, and before that, he was just a porter, right? A man who had been silent until now let out a sigh. The man with a scar on the outer corner of his left eye sat with his arms crossed across the table and said, "So it's him. The one that those two brothers, Lee Jung and Hun, keep praising." This man was an Ikyun, captain of Scout Team 4 of the South Korean Player Association. The man sitting next to Ikyun pushed up his glasses, read the report on the table, and spoke up. That's correct. Recently, he's been getting a lot of attention from the public. Hearing him say that, Ikyun continued, his growth rate is clearly far superior to other players. However, should we consider him one of the super special cases, like Kimisu, Shin Terry, or Do Kyung-soo? I'm a bit skeptical. The man with sharp eyes seemed to be evaluating something, but then he agreed. I agree with that sentiment as well. This man was Shin Minji, deputy captain of Scout Team 4 of the South Korean Player Association. Shin Minji picked up Shin Sangiun's resume and examined it as he spoke. There are always players who show astonishing growth rates, and the way he handled the trench by himself is worthy of high praise. However, since we cannot accurately determine the true danger level of that situation, we must be cautious when discussing his achievements. We cannot rule out the possibility that he is just good at manipulating the media. Hearing him say that, someone in the seat opposite him spoke up in opposition. I don't think so. Hearing that, everyone in the room looked surprised. Seeing someone oppose his opinion, Shin Minji couldn't hide his anger. Everyone in the conference room saw his expression look ugly, and everyone broke into a cold sweat. Some people in the room even started whispering, "Here we go again." This is the 100th time Lee Gahi has opposed the deputy captain's opinion, and she even interrupts him before he can finish a few sentences. These words reached Minji's ears. He kept a smile on his face but said in a strained voice, "Everyone, be quiet." Seeing this, Ikyun spoke up, wanting to mediate. "What would you like to say, Gahi?" Gahi immediately stood up from her chair, placed her hands on the table, and replied, "That's right. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but he is the player that I personally have been tracking." The girl who just spoke was Lee Gahi, of Scout Team 4 of the South Korean Player Association, a scout for the strategy team. Gahi left her seat, walked over to the presentation area, and presented to everyone in the room. Over the past few days, I have collected data on Shin Sangiun. Even though it took some extra time, I think we needed to do this. She used the projector remote to display, while continuing to say to the others, because that is the only way for us to understand that Shin Sangiun is not an ordinary player. Looking at the data being projected, Gahi analyzed. As everyone knows, this is the growth chart of an average player. We set the parameters at level 50, assuming that Shin Sangiun has reached that level and now. As she spoke, her finger pressed the remote in her hand. Immediately, Shin Sangiun player chart appeared, and she continued. This is the simulated growth chart for Shin Sangiun. Everyone just saw his chart, and they were all stunned. Someone even exclaimed, "What the hell?" Shin Minji also looked at the data on his tablet and said, "No way." He turned his eyes full of scrutiny toward Gahi and continued. "Lee Gahi, what do you think you're doing? You have lost your ability to be objective. Are you forgetting your role as a scout, Gahi? Keep your eyes on the player you're supposed to be monitoring." She pointed to the data displayed on the screen and continued. "You can overlook the number of skills for a moment, but when you look at the number of titles, do you have any observations?" Shin Minji, hearing this, probed further. "By that speed, are you implying that he's growing as fast as the sword demon, Do Kyung-soo?" Gahi replied frankly. "That is the conclusion I reached after objectively examining the data. It's undeniable. I've met with everyone who has ever worked with Shin Sangiun." At this point, someone in the meeting room seemed dissatisfied. and interrupted me. Flashback. Gahi had previously gone to meet the players who had interacted with Shin Sangiun. The first question she asked everyone was, "Is there anything strange about Shin Sangiun?" The first one, Jun Dakyung, heard the question and raised his hand, rubbing his chin in thought before saying, "Shin Sangiun? I think he has two things that many would find strange." Gahi, sitting across from him, remained composed and replied, "I would like you to focus more on his combat intuition skills and his influence on the battlefield." Hearing her say that, Jun Dakyung laughed out loud, as if it had just clicked, and said, "His skills are incredible. I've never seen anyone use a stun like that before. No one can get close to him, I'm sure." At this point, he sighed suddenly and said hesitantly, "However, if that were all, then it couldn't be considered special." Hearing this, Gahi looked curious. Jun Dakyung then told Gahi that the reason he was special is probably because of his natural-born combat talent. Scene change. Shin Sangiun is currently in a dungeon fighting a group of zombies. Scene change. When meeting others who had fought with Shin Sangiun, Gahi asked a different question. "What are your thoughts on his combat intuition?" Park Tae-sok, hearing her ask that, seemed very impressed and said loudly, "His basic training is top tier." Kang Joo-hee, beside him, immediately nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right, Shin Sangiun is super cool." While recording these answers, Gahi noticed that the two of them seemed very happy when mentioning Shin Sangiun, so she continued to ask, "How do you two see it? Compared to other players at his level, he's better, right?" Kang Joo-hee heard this and immediately told her, "It's more than that. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be here talking right now." Park Tae-sok also told Gahi, "It's hard to explain, but I think the way he creates space between himself and other players must be due to his grueling training. It feels like I'm working with a battle-hardened veteran." Scene change. Shin Sangiun is charging at the zombies with his sword. They open their large mouths, letting out constant roars. Scene change. Hearing him say that, Gahi looked confused, furrowed her brow, and asked, "What do you mean? Can you explain that in more detail?" Park Tae-sok saw she wanted to know, but he didn't know how to explain it, only vaguely saying, "It feels like he knows what's going to happen before it does. His intuition to predict the opponent's next move is top-notch." Scene change. Shin Sangiun is in the dungeon. He isn't using his skills, just the speed of the sword in his hands to take care of the zombies. Each swing he makes is extremely decisive. Blood splatters instantly. As Shin Sangiun lands on the ground, the zombies that rushed him have already been dealt with. The others just scream loudly. Back to Gahi's interview, Park Tae-sok continued, "I think for most people, there will always be moments where they reveal a weakness." She listened and nodded in agreement. "That's right. Unless they have enough experience to cover it, they will always show a few openings." Park Tae-seok saw she agreed with his point, but added, "But Shin Sangiun isn't like that. It's like his body moves automatically before he even thinks about what to do." Inside the dungeon, Shin Sangiun is still tirelessly cutting down the zombies, when suddenly, a zombie monster appears from behind. It opens its large mouth, looking like it wants to devour Shin Sangiun, but he sees it quickly and reacts in time. As the zombie lunges, he leans back and avoids the attack. Scene change. In the interview, after hearing Park Tae-sok say that, Gahi is still a bit skeptical and asks, "In other words, it seems like he has sharp combat intuition." Park Tae-sok raises his hand in agreement. "Exactly. That's it. Combat intuition that has been honed thoroughly. No matter what situation Shin Sangiun is in." Scene change. In the dungeon, two zombie monsters are constantly roaring and rushing toward him. They open their large mouths, drool flying everywhere. But Shin Sangiun isn't afraid at all. He moves skillfully and swings his sword at the monster. The last sentence of the interview that Park Tae-sok remarked to Gahi was that he also has a way to handle it. Scene change. Back to reality. After reflecting on the interviews with those who have interacted with Shin Sangiun, Gahi says to everyone in the meeting room, "To summarize what I just said, the feature that makes Shin Sangiun different is an intuition equivalent to the ability of precognition. To add, Shin Sangiun's combat intuition is on par with most A+ rank players. If we add this to the analysis, then I believe he has the potential to be considered an S-rank player." Meanwhile, Shin Sangiun has used his sword to slice the zombie monster in two. After finishing the last one, he sighs in relief and says, "There sure are a lot of monsters, damn it." The scene in the dungeon is now completely silent. Scene change. Back to the meeting room. After hearing Gahi's presentation on Shin Sangiun, Minji is trembling with anger. He refuses to accept it, gritting his teeth as he shouts, "Unbelievable." Shin Minji jumps up from his chair. He slams his hand down on the table, pointing his other hand straight at Gahi, and yells, "Do you even understand what it means to be rated as S rank?" Gahi hears this and coldly replies with 3 words, "I understand perfectly." Shin Minji, seeing this, becomes even more agitated and shouts, "Then what was that? Pre-ignition, you say? Are you saying Shin Sangiun knew ahead of time that the Virtue Ken Duke would appear and use that opportunity to snag the title? Why don't you just come out and say he regressed already?" Hearing him say that, Gahi seemed to have already considered it, then replied, "Regression. That's convincing too." I knew the captain would. Minji flew into a rage at hearing that and shouted her name, Lee Gahi. Seeing the scene becoming so noisy, an Ikyun finally spoke up. "Everyone, quiet down. Why do you fight every time you meet? Are you kids or what? I understand why you said that. Shin Sangiun isn't a normal player. Lee Gahi, starting today, your mission is to strictly monitor Shin Sangiun." Minji. Hearing him say that, she turned around in agitation and shouted, "Captain!" But an Ikyun ignored him and kept talking. "However, you are only allowed to work alone, understand?" Receiving an Ikyun's approval, Gahi broke into a wide, bright smile and replied, "Understood. I will do my best." Scene transition. At the zombie dungeon. Shin Sangiun was moving forward alone, covering his nose with his hand as he walked. A foul stench hit him square in the face. Shin Sangiun thought with disgust. He hated the smell of monster blood, but the blood of the ghouls was even worse. That's why he bought new clothes. Because they keep popping up out of nowhere. It's really hard to deal with. They don't even drop holy relics. Thinking of this, Shin Sangiun seemed to remember something, stopped in his tracks, and thought, "Huh? Wait a second." He put his hand to his forehead and sighed, thinking to himself, "Now that I think about it, don't I have that skill?" Just then, Shin Sangiun suddenly wore a peculiar smirk. He activated his eyes, which immediately turned gold, and said, "I should have used this from the very beginning." Information about the skill immediately appeared. Skill detail. Detection active support skill. Skill level. 1. Activates Eyes of Detection. If you possess a support skill of the same type, the effect will be nullified. All monsters within a 100-meter radius will be marked. Monsters that leave the area will be marked separately. Maximum range, 5 to 100 meters. Just after using his detection eyes, Shin Sangiun immediately froze. He realized there were tons of zombies all around him. Shin Sangiun wore a strained smile on his face, thinking, "What the? Why are there still so many monsters? I thought I had cleared almost all of them, didn't I? Or should I just ditch a few?" Just as he was thinking that, Shin Sangiun seemed to spot something. He blurted out, "Huh?" From up in the sky, some tiny creature was flying toward him. Seeing it fly over, Shin Sangiun reacted instinctively. He pointed his finger at it and muttered, "What now? Does it even count as a monster? Why did the detection skill mark it?" Before he could even do anything, it suddenly exploded. It caught Shin Sangiun off guard, making him stumble backward, getting scratched by the heat of the explosion. Shin Sangiun frowned and shouted, "Self-destructing flies?" A large burn appeared on his palm from the blast. Shin Sangiun thought to himself, "Good thing I reacted in time, or I would have been toasted. Otherwise, I would have lost my arm." He fell backward, gritting his teeth in anger, thinking, if there are more of these self-destructing flies around, then there must be some kind of magic-type monster nearby, if I can't escape them. Before he could finish his thought, countless self-destructing flies appeared, flying toward him all at once. Shin Sangiun was stunned for a moment. Right after that, a much larger explosion occurred. Not far away, a person wearing a cloak appeared, standing there watching. It was the 3 corpses, the necromancer's minions. They didn't say a word, just let out a cry in unison. Scene transition. Back to the meeting room. Minji and Gahi were sitting across from each other. He spoke in a low voice. "Lee Gahi, I understand you hold Shin Sangiun in high regard, but besides combat intuition, do you have any more information about his skills or titles? Because according to what you said, he might have some special way to collect, am I right?" Gahi sat there, listening to Minji's presentation before speaking up. "No, actually, I've thought about it too, even though this is just my hypothesis." Just then, one of the corpses seemed to see something and let out a cry. Back in the meeting room, Gahi paused for a moment before continuing. "But even if it's only partially true." Scene transition. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, after the explosion ended, the smoke cleared to reveal a figure still standing there. Shin Sangiun. He had used his skill to activate a protective shield, which was how he avoided the blast. He said angrily, "Seriously, do you guys not have lives or what?" He had used the sword defense skill. Sword defense. An active support skill. Using a sword creates a barrier to block attacks aimed at the blade. While the barrier is maintained, you cannot move forward, only backward. Consumes 2 mana per second. If the barrier is broken, you must reactivate sword defense. Shin Sangiun looked toward the corpses, his eyes brimming with lethal intent as he excitedly said, "Now it's my turn, right? A player who transcends all normal limits." Scene transition. A few days ago, at the underground training room of Building C in the player's town. Right now, someone was training non-stop. Preset mechanisms were firing countless arrows at the trainee, Shin Sangiun. He was training his reflexes and swordplay, slashing through every single arrow flying at him. He trained until he was drenched in sweat, looking at the sharp arrows before his eyes. Shin Sangiun thought to himself, "I've been following this training schedule for 3 days now, I think. Except for special situations like finding a holy relic, the way to obtain skills is very simple. Through repetitive habits. If you use the instructions that even the AI knows, achieving basic passive skills is quite easy. But to get active skills like Omni Attack, those methods don't work because they require repetitive habits that must fit specific conditions." Scene transition. Back to the dungeon. Shin Sangyun's gaze was incredibly determined. In his mind, he was still thinking. Players who discover these methods usually don't share them, keeping them as their own. Possessing them is nearly impossible, unless you happen to get lucky. But right then, he was still standing perfectly still, with no intention of moving. Shin Sangyun wore a look of keen interest to himself. You thought to yourself that you were a player with quite a bit of experience, but a description box suddenly popped up with information about the skill you had just used. Sword Guard, an active support skill that uses your sword to create a barrier, blocking attacks aimed at the blade for the duration of the barrier. You cannot move forward, only backward. It consumes 2 mana per second, and if the barrier is broken, you must reactivate Sword Guard very quickly. The 3 corpses standing above noticed that Shin Sangyun was still alive. They pointed at him and let out a shriek. Immediately, the self-destructing flies flew back toward Shin Sangyun. One of the corpses with blue eyes seemed angry and shrieked. Right after that, it used the power in its hand, and a purple sphere of energy instantly appeared. From that sphere, tens of thousands of self-destructing flies were produced, crazily rushing toward Shin Sangyun. Seeing this, he didn't feel any fear and charged forward. Shin Sangyun smirked, thinking that while the defense he had worked so hard to get was certainly a good defensive skill, its biggest drawback was that he couldn't move forward. However, at that moment, countless massive explosions erupted simultaneously from the flies. After these explosions finished, only a cloud of white dust remained. But then, something as fast as lightning soared forward. It was Shin Sangyun. He had seized the opportunity to set up a solid shield. When the 3 corpses saw him right in front of them, they shrieked in terror. Shin Sangyun's speed was incredibly fast now. He fixed his sharp gaze on them and said, "There's always a way to solve every limitation." Seeing him attack, all 3 of them used their magic to create a green magic sphere. A group of undead mages cast multiple hellfire spells at the same time. Together, the 3 of them created countless fireballs surrounding Shin Sangyun. Seeing this, he just scoffed and then shouted loudly, "It's too late." While the fireballs were still gathering together, Shin Sangyun swung his sword in a slash toward them. These corpses were instantly sliced into pieces by him. At the very last moment, they could only shriek in despair, ear-piercing screams accompanied by an earthquake. It caused the ceiling of the dungeon to crumble, with debris falling down. At this moment, a figure stood below, holding a sword. This person was covered in full armor, with no face visible. The corpses by now were slowly vanishing into sand and dust. After they disappeared, a purple stone appeared, glowing with a blinding light. Shin Sangyun didn't know what it was. He sat down, reached out, and picked up the stone, muttering to himself, "Is this a purple mana crystal? Finally, I'm seeing high-level loot drop." Looking at the purple stone in his hand, Shin Sangyun began to think, a high-level mana crystal is worth over 100 million won. When I enter higher-level dungeons, the rewards will surely be even better. Thinking of this, he made a decision. He placed the stone on the ground and said, "After I finish everything, I'll come back for it. Now, let's head to the deepest part of the dungeon." Immediately, his eyes were activated. They shifted to a golden-orange color. Using his system's positioning skill, it displayed, "Monster detected," through the radar. But strangely, Shin Sangyun couldn't see the monster's shadow at all. This made him falter. Shin Sangyun froze, cold sweat rolling down his cheek. In his mind, he was asking himself, "Just one? Where did those swarming monsters from earlier go? Which means, where is that monster hiding?" Just as he thought that, Shin Sangiun sensed a chill coming from behind his back. He immediately reacted by glancing backward, thinking, "There's something behind me." Shin Sangiun was a bit panicked, thinking, "It's too late to react now." Left? Right? Below? At that moment, the enemy swung its sword at him. Shin Sangiun didn't think much else. Damn it, whatever. He used his intuition to guess the direction of the attack. Thinking that, Shin Sangiun immediately jumped up into the air, silently praying, "Please, let me guess right." Just as he jumped into the air, the stone floor below exploded from the enemy's slash. The stone shattered, turning into debris, filling the air. Seeing this, Shin Sangiun had to exclaim, "Insane!" He immediately knitted his brows, observing, thinking to himself, "Now I understand." Of course, the monsters wouldn't just vanish. They all ran away to survive simply because this thing appeared. A monster that wipes out both enemies and allies without distinction. At this moment, Shin Sangiun was looking down at the armored, sword-wielding figure, standing below. Just by glancing at the armor on this person, Shin Sangiun instantly recognized it. In his mind, he thought, "Death Knight." Before he could even react, the figure took a leap into the air, facing him. Shin Sangiun thought to himself, "I don't understand why a monster that's supposed to be in the deepest part of the dungeon would wander out here." But when facing it directly, he understood. That's right. It's because of it. Sujin death in my previous life was caused by the Death Knight. Shin Sangyun was still thinking about it. It had killed his comrade's sister. Facing this enemy, Shin Sangyun immediately swung the sword in his hand to slash at the one he was facing. This boss was the Death Knight of repentance and rage. Shin Sangyun poured all his strength into his sword, shouting loudly, thinking to himself, "In this life, I won't let that happen again." Immediately after, both their swords made contact. A massive earthquake caused rocks and soil to scatter everywhere. The two blades clashed until sparks flew. Shin Sangyun gritted his teeth, using all his strength, internally cursing, "Bastard," with every slash from the Death Knight, which was constantly attacking Shin Sangyun. He could no longer hold out against the many strikes of the Death Knight. His whole body went into freefall. In his mind, there was only one thought about the enemy's slashes. They are too powerful. The Death Knight lives up to its name. An undead monster. A knight born from death itself, to be precise. It's the soul of a fallen swordsman, reborn into an immortal body. Its signature move is Silent Swamp, a passive skill that is always active. It's a skill that silences anyone who touches the black aura beneath its feet. The association figured it could be easily defeated by using a long-range player. Shin Sangyun is currently recalling when he first stepped into the dungeon and immediately ran into a zombie monster. He remembers how they based the difficulty of the Silent Swamp on standard dungeon monsters, rating it at level 120, and that was the association's biggest mistake. The true power of the Death Knight isn't just the Silent Swamp. Many players have been killed by it after entering the dungeon. Shin Sangyun is still lost in thought about the Death Knight's true power. He realizes it's that the soul of a master swordsman is inside it. In other words, if that swordsman had high combat skills, the Death Knight would be exponentially more dangerous. The association realized this too late and significantly increased the threat level of the Silent Swamp, and Shin Sangyun team is now losing their footing. He grits his teeth, curses under his breath, "Damn it," all while thinking about the realization that the Death Knight in the Silent Swamp has a danger level between A+ and S. Just then, the Death Knight swings its sword again, delivering another strike. Its strength is immense, sending Shin Sangyun flying. His body slams into the ground, and the impact makes a deafening crash. Rocks and debris shatter, scattering everywhere. A wound immediately appears on Shin Sangyun's forehead, and he coughs up a mouthful of blood, thinking to himself, "This is bad." Watching the Death Knight approach, Shin Sangyun wonders, "Am I actually going to die here this time?" Shin Sangyun lies on the ground, blood staining the corner of his mouth, remaining silent. As the Death Knight approaches, he gasps out, "This is infuriating." Shin Sangyun braces his sword against the ground and forces himself to stand, facing the Death Knight. He says, "Every time I tell myself I'm going to die, it's so hard. It's not easy for a human to change. Every time things get even a little bit dangerous, those weak thoughts always creep back in." At first, Shin Sangyun recalls his past self and blames himself internally. At this rate, he'll never change. With that thought, he calls out to the Death Knight, making it hesitate for a moment. "Hey, you bastard. What are you staring at? Come at me, you piece of trash." His eyes have changed, now filled with pure determination. Seeing him regain his spirit, the Death Knight looks slightly taken aback, unable to say a word. Moments later, its eyes narrow with murderous intent as it glares at Shin Sangyun. The two stand face to face, The Death Knight raises its sword, pointing it directly at Shin Sangiun, its gaze filled with hostility. It lets out a low growl. Suddenly, Shin Sangiun shifts his momentum and bolts in a different direction instead of charging head-on. It catches the Death Knight off guard. It turns to look where he's going and immediately chases after him. Shin Sangiun glances back over his shoulder while running. He notices his health bar has dropped to 23%. He smirks to himself. Good. It's following me without any suspicion. With his current stamina, going head-to-head is just foolish. He needs to find a way to recover at least a little bit of stamina. With that in mind, he instantly activates his targeting eye skill. His system interface immediately flashes. Target found. Monster level 17, 18, 19. Shin Sangiun immediately spots the monsters appearing right ahead of him. The moment he sees them, Shin Sangiun smirks. He thinks, just as I expected. They were hiding to take advantage of the situation the moment the Death Knight moved away. So that's it. You were hiding in the deepest part to avoid this fight, huh? Shin Sangiun keeps running until he sees a room ahead. He rushes forward, kicks the door open, and dashes inside. Immediately, countless monsters appear before him. As soon as they see him, they turn around. One zombie monster lets out an ear-piercing shriek, its drool flying everywhere. The scream makes Shin Sangiun hair stand on end, but he doesn't blink. He charges, crazily, slaughtering the monsters in the room one after another, lightning fast. Just as the Death Knight catches up, Shin Sangiun has already finished, cleaning out the room. He's breathing heavily. After killing the last monster, the system notifies him. Cunning Hunter, C-rank title. Title description. Every time you kill a small monster, you absorb their blood to restore stamina. His body recovers instantly. Shin Sangiun smiles slightly and says, "All right." The system displays another update. Due to the Cunning Hunter effect, you have recovered 35 HP. Shin Sangiun thinks to himself, thanks to the relic I got from the gutter, my speed increased, so losing it for a second was no big deal. All right, as long as I keep recovering stamina like this. The Death Knight is furious now. It roars and charges at Shin Sangiun. He turns and runs again, not forgetting to kill the small monsters along the way. Shin Sangiun thinks to himself that he might be able to reach the deepest part of the dungeon. After running for a while, he pushes open a door and runs into a dark room. This is the deepest part of the silent swamp. The sight that meets his eyes surprises him a little. Before him are tons of zombie monsters. As he charges forward, Shin Sangiun smiles, thinking, there are so many here. At this rate, I can recover most of my stamina. Next up is, but before he can finish his thought, the Death Knight catches up, forcing Shin Sangiun to stop in his tracks. He glances back, grits his teeth, and yells, "Damn it!" The Death Knight swung its blade again, but Shin Sangiun rolled aside, dodging the lethal strike. Shin Sangiun landed on the ground, having already cut down so many monsters, and muttered, "Wait, don't tell me." A sense of unease filled his heart. The attack hadn't been aimed at him it was meant for. The Death Knight's eyes glowed with blinding rage. It surged forward with a wild burst of power. Shin Sangiun realized. It noticed I was recovering my stamina and, Shin Sangiun's face twisted in horror. He thought to himself, it's insane. It's killing all of its own kind. The Death Knight lunged again with a frantic attack. Shin Sangiun was sent flying by the sheer force of the impact, crashing into the rocks as debris flew everywhere. He seized the moment. He gripped his sword tightly with both hands and swung. A prepare for counter prompt flashed in his system interface. Shin Sangiun glared at the Death Knight. He told himself, it doesn't matter. I've recovered enough mana. This is my chance. I'll meet it head-on with a counterattack. But suddenly, the system issued a warning, skill disabled. The Death Knight had activated its swamp skill, turning the surrounding area into its own domain. As the knight charged, the system notified him. You are within the Death Knight's silent swamp. All skills are disabled. The murky swamp liquid rose and clung to Shin Sangyun's body. He froze, stunned, just as the Death Knight slash loomed directly in front of him. A massive, violent explosion erupted from the impact. Shin Sangiun was blown back once again, slamming hard into the ground and crying out in pain. Shin Sangiun coughed up a mouthful of blood. His health bar dropped to critical levels. What a stupid mistake, he berated himself internally. He had sworn to always be wary of that silence effect, but all the stamina he had painstakingly recovered was wiped out in a single blow. If he hadn't blocked with his sword, he would be dead. Shin Sangyun's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Damn it, he cursed. In that exact moment, he remembered the teammates who had fought and died beside him in his past life. A fierce determination reignited within him. He wouldn't give up like this. He recalled his past life. A dying comrade had grabbed his hand, pleading, "Please, please, I have one last favor. Where my sister is buried, please, bury me next to her." Hearing those words, Shin Sangiun had pulled him into his arms and shouted, "Don't say such unlucky things. Do you want to die, you idiot? The dungeon break is almost over. Just hold on a little longer. The rescue team is coming." Sujin's brother had offered a weak smile. "Really? That's such a relief." Seeing him drifting away, Shin Sangiun screamed, "You bastard! Stay with me. Don't you dare." But it was too late. Shin Sangiun. In that moment, despair filled his eyes. Sujin's brother passed away in his arms. Shin Sangiun bowed his head in silence. He bit his lip to keep from sobbing, but tears fell against his will. He looked up at the sky and roared in agony, "I get it now." Back to reality. In the depths of the dungeon, the Death Knight stood there, silent, its entire body emitting a faint light. Just then, Shin Sangyun's voice cut through the air, causing the knight to tense up. "Right. I think I was wrong from the very beginning. Maybe I was so focused on preparing for the final boss that I was hoarding my stamina. Yeah, I miscalculated everything, repeating the same mistake over and over again. It's over. It really is over." Shin Sangjun stood up from a corner of the room, his entire body radiating a crimson mana aura. Covered in wounds, he charged toward the Death Knight, gritting his teeth as he spat out each word. "Now. It's all or nothing, you son of a bitch." He activated his skill. The system displayed. Frenzy skill activated. His eyes burned with despair and hatred. Shin Sangyun told himself, "That's right. I absolutely cannot give up here." It wasn't just about his obsession with his goals or his past. He surged out from the rubble, heading straight for the Death Knight. Surrounded by red sparks of electricity, Shin Sangyun suddenly vanished. The Death Knight let out a roar. Shin Sangyun reappeared behind it, hacking at the knight frantically. "I can't live by turning a blind eye to the things I'm supposed to protect," he thought. His vitality flared with intense fervor. He used his last ounce of strength to keep his battered body moving, his hands bleeding, yet he didn't stop. As he swung his sword, he thought, "Just the counterattack alone was enough to rip the skin off my hands. If this were a battle of pure strength, I couldn't beat it. But in that last exchange, I found the one thing I'm better at than you." After Shin Sangyun onslaught, the Death Knight swung its sword, lunging to strike him. As its massive, powerful blade descended, Shin Sangyun moved in a blur, appearing right behind the knight's back. The knight noticed too late. As it tried to turn to intercept Shin Sangyun, it was already too slow. The Death Knight roared, but Shin Sangyun gave chase, his eyes brimming with fury. "No matter how good you are at fighting, it's useless if you can't hit me." With that, Sangyun swung his sword with everything he had. The blade struck the knight's armor, sending sparks flying everywhere. After the blow landed, the system notified him. "Critical hit. Critical damage increased by your luck stat. Success rate, 120% to 600%. Seeing this, Shin Sangyun lunged again, yelling, "Die!" The strike was so powerful, the Death Knight couldn't block it. Its body was sent flying. The system popped up. Critical hit damage increased by 600%. The knight slammed into the ground, its helmet knocked clean off. It screamed in agony. The power that had been contained within its head was now unleashed. Shin Sangyun gripped his sword tightly, panting for breath as he stepped toward the Death Knight. His eyes were cold and lethal. Shin Sangyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Stop faking it and get up. I knew it wouldn't end that easily." The Death Knight was crawling on the ground, his skull exposed after his helmet was shattered to pieces. He reached his hand forward, and a surge of power like electric sparks crackled around him. The system immediately displayed, "Death Knight has used sacrifice." It was his final trump card, and all of the Death Knight's physical stats were skyrocketing. Seeing this, Shin Sangyun spoke up, "It's starting." The system continued to update, to retaliate against his enemy. The Death Knight Shin Sangyun stood there, observing. He bit his lip, thinking to himself, even if the Death Knight's skills are broken, they all have one thing in common. Whenever their HP drops below 10%, the system showed that in 10 seconds, it would self-destruct. Shin Sangyun immediately stood up, his own power erupting instantly. The Death Knight let out a crazed roar. This is what you call the definition of death. After sacrificing himself, the Death Knight's power exploded, emitting a massive blue light. Shin Sangyun got into a defensive stance, bringing his hand up to clutch his heavily wounded arm. He thought to himself, with his current HP, just one hit would kill him. Trying to go toe-to-toe with that thing was basically suicide. He immediately pictured a rabbit, facing off against a lion. He realized in this situation, he had completely become its prey. At that moment, Shin Sangiun's eyes became incredibly sharp and determined. He told himself, "But I won't let myself be devoured." Even prey has its own role to play. With only 10 seconds left, Shin Sangiun suddenly moved as fast as the wind. He thought, "I'm going to run for my life." Both of them lunged at each other while the countdown began from 10. The Death Knight swung his sword down. Shin Sangiun tilted his body to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. The Death Knight's missed swing slammed into the ground. The earth exploded instantly with immense force. Seeing that, Shin Sangiun quickly sprinted away, but he didn't forget to glance over his shoulder. Shin Sangiun was gritting his teeth, trying to endure the pain from his wounds. Seeing him try to escape, the Death Knight roared and turned to chase him. The countdown was down to 9 seconds. As the Death Knight chased him, power gathered in his palm. Shin Sangiun turned his head, saw this action, and immediately thought, "Don't tell me he's using that power to retrieve the sword he dropped on the ground?" Under the influence of that power, the sword on the ground slowly lifted. Moments later, the Death Knight pulled the sword toward himself. The countdown was down to 8 seconds. Seeing this, Shin Sangiun had no choice. He didn't hesitate to turn around and throw the sword in his own hand with all his might. He shouted loudly, "Where do you think you're going, huh?" His sword flew toward the Death Knight's sword, causing both blades to fly away. The Death Knight turned his head back. 7 seconds remained. Seeing that Shin Sangiun had lost his sword, he flashed a triumphant grin. He then charged at Shin Sangiun, trying to grab him. Both of them chased each other around the room. The timer ticked from 7 to 6 seconds. As Shin Sangiun was pushing himself to run forward, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He bit his lip, thinking anxiously, "I messed up. There's still too much time left." The pain from his lungs surged, and Shin Sangiun thought his body was screaming in agony. It felt like his lungs were about to burst out. But Shin Sangiun still tried his best to keep running, whispering to himself, "Just a little longer. Hang in there a bit more, you damn body." The Death Knight continued to pursue him, throwing a punch forward. Shin Sangiun dodged instantly. The ground shattered, and debris flew everywhere. The time ticked from 6 to 5 seconds. Shin Sangiun tried to keep running, but he lost his footing and skidded across the ground. Shin Sangiun screamed in pain, then struggled to sit up. He dragged his body away. The clock showed only 4 seconds left. Shin Sangiun no longer had the strength to stand. The Death Knight saw this and leaped at him. At the same time, the system sent a notification to Shin Sangiun. "You are inside the Death Knight's silent swamp. You cannot use any skills." Shin Sangiun gritted his teeth. He tried to force himself to stay calm and think. Hurry up and think. Seeing the Death Knight's massive hand about to grab him, Shin Sangiun thought to himself, "If I can't figure this out, I'm going to die." Shin Sangiun suddenly remembered his past life, when he fought a monster. At that time, he had sliced the monster into 4 pieces, its body scattered everywhere. The last thing it could mutter to him was, "You." After wiping out all the monsters around, leaving only rubble, Shin Sangiun stood there silently, his body covered in wounds. He spoke up, finally, then collapsed to his knees, gasping for air from exhaustion. He shouted, "Finally, I killed those damn ghosts." How many more times were they planning to use silence? From afar, his teammate ran over and asked loudly, "Shin Sangiun, are you done yet?" Shin Sangiun turned around and replied, "Just finished. But why do you look so clean?" Hearing that, his teammate smiled and said, "Because it really wasn't that hard." Hearing that, Shin Sangiun thought he misheard and asked again on purpose, "What did you just say?" After hearing what his teammate said, Shin Sangiun shouted at him, "You didn't run into those damn ghosts?" They kept casting silences non-stop. How could it not be hard? They spammed it so much I couldn't even use my skills. Is this what you call fair? Isn't that basically telling a swordsman like me to just die? His teammate just laughed and replied, "That's why I told you to bring a relic that cleanses debuffs. Don't be so stubborn." Shin Sangiun felt it wasn't necessary, so he shouted, "It's not that I'm being stubborn. What's the point of bringing a relic with a 2-hour cooldown? If they keep using silence, it's useless anyway." After he said that, his teammate reminded him to be careful with it, but Shin Sangiun just gave him a look that seemed totally confused. The teammate, realizing what he was wondering, raised a hand and explained that even if it felt unfair, he could at least use it once. And use it to create an opening, right? Orchestrating a perfect performance with the setting you've been given. That's what a real player does, isn't it? Shin Sangiun looked surprised by those words, only able to spit out a single word, "You." Right after that, he threw his arm around his teammate's neck and said, "You little brat, getting cocky with me now? If it were that easy, I would have been a ranker already, instead of stuck hanging around here." Seeing Shin Sangiun refusing to listen, his teammate shouted loudly, "Why are you like this? I'm just telling you the truth." Hearing that, Shin Sangiun snapped back, "The truth? Do you really want me to punch you? Who do you think you are, talking down to me like that?" Back in reality, Shin Sangiun sat on the ground, chuckling at himself, and saying he didn't think he was in a position to criticize anyone anymore. He immediately used the system, which instantly showed, Level 1, Recovery Skill activated. Recovery has removed the silent status. Shin Sangiun opened his mouth and said just 2 words, "Step back." Instantly, his body moved backward on its own. The system notified him, Skill activated. Quick movement. Stepping back rapidly. The movement direction depends on how your feet touch the ground. The wider the contact area, the farther you retreat. If used to counter an opponent's opening, it can create a huge opportunity. Shin Sangiun's whole body flew backward just as the Death Knight struck, causing the ground where he had been standing to explode. The countdown timer hit 3 seconds. Shin Sangiun was left hanging in midair, and the Death Knight spotted him. Growling something, the boss went into a frenzy, screaming as it charged towards Shin Sangiun. Only 2 seconds left. At that moment, Shin Sangiun was clinging to a chandelier on the ceiling with one hand, hanging in the air. Sangiun gritted his teeth, glaring at the Death Knight with pure rage. "You disgusting piece of trash," he roared, while thinking to himself, "That last move drained all my mana. I've got nothing left to play with, not even a bit." Just then, the Death Knight was already right in front of him. Sangiun had no other choice but to let go of the chandelier. He dropped instantly as the Death Knight swung its fist. That punch shattered the chandelier into pieces. The timer ticked from 2 seconds to 1, and at the very moment Shin Sangiun slammed into the ground, the countdown hit 1. Lying on the floor, Shin Sangiun tried to grit his teeth, enduring the pain that surged through him. He thought to himself, "I don't even have the strength to lift a finger now. How much time is left?" The Death Knight lunged forward again. Shin Sangiun could only watch it, silently cursing, "Damn it. Damn it all. Is this really how I'm going to die?" His eyes seemed to droop, drained of all strength. In his mind, Shin Sangiun kept wondering, when did everything start going wrong? No, it's just one mistake after another. Seeing the Death Knight reaching for him, Shin Sangiun kept thinking, from the very beginning, I misjudged my opponent's strength and took a massive amount of unnecessary damage. Then, I kept making more mistakes. I've really reached the end of the line. Looking at the massive hand right in front of him, Shin Sangiun blamed himself. I should have made better use of this second chance. Damn it. But just then, the Death Knight's arms slowly began to vanish. Shin Sangiun lay motionless on the ground. He didn't move, as he watched the monster crumble into ash. Only then did he feel a sense of relief, letting out a laugh as he lay sprawled on the floor. Watching the Death Knight fade away, Sangiun muttered, I really thought I was a goner. And now, it feels like I've been reborn all over again, doesn't it? As he said that, the Death Knight's skull had already dissolved. The system immediately sent him a notification. Congratulations. You have defeated the boss. Death Knight, Level 2. You have received a large amount of EXP. Shin Sangiun sat up. His whole body was in a state of recovery, and his level automatically went up. The system continuously sent notifications. Your level has increased significantly. His HP was fully restored. Seeing that, Shin Sangiun laughed happily, saying, I completely forgot about this. Fully restoring HP, due to leveling up, really saved my life. Thinking about that, Shin Sangiun hesitated for a moment. He looked down and thought, but stamina and HP aren't the same thing. His stamina hadn't recovered yet. He lifted his hand to look at it. It was still shaking, covered in countless wounds. Shin Sangiun's body trembled slightly. He sat there, thinking that the side effects from the frenzy skill were still lingering. Could he really handle all these side effects? Keep moving forward, but the final boss of the Silent Lands isn't easy to deal with. Honestly, that Death Knight was abnormally strong. But staying here isn't realistic. While Shin Sangiun was deep in thought, inside a chamber in the dungeon locked shut with iron chains, 2 corpses stood guard on either side. Shin Sangiun exhaled, looking exhausted. The only conclusion in his mind was that the only thing he could do was... Shin Sangiun looked at his body and frowned. Cancel frenzy. His eyes slowly faded from black back to their normal color. Shin Sangiun kept thinking, there's no other way but to take the side effects to recover my stamina. But since I didn't take any critical hits after activating it, it should be fine, right? Just as he thought that, his body underwent a change. Shin Sangiun suddenly froze, his eyes widening more than usual. Right after that, a wave of pain hit him. Shin Sangiun collapsed on the ground, clutching his body, screaming endlessly in agony. The system displayed a notification. Due to deactivating frenzy, you have fallen into a state of extreme fatigue due to accumulated damage. Shin Sangiun was in so much pain that he was drenched in cold sweat. He could only let out agonizing screams to cope. But right then, the system sent an urgent notification. Warning. Accumulated damage has tripled. Fatigue levels are rising sharply. Warning. If this condition persists, it may result in the player's death. Shin Sangyun's vision grew blurry, his eyes bloodshot. He thought to himself, why didn't you send this warning earlier? His consciousness was fading fast. Shifting scenes. At the entrance of the silent zone, the girl from the management guild was waiting with Sujin group. They had been standing there for a long time, but Shin Sangyun still hadn't come out. She looked worried and muttered, that's strange. According to the organization's data, he should have cleared it and come out by now. The blonde man in Sujin's team also looked anxious and spoke up. Could something have happened inside? Hearing this, the other girl added, what should we do? Should we report this or something? Sujin stood there with her arms crossed, listening to them, and interjected. Report what? If he was confident enough to go in, he should be responsible for himself. The other two still looked concerned and said, but I still feel like something is wrong. Everyone is talking about it so much. Sujin looked annoyed and raised her voice. So annoying. What the hell is going on in there? Inside the dungeon, Shin Sangyun had already passed out. He was lying on the ground. Someone walked in, and as soon as they saw Shin Sangyun, they shouted, what happened to him? After blacking out, Shin Sangyun was left all alone in the dungeon. Monsters appeared, and they spotted him lying on the floor. The monsters began to slowly creep toward Shin Sangyun, letting out raspy noises as they moved. One monster looked at him with pure hunger. It opened its mouth, flicking out a long, slimy tongue, with drool constantly dripping down. It reached a hand toward Shin Sangyun, as if about to touch him. Just then, a system notification chimed. The goddess of fortune declared that she would not forgive anyone who dared to harm her player. She couldn't do much, so she manifested to intimidate the monsters. As soon as they saw the goddess of fortune, the monsters were instantly terrified and scrambled away. She was extremely worried, but in this situation, there was nothing else she could do, except pat his face repeatedly to help Shin Sangyun wake up. The system also notified him that the goddess of fortune was saying, stop being a crybaby, get up already. She scolded him, asking if his ability was really only worth this much. Seeing Shin Sangyun not waking up despite her constant calling, the goddess of fortune stood there with her hands on her hips, seemingly deep in thought. Her eyes darted around, searching for something. Suddenly, she stopped at a corner of the room and flashed a mischievous smile. She moved Shin Sangyun to a vacant corner of the room, letting him rest there while she stayed to keep watch. After a long while, Shin Sangyun finally started to open his eyes. The first thing he said was, where am I? Immediately after shaking off the dizziness, Shin Sangyun seemed to remember something and jolted awake. He sat up by reflex, his hand gripping his sword. He thought, damn it, how long have I been out? He couldn't believe he had lost consciousness right inside the dungeon. Because he sat up too fast, the pain surged back immediately. Shin Sangyun winced, falling back to his knees, his whole body trembling from a total loss of strength. He cursed in his head. Damn it. He hadn't expected the side effects of the hallucination to be this severe, but facing an opponent like that, he had no other choice. From now on, I have to be more careful. He looked toward the open door and muttered, anyway, it's lucky that it seems the monsters didn't follow me. But then he thought, wait a second. Does this make any sense? Those corpse-hungry bastards. As he stood up, Shin Sangyun noticed the goddess of fortune was still lying quietly on the ground. Seeing that, he said, what else is lying over there? Once he realized it was the goddess of fortune, he just managed a bitter laugh, saying, no way. The goddess saved me? Looking at her sleeping as if she didn't know anything, Shin Sangyun muttered, wait, do constellations even sleep? Shin Sangyun could only sigh helplessly, saying, I don't know what happened while I was unconscious. I'm sure the goddess will tell me once she wakes up. But for now, I need to take whatever I can. Right there on the floor, an item was emitting a blinding light. He immediately spotted the object glowing with a bright white light. Intrigued, Shin Sangyun reached out to pick up the tiny item to examine it. He looked dissatisfied. Is this the only holy relic? The item Shin Sangyun had just picked up was the Ring of Silence, a platinum-grade holy relic. It was a support-type accessory. The special effect: mana circulation. Just by wearing this ring, your mana recovery speed increases by 4 times compared to the current rate. However, this can only be activated inside a dungeon on nights when the moon is visible, and the effect is halved during the day. Regardless of how strange this ring, crafted by a soul filled with resentment and a hunger for mana, might be, its ability to accumulate mana was incredibly impressive. After reading the ring's info, Shin Sangiun grew irritable. He kicked a skull on the floor and shouted, "Are you kidding me? I worked this hard just to get a reward like this, and it doesn't even have a silence effect? Why? Is it because that wasn't the final boss? So you guys weren't going to give it to me? Is that it?" But suddenly, Shin Sangiun paused. Deep down, he thought, wait, now that I think about it, he remembered that when he had just defeated the Death Knight, the system sent a notification to him. "Congratulations, you have defeated the Death Knight. You have received a massive amount of experience points." Shin Sangiun was deep in thought. Before he had passed out, there was a status window he had never seen before. In that box, it displayed a notification. "You have received more experience than ever before." Thinking about that, Shin Sangiun immediately opened his system. While tapping away, he muttered to himself, "More experience than ever before? Seriously? Let's see how much I've got." Shin Sangiun tapped on his status window, and his player information appeared. Shin Sangiun, level 83. Titles, Wise Hunter, and 8 others. Constellation, Goddess of Luck. Exclusive skill, Devourer of Holy Relics. Holy Relics consumed, 29. Dua HP, Du 8 Du 82. MP Du 82 Pot 7. AFB, 1, 738. Strength, 250. Stamina, 109. Dexterity, 83. Mana, 71. Luck, 229. Evasion, 33. Defense, 65. Available points, 25. Just then, Shin Sangiun noticed a specific line of text. Level 83? He stared at the level display, genuinely shocked. Wait, my level? He couldn't believe his eyes. His jaw dropped. He looked again and stammered, 83? He thought back. I'm sure that last time, after taking down the Kobold King, I only hit level 58, plus 7. Wait, plus 25 equals 83? So, just by defeating that Death Knight, I jumped over 20 levels? The gap is just too massive. Shin Sangiun was overjoyed, his eyes sparkling. Deep down, he was wondering if he had received a mountain of experience in exchange for not getting many holy relics. It wasn't what he expected, but his growth was increasing exponentially. This is amazing. If I keep this pace up. Shin Sangiun was so happy, he shouted aloud inside the dungeon. This is awesome. If I keep this momentum. The strain on his unhealed wounds made him cough up a mouthful of blood. But Shin Sangiun didn't care. In his mind, he was already thinking about how he could become a top ranker in the blink of an eye. Hearing the loud shouting, the Goddess of Luck was woken up from her slumber. She groggily stirred, while Shin Sangiun was still screaming with joy, only to realize a moment later that he was bleeding. Cut to, a fire was lit. Both Shin Sangiun and the Goddess of Luck were sitting by the campfire. Shin Sangiun said with a nostalgic, happy smile, "It's been so long since I've sat by a campfire like this," he thought to himself. It really has been a long time since I could relax like this inside a dungeon. Even though he was just resting for a moment to recover his stamina, Shin Sangiun looked over at the Goddess of Luck, seeing her humming a happy tune. Shin Sangiun spoke up, "Hey, aren't you being a bit too relaxed, Goddess?" The system immediately displayed a message for him. The Goddess of Luck says, "If you can't enjoy the little things in life, then luck will never find you." Thinking that, Shin Sangiun just let out a sigh and smiled slightly, thinking to himself, the little things in life, huh? Right. In the past, I also tried to live like that. Shin Sangiun took the ring he just obtained off his finger and looked at it. He thought, but now, everything is different. He flicked the ring into the air, caught it, and said excitedly, "It's time I take hold of my own destiny with my own 2 hands." His system then sent a notification, mana synchronization process. With the Ring of Silence has begun. Preparation to absorb the Ring of Silence is complete. This time, a very attractive meal had been prepared for Shin Sangiun. The system displayed it. Bone marrow, garnished with the silent green sprouts of the forest. In the empty space, Shin Sangiun picked up the long bone marrow and said happily, "Is this bone marrow? I never thought I'd get to taste something this rare." He thought to himself, even in my past life, I only ever saw these things on YouTube. I've always wondered what they actually taste like. Shin Sangiun picked up a spoon and scooped out the marrow, muttering to himself, in those videos, I'm pretty sure they just scooped it up with a spoon like this and ate it, right? Shin Sangiun took a spoonful to his mouth. It tasted delicious, so he said, "All right then, bones up." As he ate the piece of marrow, the system displayed repeatedly, "Ring of Silence is being absorbed." After eating his fill of the roasted bone marrow, Shin Sangyun returned to the outside space, clutching his stomach with a satisfied look, saying, "Eating meat, right in front of a campfire. Kang, this is truly a dream." Seeing him like that, the goddess turned to look. The system displayed the goddess of luck, saying she was speechless, and wondering, who exactly was the one being too relaxed here? The goddess of luck said she was very curious how he managed to obtain that skill. She said that a skill that breaks free from all growth limitations is an extremely rare ability. Hearing that, Shin Sangyun was a bit surprised and said, "Huh? Is that so? When awakening, every player gets an innate skill. At least, that's what I know." The goddess of luck heard this and had the system relay a message. The goddess of luck said she didn't know about individual player traits. She said if that was true, then possessing a skill like that was a massive stroke of luck. Hearing her say that, Shin Sangyun just smiled awkwardly and replied, "Luck, huh?" Deep down, he thought otherwise. Right, I really am lucky. Although, it's a kind of luck so rare that I could only get it because I was reborn a truly expensive kind of luck. But the goddess of luck's next words made him pause. The goddess of luck said that her meeting a player who could grow as strong as him was also a stroke of luck. The goddess of luck said that becoming his guardian constellation was a very wise decision. Hearing that, Shin Sangjun started thinking, stronger, right. If I keep improving at this rate, becoming famous throughout the country won't be a distant future anymore. However, human greed has no bottom. If the stage isn't limited to just one country but the whole world, then there's a stage that no player could ever hope to reach. That is when facing the true monsters that surpass every limit of a mage-class player who has mastered all 4 elements. Just then, in Shin Sanguin's mind, he pictured the image of a man holding a staff in his hand. You're still thinking about how he alone repelled the S-rank Rift, a monster that stands above all other monsters, the first supreme archmage of the kingdom. Shin Sangun sat there, lost in thought. You realize you aren't even on a level where you can look up to him yet. But maybe, one day, you'll be able to make him your goal. Before you could finish that thought, Shin Sangyun suddenly turned around and spoke. The goddess, who was winking playfully, looked curious when she heard you call out to her. Sangjun looked at her and continued to state his decision. I will give it my all to ensure you feel that this was the most wonderful stroke of luck. Deep down, you told yourself you have to keep growing, and you will definitely make him your goal to conquer. Hearing you say that, the goddess of luck was stunned, her eyes going wide. Shin Sangyun was taken aback, but then she quickly broke into a smile. The goddess of luck suddenly shifted her form, making Shin Sangyun freeze for a moment. She immediately returned to her normal appearance and wrapped her arms around Shin Sangjun. The system display noted that the goddess of luck said, she knows she has a great eye for people and feels incredibly happy. She said, you just spoke some very admirable words, and I am truly proud of you. The goddess of luck made up her mind that from now on, she would also do her absolute best to support you. At this moment, she was so happy she shed tears. The system also displayed that she said their destinies were now intertwined as one, and the trust she has in the player, Shin Sangjun, has deepened even further. Being hugged so tightly by the goddess of luck, Shin Sangjun was in so much pain his eyes rolled back, and he screamed out loud, "Goddess, it hurts! My muscles are aching like crazy. I'm dying." The system then notified you, thanks to the goddess of luck giving you a hug. With all her might, your physical stamina has been fully restored. Seeing this, Shin Sangyun said, bewildered, my muscles, they don't hurt anymore? Scene change. The final boss room of the Silent Lands, the Palace of Silence. A source of red energy was flooding the room. On a chair up high sat a figure. He was leaning back, resting his chin on his hand. This was the final boss, the Board King, Atlantic. He suddenly spoke in a strange language, but then corrected himself. My apologies. I didn't consider your language. Having to repeat what I just said is so tedious. Regardless, you did well to make it this far. Now, let me see if you are capable of curing this boredom of mine. Hearing that, the person talking to him asked, are you that kind of character? It was Shin Sangyun and the goddess of luck. They had entered inside. Shin Sangyun continued, besides, you just left us there. Even though we set up camp right outside your room, didn't you? Anyway, thanks. Thanks to that, I was able to fully restore my strength. Now then. As he spoke, he swung the sword in his hand. Shin Sangyun declared loudly and confidently to him, I will end you, quick and clean. You won't have any time left to feel bored. Got it? The goddess of luck, standing beside him, was wearing boxing gloves and cheering for Shin Sangiun. You were still saying to Atlantic, "Finally, I'll be able to leave this annoying place," Shin Sangiun. You were trying to escape from the chains of light that Atlantic had created. These chains of his could connect to one another, and the power released was immense. Atlantic sat on his chair, watching this scene with great amusement. He laughed loudly and said, "Watching you scramble around like a rat is hilarious." Saying that, he created a magic circle covered in tangled characters and text, then said loudly, "Now, let's see." These chains appeared one above and one below, surrounding Shin Sangiun. "You were running while looking back over your shoulder," Atlantic shouted. "Let's see how long you can run like a rat." As soon as he finished speaking, those two chains released a massive burst of energy, attacking Shin Sangiun. An explosion occurred instantly. The ground shattered, and debris flew everywhere. Shin Sangiun luckily reacted in time, jumping to dodge the attack in this desperate situation. You gritted your teeth, trying to force yourself to stay calm. You thought to yourself, that spatial skill is dangerous. Weapons are attacking non-stop from every direction. You couldn't even defend properly. Even using your sword to block was difficult. You looked over at Atlantic. He was still sitting leisurely on his chair, wearing a sinister smile. Shin Sangiun thought to himself, wondering how many more attacks he could actually block. In your head, you wondered if those damn monsters ever run out of mana. You, on the other hand, would run out of mana if you kept using skills. How many times had you used your skills already? 4 times. Thinking that, Shin Sangiun suddenly stopped running to dodge the attacks. Shin Sangiun panted, trying to catch his breath. Sweat poured down. Deep down, Shin Sangiun was thinking. Thinking back on how he uses his skills, it's like he's trying to lure me into wasting all my mana. Facing Shin Sangiun, Atlantic spread his arms wide and shouted, "It's time to end this game, you bastard." Instantly, purple bolts of electricity appeared around his body. Immediately after, his body began to change. Long, stark white bones sprouted from Atlantic's body. He continued, "Just as you said, it's time to end it." As soon as he finished, those long, protruding bones reached toward Shin Sangiun. You stood there, gripping your sword tightly, ready to respond. Atlantic created 3 magic circles at once. He opened a book, and from inside, an orb of power appeared. He shouted, "Don't be too afraid." Answering his words, Shin Sangiun seemed quite calm. You looked at him with a provocative gaze, and grinned, saying, "You should relax. I'll finish this in a heartbeat. Don't you have a lot of eyes?" 6 long, spindly arms suddenly sprouted from Atlantic body. Some intel on him. Atlantic is an immortal monster. He's capable of high-level magic and is classified as a high-ranking sorcerer. Compared to the Death Knight you faced earlier, he's not as dangerous. But in this transformed state, he could become a trickier opponent. Shin Sangiun was thinking about the situation. Of course, the reason is simple. Normally, most mages need to use both hands to cast a spell. That's because chanting with only one hand makes the magic weaker and less accurate. That is why. Atlantic chose a very simple solution. Shin Sangiun looked at those 6 arms. He was fully utilizing the physical traits of an immortal monster, forcibly, increasing his arm count to cast multiple spells at once. At this thought, a somewhat confident smile crept onto Shin Sangiun's face. His internal judgment told him that pulling off 3 perfect pairs of arms was likely impossible. But being able to fire off 3 spells in a row is a simple yet incredibly powerful tactic. Just then, Shin Sangiun suddenly moved. He spoke up. "Either way, all I need to do is..." Shin Sangiun activated his skill, instantly leaping forward with his sword raised. He charged toward Atlantic, thinking to himself, take him out before he can do anything. Atlantic saw Shin Sangiun rushing in, and his arms immediately conjured magic circles again, saying, "You've made a huge mistake." He triggered his skill, and the system instantly chimed in. Atlantic has activated silent language. Countless glowing characters flew out from the magic circle, swarming around Shin Sangiun. This was unexpected. It made Shin Sangiun stumble for a second. The system then sent Shin Sangiun a notification. "You have been affected by a status effect. Silence. You will be unable to use any skills for 3 seconds." Despite the glowing letters coiling around his body, Shin Sangiun still swung his sword. He shouted out loud, "That doesn't matter!" He slashed his sword toward Atlantic with immense force. And once he was close enough, he yelled, "Even without any skills, I'm still strong enough to cut your head off." Hearing that, Atlantic wasn't afraid at all. As Shin Sangiun's blade was about to land, he calmly said, "That's why I said." Shin Sangiun suddenly gathered momentum and leaped, swinging his blade toward the circle. Atlantic magic circle. The system flashed a warning. Atlantic has used the skill Extreme Close Range. Seeing Shin Sangiun breaking free from his control, he immediately created more magic circles and said, "You've made a fatal mistake, you pest." The system then displayed, "Shin Sangiun has created purgatory flames." He shouted at Shin Sangiun again, "Don't drown in sorrow, you're just having a string of bad luck." No sooner had he finished speaking than the tip of Shin Sangyun's sword pierced through his magic circle, his hellfire. One of his arms had its joints shattered in the process. Shin Sangyun's sword then struck right in front of Atlantic before he could react. Shin Sangyun immediately sliced off 2 of his arms without hesitation. Atlantic screamed in pain, roaring with pure fury. "How?" Shin Sangyun glanced at him, smirking. "Bad luck, you say? Sorry, but I've only got luck on my side." Atlantic's body lost its balance. He tumbled forward, face planting into the floor. He shrieked in anger as Shin Sangyun approached. He rested his sword on his shoulder, looking down at Atlantic, who struggled to speak. "This is impossible. How did you just—" Shin Sangyun heard him and wore a winner's grin, saying, "How? You've been watching me this whole time, haven't you? I have a skill that can dispel silence." Atlantic, lying on the ground, replied, "I knew that, but I saw." Atlantic remembered he had used a floating eye inside the dungeon to monitor Shin Sangyun's fight with the Death Knight earlier. Atlantic continued, "Your final battle, your fighting style." He had witnessed the end of the fight when the Death Knight exploded and vanished. Back then, he had seen Shin Sangyun's mana levels, and he continued, "Your mana limit." I wasn't wrong about what I saw. Atlantic struggled to lift himself off the ground, looking up at Shin Sangyun, and went on, "You shouldn't have been able to do that. No, you can't use any skills at all. My calculations were absolutely correct." Shin Sangyun listened and replied without hiding anything, "So what? That's your mistake." As he spoke, he swung his sword, giving a sinister grin. "If you can push past your limits, even a pest can keep growing." Some intel on the skill. Mana circulation. Mana circulation. Special effect. Passive activation. No cooldown. Thanks to the effect of the Devour item skill, even without wearing the ring, this effect is always active. As a penalty, the mana circulation effect is halved, and the mana recovery rate increases to 3 times the current speed. However, this can only be done in a dungeon on a moonlit night. It drops to 1.5 times during the day. Scene change. Outside the dungeon, Sujin was there. She suddenly stood frozen for a moment upon seeing a figure emerge from the portal. As he stepped out, Sujin immediately shouted, "Hey, is that him coming out?" The people behind her started buzzing. "Wait, is it really him? He's alive. Hurry, turn the cameras on. Let's start the interview." Shin Sangyun had just walked out of the dungeon. He had no idea what was going on. In front of him were countless reporters and cameras aimed right at him, plus ambulances already standing by. Shin Sangyun was a bit taken aback by the crowd and muttered, "What? What's going on here? Why does this feel so familiar?" As soon as they saw it was Shin Sangyun, the crowd of reporters swarmed him, all of them fighting to get closer. Baekhyun-jin even shoved a mic in his face. Then, loudly announcing, "Greetings, Shin Sang-eun. I'm Baekhyun-jin, an assistant reporter covering the swordsman." Shin Sang-eun, caught off guard, stumbled back and said, "Wait a second," as someone else lunged forward and grabbed his arm. They shouted, "I'm from the hospital emergency room. Is your pulse stable? Are you breathing normally?" The crowd completely ignored Shin Sang-eun's expression, only competing to ask, "How are your injuries? Did you lose a lot of blood? What's your blood type? What's your MBTI?" Being pulled around like that, Shin Sang-eun couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Oh my god! Stop crowding me! Give me some breathing room!" Just then, Shin Sang-eun saw something and froze. Right in front of him were Ujin and Sujin. She gave an awkward smile and said, "He's finally okay. There's no reason for me to ask for your help. It's not like I'm worried about him or anything." Ujin saw Shin Sang-eun looking at her and felt a bit puzzled. The reporters and nurses were still swarming. "Shin Sang-eun. NTP? Is that it?" "Is it?" The nurse was acting strangely. The 2 women just kept standing in front of Shin Sang-eun. They kept talking back and forth, but he wasn't paying attention. "ESTP? INTP? INFJ? You aren't really a nurse, are you?" At that moment, the only person Shin Sang-eun saw was Ujin. It was as if the world had faded away, leaving only the 2 comrades who had walked together in their previous life. Shin Sang-eun said nothing. He just smiled slightly, thinking to himself that he could finally settle his debt. Shin Sang-eun remembered his past life. Back then, he was just a regular player in a vast waiting lobby. Everyone else moved in groups, while he stood there, all alone. Remembering that, Shin Sangiun felt a bit sad. He thought back to those 15 years after he awakened. He had hit a wall, and his progress had completely stagnated. Because he had invested everything into his artifact suction skill, he failed to build any relationships and ended up isolated from the player world. Shin Sangiun stood there alone when someone took the initiative to approach him and said, "I'm sorry." At that time, Shin Sangiun was lost in thought. It was just an ordinary day, and nobody noticed him at all. That was when Ujin and her teammates walked up. She took the initiative to ask, "Shin Sangiun, do you want to join our raid party?" Shin Sangiun thought back to when she first called out to him. Back then, Ujin looked shy. She laughed awkwardly and told Shin Sangiun, "I'm asking because one of my party members just quit, because they got sick." The teammate next to her heard this and, feeling a bit embarrassed, warned her, "You don't need to explain that much." Another girl in the group added, "She's doing it again." But Ujin just laughed and wanted to explain clearly to Shin Sangiun. He called out of the blue, saying he ate expired green onion kimchi. Honestly, he didn't even know kimchi could expire. That's why you need a fridge to store kimchi. Anyway, luckily, that player was a swordsman. Hearing her say that, Shin Sangiun just stayed silent, thinking to himself, their whole group looks so happy, like they've finally found a place to belong. He wanted that sense of security too, but as he thought about it, Shin Sangiun suddenly turned to leave, only saying, "I'm sorry. I was planning to raid alone today." Shin Sangiun recalled that he had rejected her invitation. In Shin Sangyun's mind, that was just a petty display of pride. He had 15 years of experience as a player. He couldn't stand the thought of others seeing him fail to meet even basic standards, and it was that very pride that made Sangyun almost lose his life that time. He faced a monster that nearly killed him, but Shin Sangyun survived. He sat slumped on the ground, still visibly shaken, thinking about how he almost died. Just then, a voice rang out. "That was really terrible. Are you okay?" It was Ujin, who had stepped in to help him that day. In Shin Sang-eun's mind, there was only one thought about Ujin. Even though she wasn't the type to meddle in others' business, Ujin still followed him into the dungeon. In those dangerous moments, Shin Sang-eun had thought for sure that his life was over. He was still terrified when Ujin's voice rang out again. Some of my guildmates said you turned us down because I brought up the green onion kimchi. I was worried you'd enter the dungeon alone, because I made you uncomfortable, and that would be dangerous, so I rushed over just in case." Shin Sang-eun just hung his head, without saying a word. Shin Sang-eun thought, thanks to her. Just then, Shin Sang-eun suddenly spoke up, Thank you so much." In that moment, Shin Sang-eun's thoughts cleared. He was able to cast aside his inferiority complex and start over. Shin Sang-eun remembered. Ujin just exhaled and smiled softly after hearing that. Shin Sang-eun was still thinking that if not for her back then, he would have never changed. Afterwards, he accepted Ujin's offer without a second thought. Their guild had recruited many people. He remembered the words when Ujin had asked, "Do you want to join our guild?" Was that really it? After joining, Shin Sang-eun began to love the guild Ujin had started. It wasn't powerful, but it was a guild that always stood up to protect weaker players, and that reminded him of the reason why he became a swordsman in the first place. But during one conversation with Ujin, she had shouted, "This time, I'm really going to quit. Brother, I really can't take it anymore." Shin Sang-eun, sitting across from her, heard this and said, "Hey, are you doing that again? If you quit, what are you going to do?" Ujin, not paying much attention, shouted, "Not that. I'll work a part-time job. I'll start farming. I'll do anything." Actually, Ujin stopped there, which made Sang-eun curious. Ujin slumped over the table, looking melancholic, and said, "I'm so scared of facing death, time and time again, and seeing people die right in front of me." She played with the glass on the table, as she continued. "Did I tell you I started this guild after my sister left home? That's why I decided. Helping other players in danger, that's how I've lived my life until now. But I heard that another guild member had to be rushed to the emergency room. They quit and left yesterday. Damn it. I can't take it anymore." Shin Sangiun just stared at him in silence, thinking to himself, even though you've received so much help from him, you still don't have the strength to help him with anything truly important. Ujin continued, "I can't stand it anymore. I want to quit." Shin Sangiun picked up his glass and took a sip, thinking that he wanted to tell the guy to just go ahead and quit. But the guild had grown too massive. There was no way he could abandon the members whose livelihoods depended on him. Back to the present, Shin Sangiun stood face to face with Ujin once again. He thought to himself that he couldn't say a word back then. Shin Sangiun stepped forward, gently punched Ujin in the chest, smiled at him, and said, "Don't ever even think about starting a guild." Shin Sangiun thought to himself, "But now, I have the chance to tell him this." Shin Sangiun then continued, "You're just making things hard for yourself." Hearing Shin Sangiun say that, Ujin looked stunned and a bit confused, but immediately after, he scratched his head and asked with a smile, "Sorry, but have we met before? I don't recall. Is there anyone who would say, 'I want to start a guild'?" Shin Sangjun was a bit unsure of how to react. Then, Sujin walked over and shouted at him, "Hey!" Seeing Sujin looking agitated, Ujin held his sister back, but she was still furious, saying, "So now you're going to touch my family too? Wasn't stealing my dungeon enough for you? Where do you think you're going? Get back here right now." But Shin Sangyun had already turned to leave. He brought a hand to his chin, deep in thought. "Well, anyway, just enjoy your life." At the Dimensional Legion, Residential District B, the slums, the scene inside was chaotic. No one knew what the situation was until suddenly, someone spoke up, breaking the silence. "There is no doubt. I am that star." Unbelievable. The late bloomer scholar lowered his head slightly. His glasses glinted with a faint light. "This is dangerous. It's already too late. I must execute my plan immediately." The news anchor on the TV reported on the series of events that had just unfolded, based on information provided by player Shin Sangjun. "We have just received reports that the Silent Land dungeon has had its danger level adjusted. Until now, the Silent Land has always been a dungeon with a staggering casualty rate compared to its announced danger level." A serious voice came from the TV. "The truth has been revealed. It is because of a monster called the Death Knight, which is actually many times more dangerous than the typical monsters in this dungeon. For this reason, entering the Silent Land is officially prohibited until the exact danger level is determined. It is the current weak and complacent management policies of the association that have led to these meaningless casualties." Shin Sangyun sighed in relief. "Good. Now I'm certain that the things that happened in the past will not repeat themselves." Since being reborn, this felt like the first time he had actually saved someone, didn't it? How novel this feeling was. Shin Sangjun had reaped so many rewards after entering the Silent Land. And it wasn't just about the artifacts or titles he had just received. Shin Sangyun had also obtained information on the Sleeping Genius. The details of each item are as follows: Platinum-grade space bag, support equipment, accessory type, special effect, subspace, a failed experiment by a mage that led to the opening of a dimensional portal. However, he only left behind one thing: a bag connected to a vast, infinite subspace. Through this bag, you can free yourself from the shackles of physical reality. You can store and retrieve items freely without worrying about their weight or volume. The next two items are the gold-grade silent ring, support equipment, accessory type, special effect, silence, mana effectiveness plus 25%. A ring favored by the historians. Using it is mandatory to cast the silent swamp magic. The silent energy source contained within this ring threatens to swallow all light and moisture in this world. Spiritual necklace, gold-grade item, support equipment, accessory type, special effect, psychokinesis. You can summon any item designated by this necklace through the use of spiritual energy. However, if the designated item exceeds 200 kilograms in weight, you will not be able to summon it. Additionally, the time required to summon the target will depend on that item's weight. The heavier the item, the longer the summoning time. Shin Sangyun was dazzled by this pile of items. He gave a wry smile, seemingly still unable to believe it. The rewards this time are truly insane. I had vaguely guessed that the silence effect would appear, but Shin Sangyun opened the bag in his hand, the subspace, and looked at the side. And psychokinesis, too? Shin Sangyun thought about the future. These two skills alone were enough to improve his combat flexibility tenfold. Although Shin Sangyun would have to train extremely hard, naturally, depending on how he used them, he might reach a whole new level. He was immersed in sudden happiness. Even in his previous life, he had never heard of anyone obtaining skills like these. In the end, am I about to receive the first-person title? Is it finally time? The system helplessly announced that the Goddess of Luck was complaining, saying that even though you received such good things thanks to her help, you haven't said a single word of thanks. Shin Sangyun, of course, wouldn't forget. "Ah, of course. I am truly incredibly grateful to you, Goddess. I'll thank you more after I've eaten." She asked the system to relay the message again. The Goddess of Luck says you should express your gratitude properly. The three artifacts began the mana synchronization process. Undead macaron, meringue cookie, whispers of the void, He was standing there, bewildered. Undead? What? What's with these food names this time? Damn it, Atlantic. What in the world have you been eating all this time? And why is it all just desserts? Unbelievable. He was this much of a sweet tooth? Still, Shin Sangiun gritted his teeth and lifted the pastry to his mouth. Guess I'll try this first. The moment the pastry hit his tongue, it created an explosive sensation. Shin Sangiun shivered, chewing every bit carefully. What? What is this? It's just like its name, it truly has infinite layers. This endless flavor. It felt like he was floating on a cloud. It was like a dream. And then, he went on an absolute food rampage. I'm sorry. I sincerely apologize from the bottom of my heart for looking down on desserts all this time. The system prompt appeared almost immediately. The absorption of the 3 relics has begun. Absorption complete. Shin Sangiun let out a loud, satisfied burp. All right, Atlantic. You sure do talk a lot, but you're not half bad. I'll admit, you have great taste. Once he was full and satisfied, he finally got down to business. Let's see. I have to choose this one, right? As he stared at the notification window that popped up. You must bind a dynamic force. You must bind silence. Shin Sangiun was dead serious. He decided that binding Battle Intent Greatsword was definitely the smartest move for his dynamic force. I don't even need to think twice about that. Now, the problem is silence, right? It doesn't have a lingering effect like stun or freeze. If I bind silence to full swing or knockback, it probably won't be that useful. I have to consider the cooldowns too. Since I don't know what the risks might be, I guess this is the most optimal choice for now, right? In the end, he chose to bind it to his basic attack. But then, another notification popped up. Additional conditions must be met to bind the effect. You have absorbed silence into your basic attack. Consuming 1 mana per basic attack will allow you to use the silence effect. Do you wish to proceed? Yes or no? Shin Sangiun felt like he'd just been doused with a bucket of ice water. Consuming 1 mana per basic attack. Isn't that a bit too much? Doesn't that mean I'll lose 1 mana point for every single strike I land? He waved his hand, forced to think of another plan. Even though he had just received a mana-related title, he got it from taking down Atlantic earlier. The information was, The End of a Misguided Desire, B-rank title. Title info. The failed experiments of a mage caused him to sink deeper into dark power. However, even in a fate twisted by darkness, his pure passion remained. You have received the mana power that Atlantic regretfully left behind before his passing. Title effect. Plus 150 mana. Shin Sangiun started imagining it. If he used mana reincarnation, he'd have a stable mana reserve. But if I accidentally get surrounded by a bunch of weak monsters, this will be an unnecessary risk. What should I do? He suddenly fell silent. Who knows what he was thinking, but Shin Sangiun suddenly burst out laughing. He chose the risky path anyway. Sometimes, taking a gamble isn't bad. I can't keep getting stronger if I keep clinging to my safety zone. Following that, notifications rang out continuously. Silence has been bound to basic attack. Every time a basic attack is triggered, the silence effect will be applied based on the opponent's status resistance. A giant portal appeared behind Shin Sangiun. Even the goddess of luck felt nervous. The surrounding energy was becoming gloomy. He turned back, looking a bit helpless. Wait, goddess? You're summoning another constellation? If I reject them now, I'll feel pretty bad about it, you know? She quickly clarified. The goddess of luck said she was very surprised because she hadn't meddled in what was happening right now. Without waiting, the answers sought him out. 3 new constellations had found him. The Mongolian conqueror said that he had left a very strong impression on him thanks to his masculine, warlike nature. The goddess of luck, seeing this, blew her top. The goddess of luck expressed her dissatisfaction that other constellations kept showing up, even though they knew she was already here. She insisted they leave, but the next notification left her stunned. A new goddess appeared, saying that the player shouldn't be monopolized by just one. A goddess the goddess of luck never expected had appeared. As soon as she arrived, she belittled the new goddess and told the Mongolian conqueror, "Get out of the way, you reek." But he didn't get angry. The Mongolian conqueror just laughed heartily while stepping aside to make room for the goddess. Shin Sangiun was stunned by the sheer pressure. The new goddess. I feel like I can guess who that is. Just by her appearance, does that constellation have such a nickname? The new goddess curled her lips into a captivating smile. She made the absolute most of her impeccable figure. The new goddess said that she had always been intently watching his courageous spirit. She said that his demeanor left a deep impression on her, and she had decided to come in person to meet him. She placed a hand on her lips in a seductive invitation. The new goddess said that a man like him was completely worthy of standing by her side. The next words poked at the goddess of luck's pride. She said he should leave that outdated goddess and stand beside a stylish and charming goddess like herself. She couldn't help but want to claim justice. The goddess of luck criticized her, calling her a shameless goddess who looked down on authority and dared to scheme to take her place. But she just acted soft. The new goddess ordered the relics of this archaic, bygone era to be cleared away to avoid tainting her noble sight. What followed was a chaotic scene. The goddess of luck shrieked, "Archaic? Archaic, you say?" The new goddess retorted, "You're just a woman who has nothing but that damn luck of yours." Shin Sangiun didn't know what they were arguing about, but he thought, are they having fun? Even though he didn't even know what their relationship was, but it seemed they didn't get along at all. There was only enough room for one goddess, right? Just then, they turned their attention to him. The new goddess said she held some classified information and could reveal it to him. Shin Sangiun was suspicious and slightly surprised. Information? For me? On the other side, she was trying to push the goddess of luck down. The new goddess said he should listen to this information and then establish a contract with her. She said this information. Upon hearing the next sentence, he was shaken to his core regarding the sleeping genius Shin Sangiun. He gripped the new goddess's shoulders tightly, unwilling to let go, and poured out a long string of questions as if he had been starved of conversation. That constellation. Has he already formed a contract with another player? No. More importantly, how is he? What exactly is he doing right now? She crossed her arms and recounted that the new goddess said during her travels, she had accidentally stumbled upon him in the slums of the Dimensional Legion. She added that he was a madman, obsessed with the Dimensional Legion's doomsday theory. The new goddess said, if you want to know more about him, you must abandon that goddess and form a contract with her. Back in reality, Shin Sangiun sat alone in the living room in silence, constantly wrestling with his thoughts. Still, this doomsday theory of the Dimensional Legion, why can't I wrap my head around what she meant? When we were together in our past life, he never mentioned anything like that. Just then, the goddess of luck crawled out from the portal. Seeing her, Shin Sangiun asked immediately, "You're back, goddess. How did it go? Did you get any information?" But he only received a shake of her head. The goddess of luck said she was very sorry, but she couldn't find a single trace of him in those slums. Shin Sangiun hung his head, slightly disappointed. "I understand. Thank you for putting in the effort to look." At that moment, he had refused. "That's not happening." While she was overjoyed, the goddess of luck remarked that it was truly satisfying to see him knock the pride of that glamorous cat down a peg. Sangiun gritted his teeth. Above all, why was he in the slums? He once said, "That is a place for those who failed to become constellations." Damn it, he felt like he was going crazy. "Where are you? And what are you doing?" The voice of Shin Sangiun Hyunjong rang out from the other side of the call. "Chairman, I would like to share the list of new participants for the upcoming open market with you." Hyunjong flashed a charming smile. Oh my. On the computer screen, information for someone named Shin Sangiun popped up. Level 88 swordsman, no rank. She smiled, making no judgment. "We have an interesting guest. This woman belongs to the Hyunjong group Shin Sangiun Hyunjong. Level 900, S+ rank player." The white car sped freely through the empty road. The person inside was Shin Sangiun. After the exam, he continued his search, but couldn't find any more info about the sleeping genius or the Dimensional Legion's doomsday theory. But that didn't mean Sangiun had to form a contract with that goddess. She probably only wanted to contract with him so she could reach the mythical grade constellation level. After all, there are cases where a constellation status rises along with the growth of the player they sponsor. But if he contracted with her and something went wrong, what then? From that perspective, his current situation was much safer. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that she would definitely become a mythical grade constellation. The person beside him was feeling very satisfied. The goddess of luck said. She still felt pleased remembering that shocked look on that cat's face. Just then, an electronic sound rang out. "You have arrived at your destination." The navigation ended. Shin Sangiun smiled as he looked outside. He had finally arrived. In front of him was one of the busiest areas. In the city, the Hyunjong Market, the open market. Just as the name implies, this is a place where you can freely buy and sell items. Until now, item trading was only allowed directly between players. However, the open market guarantees safety. In exchange for an expensive commission fee, it's understandable why a market like this would form. Trading goods at high prices is always surrounded by countless variables. That is why the most important condition of the open market is safety. Large guilds around the world operate most of the open markets, and the market that stands unrivaled domestically is the Hunjong market. Although the Hunjong market belongs to the Hunjong Group, a powerful guild, the guild itself isn't powerful enough to secure a leading position based on sheer strength alone. The reason the Hunjong market can do that is entirely due to the existence of the head of the Hunjong Group, Shin Sangiun Hunjong. Because she is the only S+ rank buff user in the world, high-level players from all over the world flock to the market Hunjong operates, and they essentially act as underground bodyguards to maintain peace. The reason is that, if you let those craving her buffs line up, it would take up several football fields. What a terrifying old hag. With that level of influence, who would dare to cause trouble in this place? Suddenly, a girl ran over. "Sir, player, please wait a moment," she asked Shin Sangiun very enthusiastically. "Before you enter, we need to confirm your entry code. May I have your information?" Shin Sangjun was very cooperative. "My name is Shin Sangjun. I received authorization about a day ago." She politely held up the tablet in her hand. "Ah, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Shin Sangyun. I have confirmed that you have clearance to go to the 8th basement level." He was a bit surprised by this result. The 8th basement? Isn't that the level for VIPs? Does Shin Sangyun Hunjong rate him that highly? But Shin Sangyun didn't dwell on it for too long. Anyway, he might as well go in and see. Suddenly, the voices of two young men echoed, "Hey, over there, isn't that Shin Sangjun? Why isn't he with Kim Miso today?" While she was still bowing to wish him a comfortable shopping experience today, the person next to him also wondered, "Kim Miso? Why would he have to be with her?" The other person replied with contempt, "Don't you know? Aren't they dating?" The young man across from him couldn't help it. She just lost her boyfriend in an accident caused by her own greed, and she's already dating another player? That doesn't sound right at all. They went back and forth in perfect harmony. Really? Well, I wouldn't feel comfortable dating in a situation like that. Shin Sangjun felt a bit helpless. Back to that topic again? I accidentally heard things I shouldn't have. What is wrong with these people? Why do they have to gossip about other people's business? I don't know. But then, the conversation started to veer off. What the hell are you talking about? Don't tell me you'd say no if she asked you out? Am I wrong to say that? It makes sense, I guess. Kim Miso. I could probably mess around with her too. Hold on a second. You suddenly feel like Kim Miso must be going through a lot, with those kinds of rumors constantly dogging her footsteps everywhere she goes. Ignoring stuff like that might be the right choice. But still, Shin Sangyun smiles, but his heart turns cold. This Huindong market is way too permissive right from the entrance. I can't believe there are people who can just spew such filth. I'm not mature enough to just be the bigger person and turn a blind eye to this. Not long after, those two were escorted out. What? Why do we have to leave? What did we do wrong? The security guard explains politely, "We'll discuss everything outside." But they kept shouting, "What kind of place is Hundong Market to treat customers like this?" You laugh, watching them struggle helplessly. We have the right to treat anyone on the blacklist however we want. At this moment, Shin Sangyun feels incredibly satisfied. That's how adults fight, you brats. If you can't take responsibility for what comes out of your mouth, you're better off keeping it shut. You turn around. Now, it's time for the real business. You press the elevator button, leaning against the wall lazily. "First, I'll stop by the VIP area on the 8th basement level. I made 3.9 billion won after selling all the loot from the Silent Lands. With this amount of money, I don't think it's enough to buy any artifacts from the VIP floor, but still, you smile slightly, ready to go. Just walking around and browsing is fun enough. Surely, getting to set foot on the VIP floor of Hundong Market, a place I never had the chance to see in my past life, will be a huge help for my future advancement." An electronic notification chimes in the elevator. You have arrived at the 8th basement level. 8th basement, Hundong Market, VIP room. A girl quickly walks up to guide you. "Welcome, Mr. Shin Sangjun. My name is Song Ah-yun. I am here to guide you through the VIP room. If you don't need a guide, please let me know. I will be standing by here, in case Shin Sangjun suddenly feels overwhelmed. Why do I feel like I shouldn't be here? It feels just like when I was a kid, wandering into a luxury department store. You try to ignore that sense of poverty. No, don't back down now. Who knows, I might have to come here often in the future. Got it. I'll call you if I need anything." She's sharp and doesn't ask further questions. Understood. If you have any questions about the items here, please just call for me. Shin Sangyun looks up to examine a nearby item. As soon as he sees the price tag, he jumps. 140 billion? Did they add an extra zero? No, Ah explains professionally. This book is an epic-grade artifact called the Book of the Abyss, and its price is 140 billion won. Shin Sangiun sighs, but tries to keep a straight face. Oh, 140 billion. I see. But I'm a swordsman-class player, so I don't really need book-type artifacts. She assumes she made a mistake and feels guilty. Oh, I'm so sorry. Then let me lead you to some swordsman-related artifacts. You'd be a fool to agree. No, let me look around for a bit. She doesn't realize. Does she? She probably didn't see me freeze up immediately after looking at that price tag. Suddenly, a crowd nearby catches Shin Sangjun's attention. Damn, I've never seen anything like that in my life. The person next to him is equally shocked. Are they actually selling that in our country? Who could possibly afford to buy it? You cross your arms, curious. What's over there? Ah Yan quickly introduces it. Ah, that is a special stage used to display items we've recently acquired. Naturally, they are all for sale. She is about to continue. Let me introduce. But Shin Sangyun interrupts. No, it's fine. Let me go see for myself. Especially. What is it? And how special is this item that it surprised everyone here? That thing really caught your eye. A faint silhouette, hidden in bright red flames. Looking closer, it's a magic stone, a supreme-grade artifact. Seller, Jerome DK. Domestic sales agent, Shin Sangyun Hyundong. Shin Sangyun mumbles. Stunned. Supreme grade? That's the highest of the 9 artifact grades, right? I never thought I'd see one in person. You glance down, the starting price is 3 trillion won. 3 trillion. Today is truly an eye-opener. Damn it. Shin Sangyun suddenly realizes something terrifying. That means Jerome Decay already has supreme-grade artifacts in his possession? If he's already selling artifacts that belong to my own class, doesn't that mean he possesses things even better than that? You give a bitter smile. I came here to find motivation, but all I feel right now is my own helplessness. Scene shift to Hundong Market, 4th basement level, Platinum Zone. An item sits quietly inside a glass case. Starting price, 700 million won. Shin Sangyun smiles until his face goes stiff. This isn't cheap either, but it's much better than that insane number from earlier. Suddenly, someone calls his name. Are you Shin Sangyun? The person who arrived introduces himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Jongjun Hyo. May I ask what kind of artifacts you are looking for? Shin Sangyun still remembers this guy. Jongjun Hyo in the future. He will earn the title of Perfect Gale, won't he? After regressing, I really am meeting a lot of famous people. I'm not really looking for anything specific. I'm just walking around browsing. You don't pay much attention and change the subject. By the way, do you want to check out some of my artifacts? There's one I'm having a bit of trouble dealing with because it doesn't really suit me. Jun Hyo takes an item out of his bag. It's this one. I'll pull up the info so you can take a closer look. Its information quickly appears. Ring of Life's Flow. Platinum grade artifact. Equipment type. Ring. Special effect. Life's Flow. Stat effect. Plus 50 mana. Passive effect. Life's Flow. A fixed percentage of mana will automatically be consumed to restore stamina. Maximum 5% stamina over 10 minutes. Active effect. Life's Flow. When the user wishes, they can consume 20% of their current mana to restore 30% of their stamina. Cooldown. 1 hour. Shin Sangyun is a bit worried. Is this guy trying to use a direct transaction exemption right now? Unlike standard open markets, the Huindong market has a pretty strange system. It offers a 5% direct transaction exemption, even though the market usually has steep fees. It goes up to 5% to attract customers and facilitate sales. But if 2 players decide to trade directly, right inside the Huindong market, they get that fee waived entirely. That artifact looks pretty high-end though. A few days ago, I just got a title related to mana, and I think it'll be perfect for me. Shin Sangyun remained calm with a neutral expression, but he rubbed his head apologetically. I'm sorry, but it's a bit different from what I wanted. Jongjun Hyo, however, was very relaxed. It's fine, no need to apologize. Truth be told, he already had a goal in mind. What he was looking for was an artifact so worthless that no one would even think of buying it. That way, he could use it in an entirely different way. After consuming it, doing it that way is also much cheaper. Suddenly, a voice rang out, grabbing both of their attention. Seriously, I told you that you aren't allowed to eat in here. Yuna tried to reason with her. I'm just eating what I bought with my own money. Besides, I don't see any rule against bringing food in here. The guard didn't show an ounce of mercy to this stubborn girl. It's not a written rule, it's just common courtesy. We've had to deal with this smell for days now. What the hell are you doing? And it wasn't just a few slices. She had brought several pizzas in here. She felt a bit awkward and offered, "Do you want some too? But I'm not giving you any, though." The guard's voice instinctively rose in anger. "Do you really think I'm acting like this because I want to eat your pizza?" Yuna still stubbornly interpreted it her own way. "I see, so I'll give you a slice of pasta instead as a review bonus." Jong Jun-hyo seemed used to this scene. "Is she at it again today?" The guard wanted to scream. "I already said I don't want to eat." She pouted, still refusing to let go of her food. What did I even do wrong? Suddenly, Songjun realized something. "Wait a minute. That's..." He stepped closer. "Hi there. I'm sorry to bother you while you're eating, but could you please let me see the information on the artifacts here?" Yuna was still busy eating and didn't pay any attention to anyone. "Just pick it up and check for yourself. It's not like you're gonna steal it anyway, right?" Shin Sangiun was a bit speechless at this strange girl. "All right then." He said it anyway. Shin Sangyun's expression shifted slightly. "I knew it. This is perfect for me." He was absolutely certain this was what he was looking for. The information appeared one after another. Speed ring, platinum artifact, support equipment, item type, ring. Special effect, speed efficiency +10. Dexterity allows for burst speeds that far exceed human limits. Speed X2 consumes 20 mana per second, while X3 consumes 30, and X4 consumes 40. Potential enhancement ring, platinum artifact, support equipment, item type, ring. Special effect, a little faster. With the ancient seal broken, the potential of the ring once worn by a hero has awakened. By consuming 10 mana per second, the user's dexterity can be increased by 1.5 times. However, once the mana runs out, this stat boost automatically vanishes. Shin Sangyun was overjoyed, explaining it to himself. "It's just like when I got the weight reduction. Even though it had good effects, because it consumed too much mana, no one cared about it. That's why she had been sitting here for so many days." He suddenly spoke up, startling Yuna. "I'll buy both of these rings. How much for both?" She turned away as if to avoid the question. "I really like those two. You see, so I think 1.2 billion for the speed ring and 1 billion for the potential ring is a reasonable price." Under Shin Sangyun gaze, Yuna's voice got smaller. "But since you're buying both at once, I think 2 billion for both is enough." He stared at her for a moment longer. "But I'm eating pizza, so my mood is extremely good right now. A really happy mood. Chew, pizza. I'll give you a special discount, just 1.8 billion. Shin Sangyun's eyes looked like they were about to pop out. She checked the balance in her bank account, and he was very happy. "Thanks for the discount." Yuna was truly at a loss. "You're really good at bargaining, aren't you?" Shin Sangyun felt incredibly proud. "In my past life, I was dirt poor. Did you really think you could trick me like that? I'm a master of bargaining. Got it?" She acted as if she had just been released. "All right, I'm off." Yuna was determined to treat herself. "I'm going to buy something delicious to eat. And maybe I'll donate some to the orphanage." She sold everything. Hearing that, he froze. The orphanage? She didn't hide anything at all. "I run an orphanage." Yuna held out her phone, asking in a friendly manner, "Do you want to see?" She didn't forget to brag, see? "The kids are all very adorable, aren't they?" Shin Sangyun was dazed, as if remembering something. "Huh? The Joy Orphanage?" This is definitely. A faded, dusty photo flashed through his mind. Although his face didn't change, inside, Shin Sangyun was in turmoil. "That's my orphanage." Yuna looked up and met Shin Sangyun's eyes. She was extremely straightforward, not caring much. "Why did your face suddenly turn pale? What happened?" He realized he had slipped up and stood up hurriedly. "No, it's just that I remembered something from the past. I know that orphanage. But wasn't it shut down?" Yuna was a bit surprised by that question. "That's right. It was destroyed during the Great Collapse." "How did you know that?" Shin Sangyun scratched his head, making an excuse. "I have an acquaintance who comes from there. It was probably best to hide the fact that he came from that orphanage. Too many people would attack him simply because he was a player, and they thought he had money." She was rubbing her chin in thought. "An acquaintance, huh? How could that be?" He couldn't help but think about her. Surely the reason she needed so much money for the orphanage was to pay for private security. She was a player herself, so that must be an even bigger concern for her. Yuna clasped her hands, still as cheerful as before. "Oh well, whatever. Anyway, back in the day, my parents used to run that orphanage. That's why I started rebuilding and reviving it recently. I'm sure it's much better now than it was before." Shin Sangyun sighed, as if he already knew what she was going to say. "I understand, ma'am. Don't worry about it." She handed him a business card. "Right. Whenever you have some free time, Please come by and visit. This is our orphanage's business card. Isn't it cute? The kids drew it themselves. He looked at the two children drawn on the card and fell into a thoughtful silence. Afraid of acting suspicious, Shin Sangiun quickly put on a smile. Oh, right. It's very adorable. Wait, what is this? A pile of money? Kids these days. They really do have some practical dreams, don't they? Even though he tried to act indifferent, his heart sank. Old, faded photographs flashed through his mind. Why am I suddenly feeling so sentimental? The orphanage where he grew up was truly a wonderful place. A few of the children who survived the Great Collapse had ended up scattered across various other facilities. I wonder how they're all doing now. Shin Sangiun turned away abruptly, trying to hold back his tears. That was close. I almost started sobbing in front of someone I just met. Can't let that happen, Shin Sangiun. As I get older, I've become such a crybaby for no reason at all. Barely managed to keep it together. Either way, I never knew that someone else cherishing those memories, just like I do, could bring such a feeling of fulfillment and completeness. Beside him, Yuna was still happily thinking, what should I buy for the kids? Malatang? Fried chicken? He made a firm promise to himself. I'll definitely go visit them soon. Eden Korea Guild, Seoul. Shin Sangiun walked into the grand, spacious lobby, looking all alone. But he wasn't alone for long. A voice rang out, Shin Sangiun? Ji Min-ho stood there with his arms crossed, but his attitude was surprisingly polite. We've been expecting you. I'm Ji Min-ho. It's a pleasure to meet you. Shall we head upstairs? Shin Sangiun felt a bit nervous, but he kept it to himself. Yes, thank you. I didn't expect Ji Min-ho to come out and greet me the second I walked through the door. I only stopped by because I was curious. But I guess I have to get serious now. Flashback to an hour ago. Shin Sangiun gave her a thorough heads up before leaving. I'll be in touch if anything comes up. Yuna was thrilled to have a new sponsor. Yes, please, call me whenever you want. I'm sure the kids would be so happy to see you again. Just as he was about to reply, his phone rang. If only it were always like this. Shin Sang-eun awkwardly pulled out his phone. Sorry, I've got a call. If you'll excuse me for a moment? She waved it off, completely relaxed. No problem at all. I'll be heading out now too. I'm really glad we could make this deal today. He returned the pleasantries. Same here. Have a great day. Only then did Shin Sangiun pick up the phone. Hello? This is Shin Sangiun. A voice came from the other side. Shin Sangiun? On the other end, a masculine voice came through. Miso? What's up? Miso couldn't help but tease him a bit. Miso? Come on, don't tell me you forgot my number. I called you because a gate is opening soon. It's a 2-person dungeon. Minimum level requirement is 130. It's in Gangwon. It's called the Black Gate. The Black Gate? The Black Gate? He asked back, skeptical. The Black Gate? The Black Gate. I've definitely heard of that name before. Shin Sang-yoon's eyes widened. I remember now. Isn't that the dungeon that Kim Miso, the purifying swordmaster, was the first to clear? I think she even released a guide for the Black Gate later on. Perfect coordination with your partner is a prerequisite to clearing it. But until now, Kim Miso and I have worked together really well. Above all, a sword and a bow are the perfect complement. And if I'm remembering this right, the reward for the first team to clear the Black Gate is an epic-grade artifact. I don't know what it is, but it's a mythic-level item. These things are worth, like, 120 billion won. Miso listened, stunned as the person on the other end went crazy. I'm going. I'm definitely going. What should I do now? Should I come to your guild right now so we can discuss it? She reluctantly agreed. Fine. Come over. It'll be easier to discuss things if we meet in person. Back in the present, he felt a rush of excitement. It's going to make the person in front of me speechless. I won't be a loser sitting in the corner of the market, just drooling, for much longer. I'm about to become the owner of an epic item. An epic one. Finally, Ji Min-ho couldn't hold it back and turned to ask, is something wrong? I just feel a strange energy, Shin Sang-eun replied vaguely. It's nothing. A moment later, both of them stepped into the elevator. The numbers stopped at the 4th floor. He dismissed the strange comment and started chatting. Right now, Miso is talking to the chairman, so unfortunately, I'm the one who has to show you around. Sorry about that. If you feel uncomfortable walking around with an old man like me, Shin Sang-eun just laughed it off. I don't find it inconvenient at all. Suddenly, Ji Min-ho became serious. After we pass this section, we'll reach the special training room. It's Eden's pride and joy. Even then, there are limitations on who is allowed to use it. It's right behind that door. Shin Sang-yoon's eyes darted left and right before he commented, I feel like the atmosphere here just changed. until a moment ago. It still felt like a regular office building. He laughed heartily, seeming to relax. Every time I come here, I feel the exact same thing. No one is using it today. So, please make yourself at home. You're lucky. No one booked it for today. He pointed forward, awkward. Sorry, but I think someone is already in there. Jimin-ho turned his head, confused. Huh? That's impossible. He was stunned, not understanding where the problem was. Wait, inside. The stone golem was still aggressively throwing attacks. Even though it was powerful, Shin Terry dodged them easily. 2 short swords pierced the same spot at once. In a blink, a few slashes whipped past, shattering the stone golem. Jimin-ho was stunned, only now finding his voice. Shin Terry? He asked, still very polite and cautious. Did you book the training room? I didn't see anyone on the reservation board. If this is a mistake, we can wait outside. How much longer are you planning to use it? We need to use this space after 6 o'clock, so just let me know if there's an issue. She looked behind her and was startled. Is Jimin-ho already losing his patience? Hey, talk to me. Shin Terry ignored him completely. Long time no see. What are you doing here? Shin Sangiun nodded as if they had known each other for a long time. It's such a pleasure to meet you. I never expected to run into you today. I came here to coordinate with Miso for a dungeon raid. I just happened to get here a bit early. A thought flashed through her mind, and she hided her eyes, teasing. You two seem pretty close, don't you, Miso? He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, yeah, I guess so. But Jimin-ho did impatiently. Shin Terry, are you even listening to me? He clearly realized she was doing it on purpose, didn't he? Terry suddenly looked up, as if remembering something, and turned away abruptly. I get it. So, next time, if there's a chance, make sure to spar with me. I'll get in touch with you later. I haven't booked a room yet, so feel free to use this space for now. Shin Sangiun couldn't help but sigh at the two of them. Is he mad? Why? Meanwhile, Jimin-ho gritted his teeth and spat out each word. Right. Thank you for that prompt reply. A moment later, his anger cooled down. I'm really sorry about all that trouble just now. She's not always like that. What could he even say to that? Don't worry. I don't mind. Jimin-ho felt a little guilty. After all, it seemed like it would take Miso quite a while. So, feel free to make yourself at home. Or, well, waiting around can be a bit boring, right? I know a great way to kill time. Are you interested? Shin Sangiun looked at him skeptically. Huh? What are you saying? He tossed his massive sword aside. It was no big deal, an action so decisive, it was as if he'd already agreed. How about a little sparring match with me? Shin Sangiun felt like he was turning to stone. What? Why are you taking your shirt off? Wait, hold on. Why? Is everyone in this guild like this? Is it some sort of tradition to challenge new people to a fight? Jimin-ho thought he was scared and continued. You don't need to feel pressured. It's just that Miso and Terry have seen your abilities with their own eyes. Shin Sangiun. I just couldn't suppress my own curiosity. And I guess you could say this is a hobby of mine. After all, crossing blades with another swordsman is the best way to see who they truly are, don't you think? Shin Sangiun nodded, his gaze sharpening instantly. I see. So he wants to test what kind of person I am for himself. He was so blunt that he didn't even have time to be surprised. He pointed behind him. It looks like you didn't bring any weapons, huh? So, just pick any of the ones hanging over there to use. But he spoke up first. No need for that. A small whirlwind appeared in Shin Sangyun's hand. I have my weapon right here, and it's always with me. This is virtual space. And hidden skill, special active skill. Skill level 1. You can summon a space and store a chosen item. As the level increases, the interior space will expand. Note: living creatures cannot be stored. He calmly made the offer before the bewildered gaze of the other person. Shall we begin then? Jimin-ho laughed heartily and praised him. I never thought you'd possess a skill like that. I heard you were an interesting guy, and turns out, it's true. All right, let's get started. No sooner had he said that, than his entire body suddenly grew, towering over Shin Sangiun. A moment later, Jimin-ho shrank back down. Honestly, I was going to go easy on you, but now I'm afraid that would be insulting. I'll use my full strength right from the start. Eden Guild CEO's office. Choi Youngjun put on a dignified facade and advised, listen to your father this time. If this continues, it will happen again. But Miso interrupted, clearly displeased with the remark. Father, how many times do I have to tell you not to bring that up? He had to lower his stance. I'm sorry, Miso, but please understand. I only worry about you. But she had already seen through him. Forget it. I know what you're thinking right now. Miso turned away sharply, not looking back once. I'm leaving. Don't contact me. Yoonjeon hurriedly called out. Miso, wait. He exhaled a few weary breaths. Choi Young-jun dialed a number, and someone picked up very quickly. Yes, Chairman, I'm listening. His expression darkened slightly. Department Head Jiang. You're still keeping in touch with the association, right? The person on the other end always used honorifics. Of course, sir. The room seemed to sink into darkness. Then, I need you to do something. That player, Shin Sangiun, investigate his family and his past. Over there, Shin Sangiun still knew nothing. Why did he suddenly grow so big? Choi Young-jun's cold voice echoed. Investigate everything in extreme detail. Ji Min-ho curled his lips into a creepy grin. Now, the preparations are complete. Training mode has begun. Target player, Ji Min-ho. Shin Sangiun's eyes seemed to brighten a little. Are you ready? The system chimed again. Training mode is set. Players can start combat when ready. Number of ready players. 1 out of 2. Ji Min-ho didn't wait for the other to speak and continued on his own. What do you think if we just fight for 2 rounds? Just crossing swords twice is more than enough to determine a person's mettle. He didn't even put Shin Sangiun in his eyes. Let me know when you're ready. He raised an eyebrow, his guard at maximum. So this is Ji Min-ho's gigantification skill. Even though the size seemed smaller than the giant gray bear he'd seen before, the pressure radiating from him was many times greater. He truly lived up to the name of a level 100 player. A true monster. This was only natural, of course. They say Ji Min-ho changed the entire meta, for swordsman with his all-rounder style. But that was only possible because he was Ji Min-ho. Not every player could adapt to that style so easily. Other swordsmen, including those who had rejected that style, focused entirely on strength because they believed that was the only answer. Those people continued to train their bodies as well as their own raw power. I used to be one of those people. However, a question was raised. If Do Kyung-soo was the pinnacle of the all-rounder swordsman meta, then who was the head of the strength-based swordsman meta? In the world, there still wasn't a single consensus. But at least in our country, the answer was all too clear. It was Ji Min-ho, with his ability to crush his opponent with just a single swing of his sword. No matter how the meta for swordsmen changed, he protected his position perfectly. I wonder how well my matured strength will hold up against a player like him. Shin Sangiun excitedly spoke up. Damn, I'm feeling so pumped right now. I'm ready. Let's do this. The system quickly arranged everything and announced, ready. The match is starting right now. Total players ready. 2 out of 2. Ji Min-ho swung his sword and couldn't help but offer some praise. I like that confidence of yours. You answered with such conviction. The look in his eyes betrayed his satisfaction. A real man always casts aside any doubts and proves himself through action. This is an opponent beyond my reach, so I have to be careful. Just lifting his sword, he already created gusts of wind that blew everything away. How am I supposed to block that attack? With a defensive strike? Or should I activate stun? Shin Sangiun bit his lip. There's no way I'm giving up that easily. Going head-to-head with Ji Min-ho means constant pressure that eerie power is wrapping around my whole body. I have to use my own strength to match his power. Information quickly popped up. Berserk skill activated. User's body has been strengthened. User speed has been increased. Dual title is now active. Target isolated. Player Ji Min-ho has no other AI within a 5-meter radius of the target except for you. The dual effect is triggered. Ji Min-ho doesn't even spare a glance for those little tricks. Now, his sword aura is unleashing a terrifying, murderous intent. Let's start with a gentle strike, shall we? Shin Sangiun took a steady breath in and out, trying to keep his mind calm. I have to stay focused. This is a battle of raw strength against Ji Min-ho. Charging in to confront him directly is basically suicide. That means I have to land a strike on his side, where his power flow is the weakest. He looked a bit surprised, and his movements slowed down. And yet, that tiny little sword managed to hold back Ji Min-ho blade. But the more that happened, the more excited he got. That's unexpected. You actually blocked my attack. Ji Min-ho could only think to himself. I'm shocked, and not just because he blocked it. Out of all the possibilities, Shin Sangiun could have chosen dodging, freezing, throwing his sword. Out of all those possibilities, he actually chose to clash head-on. I never expected this. While he was distracted by his thoughts, I spoke up. It's my turn now, right? He suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Just now, I totally spaced out. This energy flow is terrifying. That attack is way too dangerous. Shin Sangiun, on the other hand, was still fired up. I lunged in, delivering a sword slash that sent Ji Min-ho flying into the wall. Yet, he still had time to think. How long has it been since I was knocked back like this? And by such a small frame, too. I completely misjudged him. I only heard about him from Miso and Terry. so I thought he was just a frog in a well. But this guy, Ji Min-ho, stepped back into a defensive stance, as if preparing to attack. His veins were popping. Truly a real man, just like me. Of course, Ji Min-ho still had to offer praise. That was a great attack. I'm truly surprised. Now, even standing steady is a struggle for you. Thank you. He hadn't even finished speaking. I never thought you could knock me back with that small frame of yours. You really are a monster, just like the rumors say. Meanwhile, Shin Sangyun's hands were swollen red. That was all thanks to me landing a critical hit while in berserk mode. Normally, most monsters would have exploded from that blow. But you're the real monster here. Damn it, he replied awkwardly. It was just luck. But Ji Min-ho still thought the other was just being shy. There's no need to be that humble. A real man doesn't need to hide behind false modesty. His muscles tensed up. I must apologize for my rudeness. From just now, Ji Min-ho made a promise. I will use my full strength to fight you. Shin Sangiun had been waiting for these words. Finally, he was going to use that move. This was the attack that Ji Min-ho used to save countless lives during the incident that was supposed to happen 25 years later. After a relentless bombardment, those meteorites summoned by the monsters using magic, a single sword strike could destroy everything in its path. Ji Min-ho's ultimate technique, Moonbreaker. He wore a confident but polite smile. This technique isn't complete yet. This is also the first time I've shown this move to anyone else. I hope you find this satisfying. I let out a sigh. I already felt satisfied that he wanted to use all his strength to fight me. Damn it, it just goes to show how much stronger I've become. What should I do now? Even if that move isn't finished, blocking that attack right now is almost impossible. But I can't just give up like this. If that's the case, I'll have to unleash the strongest attack I have. I'll use acceleration, full strike, and berserk for a counterattack. Yes. With that combination in mind, Shin Sangiun picked up his sword again, challenging himself. I'm ready. This is the strongest attack I've got. My strategy is the same as before. Target his flank, where his power is least concentrated, Li Jung. Anyway, looking back, it is a bit funny to be clashing power with a level 700 player. The air was filled with two terrifying auras. Ji Min-ho charged in, but still gave a warning. Here I come, I shouted, brave and fearless. But until now, I have continuously overcome the impossible. So now, and right here, I will overcome the impossible once again. Cutting to another scene, Miso hung her head low, looking incredibly heavy-hearted. Suddenly, she looked up and clenched her fists. No, no, no. I have to go practice with Shin Sangiun. I can't stay sad forever like this. Snap out of it, Miso. Right at that moment, a violent tremor shook everything. Miso didn't understand what had just happened. An earthquake? The others were just as confused. What's going on? Very quickly, she realized. No, it feels like the tremors are coming from the training room. Miso spun around, thinking of that possibility. Don't tell me. She stared intensely at the closed room. Miso couldn't wait and opened the door. Shin Sangiun, is everything all right? In front of her, the room was in ruins, filled with thick dust. Miso froze in place. This place. It's all destroyed. What on earth happened? At that moment, Ji Min-ho was using his sword to support my body. You really always surprise me. Even though this was just training, I still put a bit of power into that move. And yet, he looked at the person who had fallen to the ground. You were able to confront it head on. I really didn't expect that. Shin Sangyun's face. I'm exhausted. Feels like I haven't slept in days. Thanks for the compliment. But this wasn't exactly a walk in the park. My wrist. I think it might be broken. Ji Min-ho, I know what you're worried about. Don't sweat it. We have top-tier medical facilities at Eden headquarters. This won't impact your training with Miso at all. Though he kept a calm face, his mind was reeling. I'm putting on a front like I'm totally fine. But in reality, I've taken more damage than I expected. I can't believe I'm on the same level as a rising rookie. Still, I don't know why, but I feel like NDT 0. It must have been that moment when Shin Sangyun and I clashed swords. His blade. It didn't feel like a rookie's at all. Not even a little bit. That's right. It felt like I was trading blows with a seasoned veteran. Man, a veteran? Seriously? How could that even happen? It looks like I've still got a long way to go. The training session concluded. Ji Min-ho walked over to Shin Sangyun once more. Thank you for accepting my selfish request, Shin Sangyun. I didn't expect this, but this moment has really given me a chance to reflect on myself. He reached out his hand, showing genuine goodwill. And now, I'm certain no one in Eden will doubt your abilities anymore, Shin Sangyun. You used my strength to pull yourself up. Does that mean you were just testing me? Ji Min-ho laughed heartily. Of course. You suddenly dropped out of the sky. So I had some suspicions. He looked incredibly serious. However, now, I fully acknowledge you. You're a real man, Shin Sangiun. Would you like to join the Real Men's Club that I founded? If you agree, Miso suddenly spoke up. Oh, so this is what happened? She ground out each word through clenched teeth. Now I get the whole picture, Ji Min-ho. Real men, my foot. Miso held nothing back. I just asked you to guide Shin Sangyun. So what the hell are you doing here? This place is a total wreck now. How are we supposed to train here anymore? Ji Min-ho broke out into a cold sweat. We're dead meat. Shin Sangyun glanced to the side, signaling with his eyes. What do we do now? But she kept speaking, loud and clear. A real man who ignores a friend's request like this? Is that what you are? He was being scolded into a state of panic, stuttering as he tried to explain. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Miso. Miso then turned her sights on him. And you too, Shin Sangyun. You had an appointment with me. What is this, huh? He was just as bewildered by the scolding. I'm sorry, Miso. Player Town, Building C, underground parking lot. The car door slowly opened. Shin Sangyun stepped out as if he were completely drained. He felt a bit of regret. It's my fault. I shouldn't have listened to Miso and fought Shin Ji Min-ho. But Miso, she actually threatened me back then. Shin Sangyun, you'd better prepare yourself. From that point on, it was a string of dark, endless days. I never expected that after that, I'd have to train. For 18 hours straight. If it were the me from back then, I probably would have logged out of this era 3 times over. Even so, it's great that this training actually yielded results. I think we have about 2 days left until the black portal appears. I'll get some good rest until then. Suddenly, a strange voice spoke up. Is that Shin Sangyun? It turned out to be Gahi. What a coincidence. So good to see you. Did you just finish training? Sangyun looked blank for a long time. Eventually, he gave up and asked who she was. The feeling of Gian was quite complex while looking at the business card. Only then did he feel a vague spark of memory. So she's a recruiter for the association? I was quite surprised when she greeted me by name. I thought she was an acquaintance from my previous life, but that's definitely not it. She seemed very professional. Yes, I am Lee Gahi. I'm a strategic recruiter from Recruitment Team 4. To recruit you, Shin Sangjun. I have been gathering information on you for quite some time, but it's a surprise to run into you here. Shin Sangyun asked suspiciously. Isn't that usually something people keep private? Having said that, he tried to make an excuse to slip away. I'm a bit tired today, so if you'll excuse me, I'll be heading off. Please ask me any questions regarding recruitment later. I'll call you back at the number on the card. Gahi quickly stopped him. Wait, could you answer just this one thing? Do you have absolutely no interest in becoming a player affiliated with the association? Though he didn't fully understand, Shin Sangyun answered honestly. No, not at the moment. She curled the corner of her mouth. I thought you might say that. So, can I ask one last personal question? Is that okay? I want to moan, but there's no one to hear. I'm so tired. Fine, sure, if it's something I can answer. What's wrong with her? Isn't she being way too persistent? I feel like I'm about to pass out any second. Why couldn't she do this another time? Gahi looked confident. Her eyes even lit up. Shin Sangyun, is your ability a skill that can copy, or perhaps even steal, other skills? Or do you possess an ability that allows you to see the future? This caught Shin Sangyun off guard. What? The entrance to the black portal. A 12-seater van pulled up nearby. Miso stepped out and spoke to the person inside. I'll call you later, driver. The man gave a few reminders. All right, miss. Take care. She looked around. I got here earlier than expected. That means I can prepare faster, so that's fine. Suddenly, Miso's gaze landed on something. Across the way, there was someone sitting on a bench. Shin Sangyun. She ran over happily to greet him. Hey, you're here early? I got here faster than expected, so. Suddenly, Miso hesitated. Do you want to warm up? She skipped the previous question to ask. Who is that? Sangyun looked even more haggard than before. You're here, Miso? Miso helplessly asked. What's wrong? What happened? I thought you were a monster. He waved his hand, acting as if he were fine. It's nothing. Nothing happened at all. I'm fine. I'm fine. Internally, he replied. Damn it. That thing keeps bothering me. I can't even catch a wink of sleep. I feel like I could drop dead at any moment. I stayed up all night investigating that girl, but I couldn't find anything. This nagging sense of unease is going to be the death of me. I never expected someone to start getting suspicious of my unique skill and the fact that I'm a regressor this early on. Before she left, she didn't forget to say, You're not planning on answering me? Fine then, see you later. Shin Sangiun was so stressed he felt like pulling his hair out. I thought I was being extremely careful. How on earth did someone figure it out so quickly? Normally, who would even suspect someone of being a regressor? This isn't good. I feel like some weirdo just saw right through me. So, what should I do now? How do I make her stop suspecting me? Should I just lie low and observe for a while? Or should I start being proactive and try to get close to her? Maybe invite her out for a few drinks? No, that wouldn't work. Wouldn't that just make me look even more suspicious? Just then, Miso called out to him. Be honest with me. What's going on? Should we just cancel today's raid? He hurriedly made excuses for himself. I promise I'm fine. Nothing happened. I can't let this opportunity go to waste. Shin Sangyun scratched his cheek, feeling a bit awkward, and changed the subject. By the way, Miso, I've never seen that bow before. Did you get a new one? This one? When she was asked, she immediately forgot about the earlier issue. I was actually planning to show it off to you. This is an epic-grade holy artifact I borrowed from the Kurokawa Guild in Japan. We've had a partnership with them for a long time, so I went all out to prepare for this raid. Shin Sangyun brought up the topic, but he didn't know how to keep the conversation going. That's amazing. Is it that easy to borrow an epic-grade artifact? How much does something like that cost? He silently clenched his fists, steeling himself. No, I'm close to getting my own epic-grade item too. I'm not allowed to get jealous over things like this. You can do it, Shin Sangyun. For now, I need to focus on getting an epic-grade item. As for Lee Gahi over at the recruitment team, I'll worry about her later. Shin Sangyun spoke up before Miso could look at him with any more suspicion. So, let's get going, he said, turning around and walking away with an air of cool confidence, even if it was a bit earlier than planned. How about we start now? She pursed her lips, resigned to his lead. All right, let's go. And with that, the two of them stepped into the double gate, but Shin Sangyun was still lost in his own mental fog. Right, who cares? As long as I get an epic-grade item, it'll be fine. Whether my regression is exposed or not, I just need to focus on what needs to be done. Meanwhile, Miso was deep in her own thoughts. Shin Sangyun really has zero self-awareness. It's amazing, really. Why did he think he had to go to such lengths to borrow this? What I saw with my own eyes a few days ago left me completely shocked. To my very core. I already knew his growth rate was abnormally fast. After all, I've been watching him for a long time, but about 15 hours after we started training, out of nowhere, he said he had just learned a new skill and wanted to try it out. He remembered her being worried at the time. Miso, are you okay? Her thoughts wandered further and further. The training ground, which was built to be indestructible, had been demolished in a single blow. Shin Sangyun, very uncharacteristically, panicked. What are we going to do now? Do I have to pay for the damages? No, wait. I didn't know it was going to crumble like that. Miso felt helpless, wanting to open his head to see what was inside. Does he really think I can keep up with him if I don't borrow an epic-grade artifact? That's why I prepared so thoroughly today. I'm not going to keep following behind him forever. The Black Gate, the entrance to the Void Forest. Both of them proceeded into the forest, staying close to each other. She had been worried ever since they arrived. Seeing this, Shin Sangyun offered some advice. Vigilance is good, but don't worry too much. Staying in a defensive state burns through your stamina, you know. Miso suddenly became unusually timid. You're right, actually. This place is a bit different from what the preliminary investigation reported, so I'm just a little anxious. I heard this was a forest with supernatural phenomena, but looking at it now, that seems a bit exaggerated. His eyes sharpened. I studied this gate in my past life, but for this place to have changed this much, this is the first time I've experienced a change from my previous timeline. This is a bit concerning. Suddenly, a monster poked its head out from behind a tree. She immediately entered combat mode. There really is a monster in front. It looks like an ogre, right? Shin Sangyun felt a surge of interest. No, that's right. Everything is definitely different from my previous life. A giant goblin. This isn't just a simple change anymore, he shouted, shielding her. It's coming! Shin Sangyun still couldn't help but put his hand out to protect Miso. A fragmented memory came rushing back. After studying the Black Gate, he had a suggestion. From now on, let's use this. How about it? Miso asked in suspicion, questioning what she was confused about. Your fingers? You mean we're going to use hand signals to communicate? He explained it very carefully. Exactly. To prepare for extreme high-pressure situations, we'll simulate every possible scenario and communicate using our hands. She asked again, looking a bit worried. Every possible scenario? Will we even have enough time for that? There are only a few days left until the raid, Shin Sangyun reassured her. Don't worry, I said every scenario, but we only need to learn the basic movements. The rest will happen naturally, but it isn't always easy to remember and use them in the heat of the moment, is it? Then we only have one choice. We will focus on repetitive drills and form patterns to deal with every situation. By doing that, we'll be able to use the hand signals as naturally as possible. If we actually succeed in memorizing them, we'll be able to overcome this. Raid perfectly. Now, I'm holding up 2 fingers here. What does this mean? Miso was getting another headache. That is, what was it again? I remember, but the goblin didn't let them continue their preparation and lunged. When a monster rushes straight at us, we split and dodge in opposite directions. That's right. See, a little encouragement goes a long way, doesn't it? Now, for the next step, looks like you're really getting the hang of it. Monsters instinctively go for the weakest target. And in all likelihood, that target is going to be you. You'll need to dodge and fire an arrow at the same time. Because if you know exactly what the monster's target is, you can shoot arrows straight into its joints before it even moves, pinning it down and completely restricting its mobility. Shin Sangiun nodded, satisfied, and added, exactly. Once its movement is locked down, even without using a skill, we can easily create an opening. Miso spoke up again, her tone weary. But Shin Sangiun, I think that's my limit. I don't think I can actually deal enough critical damage. Wait, what is this power? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Is this really the power of an epic grade relic? I didn't even pull the bowstring back that far, and it's already this destructive. If I put all my strength into one shot, could I finish it in a single strike? She rolled her eyes toward the sky and stomped her foot hard, showing her mounting frustration. Just like the arrow that had pinned the goblin's leg, Shin Sangiun sounded a bit sympathetic. It's true, landing a critical hit like that is tough, but it's alright. He launched himself forward like a god of war. Because I'll use the opening you create to charge in and slice its head off. Shin Sangiun smirked, a glint of intensity in his eyes. To finish it off, Shin Sangyun's blade cleaved the monster's head in 2. He jumped down, about to say something. Hey, Miso. Miso interrupted him before he could finish. It feels like my firepower has skyrocketed compared to before. She sounded a bit unsure of herself. I think we need to rethink our strategy. We have to take the power of my new bow into account. Shin Sangiun let out a sigh. True. If you had aimed straight for its head earlier, things would have been much safer for you. Looks like we'll need to adjust our tactics a bit. He glanced off to the side. As expected from an epic grade item. Huh? Miso, your firepower feels like it's tripled. No, quintupled compared to before. We could probably clear this dungeon much faster if we make good use of that power. Miso smiled and stepped forward. Anyway, it's a relief that our teamwork is still so great, right? Good thing we practiced so hard. Shin Sangiun nodded in agreement. Exactly. You reacted faster than I thought. You must have really been training hard. Even though she looked fine on the outside, she had actually been doing it on purpose. Yeah, that was move number 37. You thought that was an AI error, didn't you? Do you know how many times I had to rewatch the training footage just so I wouldn't fall behind? I felt like my eyes were about to pop out of my head. Miso's ears twitched slightly. Well, that's great, because our practice session ends here. As soon as he said that, another group of monsters appeared. Let's start the real battle. High up on the cliff, there was a different colored monster that looked like a leader. It let out a low, guttural growl. Shin Sangiun rested his sword on his shoulder, wondering, since we took out its friends so easily, why aren't they attacking right away? Are they just observing us? Well, if they want to play it like that, it's our advantage. In his eyes, everything was being laid bare. The locator detected 10 monsters. Because he was using his skill, Shin Sangyun's eyes turned golden. The numbers aren't as high as I thought. Is it because we're still near the entrance? There are 10 in total, including the one I spotted earlier. Based on our preliminary scouting, there's a high chance those are assassin goblins. Looks like they're using a stealth skill, Miso added from behind. Oh? Then I think we should use the 4-2 strategy. He heard her and immediately shook his head. No, there aren't any long-range monsters, so let's use that tactic instead. She looked suspicious. She seemed to have realized what tactic he was talking about. Miso's face went pale. Wait, you don't mean... She pointed at his sword. No, I refuse. Why? Why do we have to use that? Isn't the 4-2 formation the standard way to deal with monsters? Especially ones with stealth skills? That's the right way to do it. No matter what Miso said, Shin Sangiun didn't change his approach. Or we could use Group 4 to engage the monsters. Are you even listening to me? Meanwhile, the monsters above remained stationary. Miso looked like she was about to cry. Please, Can you explain why we have to do this? He just smiled. You know exactly why, don't you, Miso? Shin Sangiun had a shred of conscience left, so he explained, your firepower is way more monstrous than we even anticipated. So, there's no reason not to take full advantage of it. No matter how you calculate it, this is still the most optimal strategy right now. Even so, Miso couldn't help herself. I know, but, fine. Do whatever you want. I know, I can't change your mind anyway. He still had no intention of changing his plan. Alright, let's go. And since there aren't any long-range monsters in the dungeon, that's exactly why holding the safest shooting position is the tactic that gives us the absolute advantage. Shin Sangyun's words echoed through the air. The monster looked confused. Whoosh! She was launched high into the air. The human cannonball strategy, Miso. Miso looked like she was going to cry. Seriously, I hate being thrown around in the air like this. I never even go on roller coasters because I hate this feeling. I want to die. Once she reached a certain height, a force wrapped around her legs. A system notification appeared. Flight skill level 4 activated. For the next 5 minutes, your falling speed from high altitude will be significantly reduced. Miso wiped away her tears, suddenly determined. Alright, fine then. Her scream echoed down below. It better work. The monster seemed to sense its natural predator and wanted to retreat, but Shin Sangiun gave it no chance, immediately putting it down. Another monster stared blankly as its comrade was cut down like butter. But not long after, a single bullet finished it off as well. He continued his killing spree without pause. Alright, even though I expected it, it really is one shot, one kill every time. This isn't just because of the epic grade level. I'm not sure if this is the result of our training or just the time that's passed since last time. But Miso's aim has become much sharper. I can see the silhouette of the legendary archer Kim Miso from our past life in her right now. It seems I'm not the only one, but everyone else is gradually becoming stronger, too. I'm actually quite surprised that Miso of all people is the one motivating me like this. Alright, what's next? A cold, gloomy black mist radiated from deep within the forest. It slowly coalesced into a figure with unclear features, yet nothing could escape. The eyes of Shin Sangyun. A werewolf was planning to ambush Miso. Of course, I couldn't let that happen. Beat it. A direct shot sent it straight to the afterlife. I have to properly support Miso. Shin Sangyun started to break a sweat, but his smile was genuine, even though he didn't expect this situation. But I guess the day I finally get carried by Miso has arrived. Her eyes seemed to turn into a target acquisition system. 7 monsters remaining. A notification popped up right after. The multi-lock skill was activated. An identical mark appeared above each of the remaining monsters. Multi-lock has selected 7 targets. A notification appeared like an opening act. The Spirit Rain skill was activated, emptying the rest area of the World Tree. Flickering flames illuminated the surrounding space. Shin Sangyun hesitated and tried calling out, Miso? He looked helplessly at the person sitting in the distance. When will you stop being mad at me? But Miso was still holding a grudge about this morning. Keep dreaming. She was frustrated, remembering every little detail. 6 times. You made me do that 6 times. How could you make me do that 6 whole times? Huh? Right. She had to fly 6 times. Shin Sangjun tried to defend himself. The place was crawling with monsters. We didn't have any other choice. But when Miso heard that, she got even angrier. I'm asking you why I'm the only one who has to go kill monsters. I know I can do it, but isn't 6 times a bit too much? Do you know how many arrows I've shot today? He started to run out of words. He couldn't argue anymore. Well, okay. It was a bit much. But it's been such a long time since I felt what it's like to be carried like this, so I couldn't control my excitement. What should I do now? I don't think ordinary gifts could calm Miso's mood right now. She could just buy anything herself. Sangyun waved his hand and summoned an item. Come to think of it, there's one way. A moment later, it started working on the campfire. Each ingredient was processed neatly and perfectly. It's been a while since I had the chance to show off my skills in a situation like this. A delicious meal is the perfect way to relieve a terrible mood. Very quickly, the aroma drifted away on the wind. Miso smelled it too. She was silent for a moment, seemingly struggling with her internal conflict. He didn't ask anything, and acted as if everything was normal. Oh, you're here? Perfect timing. I just finished, too. Miso looked suspicious. Her tone sounded like an interrogation. What are you doing? Shin Sangyun used his trump card to invite her over. Don't be like that. We still have a long way to go. So, I thought eating something right now would be the perfect way to lift all of our spirits. The dish in his hand glowed with a sparkling golden light. It looked strangely delicious. A hearty beef Wellington for an adventurer. Shin Sangiun didn't keep her waiting. All right, let's eat. In the end, she still brought the piece of meat to her mouth to try it. Miso's eyes flashed slightly. She excitedly praised it without stopping. So good! What the heck is this? How can you make something like this? He chuckled, feeling a bit relieved. I'm really glad you like it. Miso analyzed it further. The texture is really unique. Where did you get this meat? I've never eaten anything like this before. Sangjun didn't expect her to have knowledge in this area. I found something that looked like a rabbit. As soon as Miso heard that, she was incredibly impressed. Seriously? That's amazing. Do you think we could catch a few more on our way out of here? In his heart, he felt a secret sting of guilt. Sorry, I can't tell you the truth, Miso. But if you feel better, that's what matters most. I'll take this secret to the grave. Because remembering the silhouette of someone, this meat is top tier. She still hadn't let go of the flavor. I feel much better now. He silently finished the second half of his thought. Thank you so much. This was the meat of the Pumpkin King. Not long after, the plate was empty. Miso rubbed her belly, satisfied. That was so good. Thanks again, Shin Sangjun Appa. Shin Sangjun sighed, but didn't dare say no. I'm the one who should be thanking you. He changed the subject. The next area is the last one in the preliminary survey, right? By now, her resentment had completely faded. That's where the Night Guardian appears. After that, we won't have any more information about the following areas, but it'll be fine. I'm all recharged now. Hearing what Sangyun said, Miso suddenly went quiet. That's true, isn't it? Then let's rest a little longer before we set off. She hugged her legs and suddenly asked, Appa, lately I've caused you a lot of unnecessary trouble, haven't I? I'm sorry. I should have said this sooner, but it's all my fault for being so careless. He didn't notice anything unusual and replied nonchalantly, You mean about those rumors? About me being your new boyfriend? Or me throwing money at you and exploiting you like a slave? Miso was startled, her voice rising a few notches. Slave? No one ever said anything like that. Sangyun still hadn't teased her enough. Oh, but they do. But it's okay. I don't really mind, so don't you worry about it. Her eyes looked down. It's just, I've seen how talented you are, and I was genuinely drawn to that. But the media keeps publicizing those bizarre misunderstandings. He leaned back. It's fine. People are like that. But on the other hand, it also shows just how much attention we're getting, right? In this moment, they were like two soulmates confiding in each other. I feel like I only became famous because of you, so sometimes it feels pretty fun. Miso seemed to have relaxed a bit. What are you talking about? Even without me, you would have gotten plenty of attention anyway. Your progress is so cool, Shin Sangyun. He was suddenly, unexpectedly reliable. You think so? But really, you don't need to apologize for that. No matter what the media says, we still seek each other out when the other is in need. All professional relationships are like that, aren't they? She fell into silence for a long time. He didn't notice much and kept talking. And I admit, people really do like those news stories. Every work relationship is like that, right? She fell into a long, heavy silence. He didn't seem to notice much and just kept talking. You have to admit, people really do love their rumors, don't they? Miso then asked a strange question. What if that wasn't the case? She tilted her head, her face turning slightly red. What if it wasn't just about a work relationship? Then what would happen?